Thousands and thousands of kilometers below the Earth, there is a place covered with thick lava and sizzling with hellfire. The name of this place is Hell, and it is impossible for anyone to escape from its 9 circles for ages. On the most horrible and distant of all existing circles of hell, where the ominous light shines something resembling an angry sun, everything looks terrifying. This particular place has become a favorite frontal spot for the most intimidating demons wishing to engage in combat to ascertain power in the underworld. A whole eternity destroying each other, they wage a fierce battle on the 9th circle to determine who of the demonic halo is the strongest. Again and again on the 9th circle came the most brutal in the universe of uncleanness that wanted to subjugate other demons. The whole underground world shakes during the next battle, and like a volcano that spews lava throws out the loser, or rather all that is left of him. The sharpest claws of the fiercest beasts, huge horns, untold strength and armor made of the strongest metal in the universe are the order of the day weapons here. Don't forget about the sharp swords that cut opponents into small pieces and are also made of unearthly rocks. In a duel between 2 ferocious demons, the great demon Gargas and Palak, everything goes to hell and even the devils themselves. There's no room for pity. But that could all change when Gargas makes a tactical error. And now, losing all touch with reality, another equally fearsome monster strikes. Again and again, the one who in the beginning could with a precise probability lose, strikes his opponent with his swinging fist. The surface of the earth shuddering from each crushing demonic blow each time absorbs everything that happens on it and takes it to a place where there is definitely not even hell. The demon Palak finds himself forcefully slammed into the airspace by Gargas and suspended in midair. Vanity overtakes the great and terrible Gargas. He looms over Palak with a sense of complete victory. Gargas dares to confess that he expected more from him. He adds that he is unimpressed with Palak's fighting skills and expected a more experienced opponent prepared for battle and knowing how to throw punches rather than tickling him. Furious Palak tries not to give in to his rival's attempt to hurt his ego and hints to him that now it's time not to talk, but to find out in a fight who is stronger. He grins at Gargas as he waits for the fight to continue and smiles fiercely with his needle-sharp fangs. Hearing Palak's words about his talking too much, the demon Gargas, as if gaining a second breath, soared into the air with a bright flash to attack his opponent again. The powerful explosions rang out, announcing that the great battle of the 2 confrontations was not yet over. They rumbled wherever the demons were. Once again, the great demon Gargas was defeated and was pushed back a decent distance by his opponent. Palak's triumphant face showed that he was just beginning to get into the swing of things. The fire glittered in his sinister yellow eyes. The demon's hand clenched tightly into a fist once more as he flew over the blazing and thundering ground to strike Gargas again. Gargas tried to get up after each calculated blow, but once again fell under the powerful force of Palak. Gargas's even earlier display of arrogance and vainglorious behavior seemed to have awakened hidden power reserves in the great and terrible demon Palak. Palak's mood took on victorious hues with each successful strike. The wings of either a dragon or a huge bat helped him maneuver in the air and fly around obstacles calmly. The demon Gargas must have regretted calling his opponent weak. Palak was shattering rocks with his 2 huge fists to damage the demon Gargas with the shards. Virtually every strike of the saber-toothed demon dealt crushing damage to the once great Gargas, and he once again flew back into the very bowels of the 9th circle of hell. In the air, one after another, there were powerful explosions with which the 2 demons tried to put a fat point in the confrontation. The demon Gargas tried not to lose his temper and take control, but he had nothing left but to dodge the agile and cunning Palak. In a burst of his fighting might, Palak thought the advantage was on his side, until he saw something knocking the ground out from under his feet. It was the other representatives of the demonic world on the 9th circle who came to prevent Palak from proving that he was the most powerful demon of hell. One-eyed with ghastly teeth and short arms, they tried to clamp Palak in a vice and thus give Gargas a chance to attack him. Palak was surprised at such unpleasant company, but he did not lose his senses. At the same moment, his swung fist flew toward the foul creatures who were already shrieking in fear. He growled fiercely that they'd better get out of here soon while the bones were intact and not interfere with his triumph. He grabbed one of the creatures and hung it from his wing. The monsters squealed in fear and tried to hide. They begged Palak for mercy. 2 of them hung on his huge limbs with a pitiful look and tried to apologize for their ridiculous and obscene behavior towards him. While Palak was figuring things out with the lower-ranked demons and trying to fend off their feigned civility, the demon Gargas made an attempt to attack him. At this point, Palak began to experience a choking attack. The vile monsters used a foolish trick to distract him and wrapped their arms around his neck in a strangling maneuver. Immediately, the great and terrible demon Gargus once again regenerated all his power, and this time into a ferocious hellfire capable of sizzling everything in its path. These flames raised the degree of confrontation again, consuming all the earth's rocks and renewing the raging lava flows. The demon Gargas exulted and triumphed in controlling these hellfire, not allowing Palak to even get close to it. With the help of his magical abilities, the demon Gargas decided to raise the most scalding lava from the bottom of the volcano and direct its streams towards the enemy. But almost immediately, he had to stop. Gargas looked at his opponent with a puzzled expression. Through the puffs of bursting smoke, he saw the demon Palak holding two fireballs. Palak was not only not afraid of lava or blocks of fire, he could control them skillfully and even change their direction. The demon growled at Gargas to stop fooling around and wasting his time. Without wasting any time, the demon Palak soared upwards with the goal of striking his opponent and ending this fight. Instead of fists, he easily maneuvered fireballs. Another crushing blow was dealt to Gargas, who had miscalculated his opponent's tactical skills, which was read on his furious face. His mouth opened wide, and with his saliva he bloodily spat out a wish for his rival to die. Palak didn't even think of stopping. Gathering all his remaining strength, the demon Gargus raised his hand to strike the cheering Palak. But instead of seeing his enemy twist in pain, he saw a fireball of unprecedented size coming towards him. The demon was scared out of his wits. The great and terrible Palak loomed over Gargus, snarling fiercely. There was no longer any point in using the fiery trappings of his power. The enemy was defeated. Another demonic battle was completed on the 9th circle of hell, and Palak was awarded the official status of the strongest demon of the 9th circle. The defeated once great demon Gargas was horrified to realize he had lost his name power influence when the fireballs literally tore him apart. To bid him a final farewell, Palak doused him with a stream of fire and threw him into a pit of raging flames. The defeated demon Palak stood for a while longer and watched the intense hellfire turn his opponent into lava. No one ever thought that in these fierce battles, which had no end and no edge, the absolute champion was determined. The gaze of Palak, the greatest and strongest demon on the 9th circle, was clearly filled with pride and arrogance, until this hero appeared. Palak's forehead with bright red fur was covered with vapor, despite the fact that just moments ago he had managed to defeat one of the strongest demons in hell. There was a deafening silence in the dungeon as the newly minted strongest demon of the 9th infernal circle knelt down. He was in the dungeon in the throne room of the Lord of Darkness, adorned with the skull of an unfamiliar creature. It must have been the skull of one of the losers. The Lord of Darkness, or the Lord of all demonic entities as he is known here, sat solemnly on his equally intimidating throne. Few dared to look into his eyes, completely covered by a huge helmet. Palak approached the Lord with great reverence, asking him to explain his desire to leave the underworld. A sepulchral silence hung in the throne room, and everyone bowed their limbs waiting for the answer of the Lord of Darkness. Something tormented the Lord's mind, but Palak, like the other subjects, looked at him with bewilderment. Before the eyes of the skillful demon Palak, many battles flew by in which they were victorious. The uncontrollable desire for power overpowered them at that time. Various demons were defeated by them. Even the circle of the formidable 7 princes was broken. This happened partly because the princes could not agree. In flashbacks flew through, and the great and terrible Gargas, who made a tactical error, allowed himself to underestimate the strength of the enemy, and was also overthrown. The representatives of the underworld were saddened by the general mood in the throne room, and felt guilty for not being able to please the Lord. The Lord hovered menacingly over Palak, demanding an explanation of what he would lose if he decided to give up the throne. He began to talk about how everything here, including the hellish battle scenery for his amusement, all of this no longer pleases him because he has given 10,000 years to this. He was no longer excited about his conquests of the underworld, or even about his huge, extraordinarily interesting and mesmerizing castle. For a moment it could even seem that behind the powerful armor the Lord first exhaled a long breath and then even sobbed. The Lord of Darkness couldn't stand it any longer and climbed out of his protective shell. He looked no more than 25 years old. His bloodthirsty eyes glittered, and his name was O Kang Wu. The loyal demon Palak asked if the Lord of Darkness was hungry and offered him something special that his humble servant had saved for a special occasion. Palak also assured O Kang Wu that his trophy might seem like a mere trifle compared to the unclean things already devoured, but he asked to accept the gift from his humble servants. Palak's powerful hand quickly lifted the lid of the edible presentation for O Kang Wu, and he began to tell what kind of trophy was on the platter. The demon offered the Lord of Darkness to eat the last of the strongest creatures of the underworld folklore, which resembled an ugly octopus with warts. At the same moment, the dish with the disgusting treat for the Lord flew at Palak, and he shrieked furiously that he was not going to eat it. Palak apologized. The octopus flew almost all the way across the throne room and plopped down on the tiles, disgruntled with the stinking slime. The Lord opened his mouth and was about to say what he wanted to eat. The whole throne room froze in anticipation. The Lord hesitated for a moment, but shouted joyfully after the kimchi stew. The whole room gave a friendly squeal of kimchi stew, but no one had any idea what it was or who it was. The creatures of the underworld screamed and even suggested that the dish worthy of the Lord was kimchi stew, namely raw, juicy meat. Palak rubbed his hands together and begged for a recipe for kimchi stew. He even suggested that the dish be based on someone's head. His devotion was bordering on insanity. The Lord exhaled, realizing that he would not be able to eat kimchi stew here. His servants were a little saddened by the realization that they would not be able to carry out the Dark Lord's orders. The King of Darkness, O Gang Yu, lamented their stupidity. Palak realized that the king lacked bread and circuses. O Kang Wu cried out that he wanted a novel and a manhwa, not a bloodbath. The Lord's loyal servant thought that he had once again angered O Kang Wu and offered his death as entertainment for the King of Darkness. The monster almost cried, but was ready to give his worthless life for the pleasure of the Lord of all the circles of hell. He begged his king to kill him, but he got even more angry and told him to listen to him carefully and not to talk nonsense. O Gang Yu dreamed of finding the one he loved. That's all he wanted now, not to be alone in this circus of freaks. Suddenly out of nowhere appeared a refined feminine figure on the feet of which flirtatious stiletto shoes and a slit sew and beckoned to destruction. The succubus queen showed interest in the problem and offered her candidacy. All the demons in the room began to murmur among themselves about how beautiful she was. Lilith came closer. She was wearing a beautiful dress with an enchanting neckline and ruffles, but there was one thing. She was not badly shaped, but that was the end of her beauty. She had tentacles behind her back instead of one pair of eyes and a trunk instead of a neat forehead. The Lord of Darkness literally turned white with fear of his approaching passport. The veins in his face began to crack at the seams. Putting his palm right in front of her face, he ordered her not to approach him. Lilith flinched. It seemed to her that the Lord was embarrassed. She made another attempt to approach the Lord of Darkness, but he was very insistent in his refusal. The demons whispered again to them. It seemed that the king's behavior did not befit a gentleman. O Kang Wu immediately explained his action. The succubus was a female succubus that was nothing more than a male energy sucker. The succubus queen didn't stop, and then the Lord of Darkness looked her in all eyes and said that even Palak looked more attractive. The ruler of the underworld was so horrified by what he saw that even his loyal and faithful servant Palak offered to eliminate all this evil. At the same moment, the Lord of Darkness, O Kang Wu, decided that today or never, he must return to humanity. The throne room once again fell silent. The demonic entities did not want O Kang Wu to leave them and were very frightened by his decision. They were about to object, but the king sadly and detachedly said that it was his decision 10,000 years ago, and it remains his decision today. He went on to talk about the possibility of his leaving the underworld 10,000 years after the fall of Baal's last demon. He wanted to go home to the earthlings. The Lord of Hell rose from his throne and walked to the cliff overlooking the 7 circles of hell. He ordered Palak to prepare for the ritual. Palak didn't want his hotly loved and adored master to leave him and the entire underground realm and tried to stop O Kang Wu. The Lord merely snapped back and asked not to be forced to repeat his order. Realizing the hopelessness of the whole situation, Palak apologized and said that he would begin all the necessary preparations at once. The Lord's servant gave out instructions to the other demonic entities. He ordered to summon a special demon and prepare the statues of the 7 princes of hell. After a while, the demon and sorcerer Amon, who was responsible for bringing O Kang Wu back to earth, began the ritual of waving his staff and reciting incantations. The stone statues of the princes of hell stood motionless, but there was already some magic in the air and it was only a matter of time. The demons lined up statues around a ritual altar on which a glowing octopus lay. Sad Palak reported to his master that all preparations were complete and the ritual could be performed. The faces of all the representatives of the demonic world had a clear look of longing on their faces. Queen Lilith looked pitifully at O Gang Wu. Nor did the loyal but great and terrible demon Palak hold back his heartfelt tears. The old sorcerer Amon was waiting for his master on the stairs. O Kang Wu threw off his armor and went up to him. He warned him that if he used all his power and the power of magic to invest in the statues of the princes, then time would suffer a change and a gap would appear. The King of Darkness was eager to finish it all and start again as a representative of the human world. The jubilation on his face came from the mere thought that very, very soon he would be back home to his people. O Kang Wu stood over the sprawling magi waiting for a miracle and imagining what he would do once he got out of here. When the demonic energy in the core reached 10,000 magi demons transformed into a bright purple glowing ball. At the moment when all the circles of hell lit up with a bright purple light that could blind you, the orb opened and a flowing stream poured over the demon lord. The enormous, powerful force of the stream lifted O Kang-woo into the air and lifted him up as if checking if he was really ready to leave his domain. Blinded by the inexplicable radiance, dark sorcerer Amon could barely hold his staff, but marveled at what was happening and the power of the magic that would bring O Kang-woo back. After the spells he recited and the magician invested, the statues awakened as evidenced by their burning eyes. Even though they stood like statues, they still inspired fear of the apocalypse in anyone who looked at them, even in hell. The dark sorcerer Amon shouted to the Lord that all the statues had awakened and were ready to send him home. At that moment, O Kang-woo himself was thinking about the future. As he took a confident step towards the time-space continuum portal that opened up in front of him, O Kang-woo heard a sobbing sound behind him. Lilith was the one who couldn't say goodbye to him. Everyone was bawling their eyes out. Palak wiped away the man's stingy tears, and the queen wept with a dozen eyes at once. The Lord ordered the succubus queen not to roar and pull herself together. He didn't even want to turn around to comfort her. Ever in love with her master, Lilith wiped tears behind his back, and the role of a comforting vest was taken by the powerful demon Palak. The succubus queen's heart was literally jumping out of her chest as she lunged for O Kang-woo. He was scared because he realized that she wouldn't just get rid of him. A look of horror appeared on the Dark Lord's face as she ran after him. He really didn't want that. He decided not to hesitate and jumped into the portal as soon as possible. In the fog of what was happening, Kang-woo could clearly hear Lilith's desire to go with him at all costs. The succubus queen continued to scream, but the sound was becoming less and less noticeable. O Kang-woo flew to the core to go to the humans. When the distance between him and Lilith confirmed the impossibility of her landing, O Kang-woo turned around and showed an inappropriate gesture last. In a moment he was in the core. Strange thoughts tormented his head. He realized that there was no past he regretted, no future he dreamed of. O Kang-woo grinned gloatingly, not at all regretting leaving the demon world. He had a clean slate of life ahead of him, but something suddenly disturbed him. The instruments showed a nuclear crack, although the mechanism was generally functioning properly. O Kang-woo was anxious and didn't understand what was going on. The display indicated that all the measurement defense mechanisms were working properly, but O Kang-woo didn't understand what the system was saying. At the same moment, a new notification popped up that the Gaia system was overloaded. Space began to pressurize O Kang-woo, causing him to scream. The next step was the window notification of the launch of the selective compression system. O Kang-woo felt the space in his body shrinking. He felt with every atom of his body how his cells were shrinking, and it was becoming difficult for him to breathe. The guy lost any perception of reality. Sunlight shone through the closed eyelids of the King of Hell. It welcomed him into the human world in a friendly manner. Lying on the green grass and breathing in the beautiful scent of morning freshness, O Kang-woo realized that his adventure had ended successfully for him, and he had returned home. He tried to get up, but found his body aching. A holographic message in the air distracted him from his thoughts. It was a player's card. Based on the information on the card, O Kang-woo concluded that his magical talents were blocked here. O Kang-woo wailed when he saw the strange creatures that reminded him of the ones he had just escaped from. It had never been seen on Earth before, he realized, and so he was even upset, and a catch lurked in his heart. Deciding to attack the familiar foulness in one fell swoop, he raises his arm to deliver a powerful blow. The realization of the loss of his own powers was present in the Overlord here on Earth after a failed attempt to use them. The demonic strength was 10,000 demons, and it certainly wasn't enough to attack the monsters. Then O Kang-woo decided to use a different method and lashed out directly at the unclean things around him. Rising high into the sky, Kang-woo decided to test how strong his opponents were surrounded by the human atmosphere. He applied the power of the Shabnak demon in the form of a powerful blade, thus activating his accumulated knowledge and chopping the monsters into several pieces. The alert system notified Gang-yu that he had defeated an ordinary E-class goblin. The entire lawn was littered with such ordinary goblins. A message appeared in the air that his player level had been upgraded to level 4. The young man wondered where the monsters had come from on his once favorite planet. He also didn't understand what kind of game system with experience was notifying. Of course, the system only displayed statistics, but O Kang-woo began to feel much stronger after the fight. The Lord of Darkness made an urgent decision to check where the time-space continuum portal had thrown him. O Kang-woo raised his hand to gather the monster's energy information. It said that he was the Darkness King O Kang-woo with certain skills. After getting all the necessary information from the defeated demons, he realized that he knew nothing about the world around him. The system notified him that he had received 1 magi point. It must be said that it scared O Kang-woo quite a bit. An inner voice told him that if this place had a computer system from hell, it was definitely not Earth. He clutched his head. He had to endure compression in all circles of hell because his belief that he would get home exceeded his fear or even death in the universe. While the frustrated Kang Wu was thinking about his sad situation, he heard screams coming from deep within the forest. He ran to help. As the Dark Lord ran closer, he saw that a man was screaming. Using the acceleration power of the demon Valfar, he flew to the tree to try to save the screaming man. Thoughts flew through his mind. He thought back to the 10,000 years of being imprisoned in hell. Gangwu assured himself that it didn't matter what a person looked like, as long as he was a person. His inner prayers of wanting to meet a human filled the entire space. When Kang Wu flew close enough to the tree, he saw a girl surrounded by monsters. Kang Wu was horrified to find that the person screaming was none other than a human, namely a girl with a pair of eyes, arms, ears, hands, and most importantly, no tentacles. The king of hell cried with joy at seeing a human being. The monsters surrounding the girl had already come close to her and wanted to take her life. This attention surprised the monsters and they started swinging their weapons at the king of darkness. There was no hope for salvation in the girl's eyes. Astonishment was on her face when she saw Kang Wu, who was cutting up the foul creatures like toys with his magnificent fighting talents. Eliminating all the demonic entities, Kang Wu ran up to her and perplexedly looked into a pair of her beautiful human eyes. He held out his hand for her to stand up. Gangwu was still stunned that there was a real person in front of him. The beautiful girl with huge eyes and more than just shyly thanked her hero Kang Wu for saving her. The Lord, who had not held the hand of a single soul for 10,000 years, had a strange feeling. There was a pleasant, exhilarating surprise on his face. He was literally flying through the sky with happiness, but he tried not to show it. He reached for her hand again and pulled her toward him. When the girl stood up, she once again thanked the King of Darkness more cheerfully and introduced herself. Her name was Han Seol Ah. Kang Wu was speechless when she spoke to him again. The girl was scared and embarrassed. She asked him if he was okay. Dumbfounded by his joy, he pulled her towards him and made her a sudden proposal to marry him. The girl obviously did not expect such a thing. Kang Wu looked at the savior of his sullen loneliness with loving eyes and offered her to be his wife, but Han Seola didn't understand what was wrong with him. The moment an embarrassed, pinkish blush appeared on Han Seola's cheeks, the King of Darkness realized the stupidity of his behavior. He apologized and introduced himself as Kang Wu. The girl was bombarded with questions. He even asked her name again, even though he remembered it clearly. It was a pleasure to talk to a person. Han Seola was embarrassed by the Dark King's questions, but she enjoyed the conversation. She assured him that she only had one small scratch on her knee. Once again, the alarmed King of Darkness. Kang Wu wondered if she was okay and needed medical attention when suddenly the phone vibrated. Kang Wu's joy and happiness was unbounded. He clearly remembered the rectangular thing. He asked her to sit by the tree while he dressed her wound. Gangwu's mood improved noticeably. He thought about the fact that they were having a good conversation. He remembered how he had taught the demons in hell to speak Korean and even smiled. When he finished with the bandaging and assured his new acquaintance that it would be better for her, he heard her thank him for his help. Kang Wu also returned her phone to her, but suddenly, the year 2023 appeared on the screen. 5 years had passed since he had fallen into the abyss of time. The Lord suggested that Han Sola take a break for a while longer and sit under the tree until the pain subsided. He needed to find out how the monsters had come to humanity. He asked what the girl was doing in this god-forsaken place, and she replied that she was hunting monsters alone. Seol A said that she had just awakened as a player yesterday and decided to go hunting alone. She then reproached herself for this illogical act. He wondered what level she was at. She said she was at level 6 because she was a beginner. Han Seol A asked him a counter question. To himself, Kang Wu wondered if she was asking why a strong player was in this forest when his level was lower than hers. He replied that it was a coincidence. Kang Wu looked at her beauty from head to toe and was clearly embarrassed. He could understand that he hadn't seen a girl as beautiful as Han Seol-ah in a long time. The girl stood up and told him to get out of here. He wondered if her wound was bothering her, but she assured him that she was fine. Han Seol was about to go, but suddenly Kang Wu gently took her by the arms. She felt embarrassed and asked him to let her go, but Gang Yu was more persistent. Gently taking her under his arm, they walked towards the exit. In his mind, Gang Yu noted that he had initially made a mistake with his unexpected proposal. Soon the couple arrived at the entrance, and Han Seol-ah solemnly declared that this was the exit. Her eyes lit up. The King of Darkness saw the so-called exit in the form of a gate, or rather even a portal to somewhere. He realized that traveling through the rifts in the space-time continuum did not lead to Earth. He couldn't find any equipment to keep the portal open. The girl assured the brooding King of Darkness that she was feeling better, freeing herself from his strong, secure arms. She suggested not to hesitate, and they stepped through the portal together. The bright light blinded Gang Yu. Kang Wu's eyes opened wide because the bright light was replaced by a moderate light, and the transition took place. The Lord of Hell saw a man who was shouting that there was a recruitment for a group of E-class monster hunters. Nearby, the guys were sighing sadly because there was no tank. Nearby, a guy was talking to an officer and asked if he could join the group. He clearly saw that everyone has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and thus he concluded that this world is full of all kinds of people. Han Seol-ah stood behind the Darkness King's back and frankly didn't understand what he was so surprised and delighted about. Tears appeared in Kang Wu's eyes. How long had he dreamed of getting out of the underworld and being here among millions of other people? The girl hurriedly interrupted his worries. She bowed to her savior and invited him to dinner at her house. She started to make embarrassed excuses that she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to thank Kang Wu for saving her from imminent doom. At this moment, Kang Wu experienced a feeling of flying spring came to his heart after her invitation to spend time together. He reminded her that it was foolish to refuse help and offers, so he agreed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. The law enforcement officers asked the 2 of them to wait. The police officers approached the couple to check their cards. The uniformed men politely asked for identification. Gang Wu hesitated, and his companion started looking for her card. Kang Wu was scared because he didn't know what to do. He got the idea to use the skills of a Dark Lord just in time. He used the demonic power of the demon Dantalion to distort the perception of an object that made the subject of that power see what was needed to him. A demon invisible to humans clouded the officer's mind, and with eyes reddened from the pressure, he informed his partner that he had checked the card. Kang Wu cheerfully turned to Han Seol and asked him if you were going to feed me. The officer's conversation was coming from far away, and the exposed partner asked him to get ready. As she approached a tall residential building, Han Seol-ah happily announced that this was her home. Han Seol-ah also added that they will have to use the stairs instead of the elevator. The King of Darkness enjoyed what he saw. He didn't care at all about the lack of an elevator in Han Seol-ah. He was immersed in his memories. He was more cheerful than ever, and remembered the smells of freshly constructed buildings. He enjoyed the narrow flights of stairs and the cold metal railings. A gloating grin appeared on his face. He thought that of all the places on Earth he could go, he was going home to Han Seol-ah. Kang Wu was easily climbing the stairs, thinking that this was the best place in the world, and a promising start to a new life. Suddenly, Han Seol-ah was shouted out by her mom. At that moment, Gang Wu's reverie fell apart like a house of cards. He wondered why his mother had appeared in this romantic scenario. Han Seol-ah spoke to her mother, who asked where she was and if she was hurt. The Dark Lord realized that the girl had really called him for dinner. The girl turned around as if remembering her savior. She introduced him to her mother and explained that they would have dinner together. The girl's mother gratefully grabbed Kang Wu's hand. She was touched by the guy's act and felt uncomfortable not knowing how to thank him. The woman invited him into their humble abode but assured him that he would be well fed. Kang Wu was smiling. He was excited about the fact that they were going to have dinner as a family. In fact, it made him happy just thinking about what he had gone through. The woman offered her daughter Seol-ah to help set the table, which she gladly agreed to do. Seol-ah took a second to check her phone and saw many messages from her mother. The woman at that moment asked her daughter to keep in touch when she went hunting. The King of Darkness realized that the girl's smartphone could help him find the information he needed. He asked Seol-ah if he could borrow her phone, to which she agreed, and handed him a smartphone. When the Lord of Darkness picked up the smartphone, he experienced the pleasure so much he missed the joys of modern civilization. He took off his cloak, sat down at the table, and began to search. He had been in hell 5 human years ago. The news had to be from the year 2018. On February 22nd, 2018 years in the world, there was a catastrophe in the megacities, appeared strange portals through which came the evil. Weapons proved helpless soldiers were quickly turned into meat. Under U.S. leadership, a defense organization was established, which Korea joined as the 9th. The article also mentioned the mysterious first player from the USA, a girl no one knew. It was also said that factions of players have been set up around the world to take down demonic entities. Kang Wu sat at the table and immersed himself in this information. He couldn't believe his eyes. On one news portal, he managed to find a very important article, the date of which coincided with the date of his disappearance. The article talked about the emergence of the portal. Gang Yu began to understand. The demons opened the portal and he was sucked in. A voice came from the kitchen. Kang Wu was really looking forward to the food being ready. He started to thank her for the invitation, but he saw something behind her back. He couldn't believe his eyes again. His pupils dilated and his mouth drooled. He knew from the smell that it was kimchi stew. Dumbfounded by his luck, he couldn't say a word. Han Seol-ah's mom excused herself, saying that they served what they had. The Lord of Darkness cheered. With trembling hands, he grabbed the spoon and began to eat. The flavorful dish sent him straight back to his warm past. Seol-ah's mother asked her daughter to stay focused and eat well. Han Seol-ah and her mother could see how quickly and promptly the food disappeared from the plate. The women looked at him with bewilderment, for they did not know about 5 human years and 10,000 years in hell. Once in hell, the guy had a hard time. In order to survive among the demonic entities, he was forced to resemble them and consume demonic energy. Palak's viands and presences, which he graciously presented to his master, did not please him at all, because his preferences remained human. Memories came flooding back to the Dark Lord as he ate the bitterness with a delicious kimchi stew. He cried with happiness that he was on Earth. The woman and her daughter did not understand what was happening to their guest because tears were streaming from his eyes. Kang Wu tilted his head so his tears wouldn't show and sobbingly thanked them for the delicious dinner. At that moment, Seol-ah blushed and got embarrassed. She said that she was the one who should thank him. The girl asked if her savior liked the kimchi stew, and he said he did and asked for more. The woman and her daughter were very happy to please their guest. No one in their house had ever eaten kimchi stew with such gusto. Han Seol-ah brought a thermos of stew and kimchi which she placed next to the Lord of Darkness. The Lord gorged himself on the second portion and rejoiced again and again that he was home. There was a childish, naive, puppyish delight in his eyes. A sudden sound startled everyone in the apartment. A shadow appeared in the doorway. The women were more than a little frightened. The voice expressed its dissatisfaction with the strength of the door. There was a young man standing in the doorway looking slightly enraged. He started yelling at Han Seol-ah to come over to him immediately. Irritated, the stranger walked right up to Han Seol-ah and asked her why the hell she went to the gate without telling anyone. Seol-ah's face turned aggressive as she barely restrained herself from attacking the stranger. Through gritted teeth, she hissed at the stranger to leave. This sudden encounter was clearly not to her liking. The stranger was surprised at such insolence and interrogated Han Sol-a. He probably heard something else. In the next picture, Seol-ah looked more like an angry demon than a nice girl. She yelled again for Han Dae-hyun to get out. She was angry because he broke into her house without asking. The girl warned that she was a full-fledged player. Han Dae-hyun's eyes became even more perplexed, and for a second it seemed that by lowering his head he was feeling guilty. But those words only made him laugh. He mockingly asked if she was really a full-fledged player, and was surprised. The guy came close to Seol-a and her mother and started to insult them in a low and mean manner. At the same moment, he hit the wall with his fist. Shielding her mother from the threat, the girl extended her arm to respond to his flying kick. She had a decidedly unfriendly look on her face. Han Dae-hyun looked menacingly at the woman and said that his father was a weakling and died, but he didn't expect his mother to be a coward. Han Seol-ah's scream ripped through the space. She called him crazy and said that he was the one who put them in this situation. As it turned out, Sol-ah's brother didn't listen to the girl and grabbed her arm and dragged her towards the exit. He wanted to go to Andras's guild. She struggled and didn't want to go with him. Sol-a begged him to let her go and not drag her to the scum guild, but he was adamant. Squeezing her hand tightly, Dae-hyun wondered why she thought Andras's guild was scum. The girl was in terrible discomfort being grabbed by her hand because Dae-hyun was squeezing her hand hard. Suddenly, she sank her teeth into his arm and bit him hard. The blood didn't come out of his arm, but she managed to leave a bloody bite mark on his skin. At the same moment, Han Dae-hyun turned around and slapped her hard. He was angered by his sister's insolence and boldness. The girl's mother screamed when she saw her daughter falling to the floor. She was very scared of Dae-hyun. The enraged brother stood in the doorway and rolled up the cuffs on his sleeves. He couldn't afford to leave here humiliated by women. With blind rage in his eyes, he asked Han Seol if she was really sure she could survive in this new world by being a good person. He approached the shaking women closely again and offered the girl to be his offering to Andras's guild to avoid a showdown over who was stronger. Seeing the negative reaction on her face, Han Dae-hyun suggested that he would use his fists to find out who was right and made it clear that he would forcibly take the girl into the guild. Han Seol-ah's mother ran up to him and begged him not to drag her daughter into that unsafe place. She told him to take her and not his daughter. She tried to take his hand and plead for clemency for her daughter's future fate. The woman also received an unfortunate slap from Dae-hyun and fell to the floor. Han Seol-ah was frightened. The girl screamed in terror. She was afraid that something might have happened to her mom. Seol-ah crawled over to the woman but saw that she was unconscious. Han Dae-hyun said he warned her and told her not to interfere. The brother was clearly losing his temper more than he'd planned. He gritted his teeth viciously so she wouldn't piss him off. Wiping away tears from her huge and expressive eyes, Seol-ah turned to her offender in a threatening tone. He looked at her questioningly. There was a passed-out woman in the girl's arms. Dae-hyun said that her look frightened him. trying to hurt again. He reminded her that she was a low-level newbie bug, understanding nothing in this new world, and he was in the second stage of awakening. The tall and powerful Dae-hyun loomed over the defenseless girl. He wondered if she really thought she had a chance against him. Dae-hyun grabbed her face roughly and added that the only thing she had was her pretty face and that she was dumb as a cork. He added again that it was vital for her to join Andrus's guild and be watched by her elders. Han Dae-hyun heard strange sounds. He walked down the hallway hoping to calm down. He didn't expect what he saw at all. There was a question mark in his eyes. With those same eyes of his own, he saw a stranger eating kimchi stew in their kitchen. He turned disdainfully to the King of Darkness, demanding an explanation of who he was. It was as if Oh Kang-woo didn't hear the question, as he had a date with a traditional stew with kimchi. Dae-hyun insistently repeated his question to the stranger and reminded him that he wasn't in a restaurant. He called the King of Darkness a bastard who doesn't understand the importance of what's going on. Han Seol-ah was worried about her guest. Once again, disrespectfully addressing the Lord of Darkness, Dae-hyun understood that he was as if mesmerized by the flavor of the kimchi in the stew. He was perplexed by the level of insolence the stranger possessed and even scratched his reputation, not knowing what to do next. At some point, Dae-hyun couldn't stand it and broke the silence with his powers and a shout. The kimchi stew and the table flew in different directions. All the King of Darkness could see was their most coveted dish for 10,000 years being blown apart by some deranged person. Han Seol-ah covered her mouth with her palm. She was very worried and afraid that Dae-hyun would do something bad to King Oh Kang-woo of Hell. His body hung over Oh Kang-woo. He clearly, by his appearance, demanded an explanation for his insolence and desire not to hear the questions of the almost owner of this house. The King of Darkness was still reliving the parting of the kimchi stew, holding the empty spoon in the air. The table and the dish were no longer in front of him. Crying and wiping tears from her eyes, the girl turned to her guest. She didn't want him to get hurt in the battle with her crazy brother. The only thing that escaped the lips of the King of Darkness during all this madness was a hellish cry of regret that he hadn't finished his kimchi. The King of Darkness slumped to the floor, hoping that at least something had survived as Han Dae-hyun looked in his direction and didn't realize what was wrong with him. He asked Seol where she found this particular homeless man who wanted to eat so badly and was upset about the kimchi portion, to which the girl cried. At the same moment, the King of Darkness himself was in tears. Dae-hyun addressed him disrespectfully, pointing out the undeniable fact that he had no place to live. Disdainfully touching the King of Darkness with the toe of his boot, Dae-hyun suggested that he stop whining and deal like men. Suddenly, Kang-woo raised his fierce gaze to Han Seol-ah. His eyes were red with rage. When Han Seol-ah's brother saw that look, he was really scared. He had no idea why that homeless man was so angry with him. The King of Hell declared his annoyance, and in a flash turned into something horrible and visible to his opponent, a monster that crawled towards Dae-hyun to punish him for the overturned kimchi. Brother Seol-ah couldn't believe his eyes when he saw all of this and jumped back a meter. The monster, streamlined on all sides by a purple glow, wheezed menacingly toward Dae-hyun. The King of Darkness was not happy about the lost kimchi. Gritting his teeth in fear and not understanding what was going on in the room, Dae-hyun gathered all his courage into a fist and seasoned it with magic. As a result, 2 fireballs of blue flame formed in his hands, which were intended to attack the King of Darkness. Dae-hyun wondered what the stranger had transformed into and assumed that he had imagined it and that his rival was just a homeless man. Brother Han Seol-ah skillfully controlled the radiant stream of light emanating from his fist. He still realized that something was going wrong, his abilities as if his opponent's strength didn't beg for it. Han Seol-ah watched the scene in a state of panic. She shouted at Kang-woo to run away. The girl was very worried about him. But Kang-woo didn't even think of leaving until he punished the offender for his disrespectful behavior. While Kang-woo was getting up, his opponent had damaged him with magic orbs, and it made it difficult for him to get up. A triumphant Dae-hyun assured himself in the same instant that his opponent didn't possess much speed. Oh Kang-woo's eyes were red with rage. He felt the enemy approaching from his left. Gathering all his power together, the King of Darkness attacked his opponent, who screamed with rage. In the next few minutes, Dae-hyun felt like he was losing his strength, and fear covered his eyes. Clenching his teeth as hard as he could, Dae-hyun used the flame ball magic again. He put all his strength and power into his actions, but he observed that his opponent was not afraid. At the moment of hitting the windows, he maneuvered them as if playfully. With his punches, Kang-woo had knocked his interlocutor off balance. He wasn't impressed by his skills. It wasn't that Dae-hyun was weak, just that his strength wasn't enough to attack the King of Darkness. Time and time again, using various magical techniques, they both tried to put their opponent in his place. Kang-woo also had to dodge the fireballs and arch his back like never before. However, Dae-hyun lost to him significantly and once again found himself sealed into the wall or the floor. The King of Darkness didn't relax for a second and continued to deliver precise blows. Daehyun was literally bursting with rage. He let out flames without any control over his actions. The result was always to weaken him. The broken jaw and broken nose clearly showed him who had the upper hand. Lying on the floor and in pain, Daehyun wondered many times who this stranger drifter was. He spit out his blood over and over again, and eventually lost the strength to fight any further. The angry Oh Kang-woo put his foot on his head and pressed it hard against the floor. Daehyun took this action of his opponent in the most hostile way possible. He sent strong words to Kang-woo from somewhere below. Oh Kang-woo pressed down even harder. King of Hell. Oh Kang-woo appealed to his caller to stop whining like a little girl. His eyes were filled with rage as he promised that Daehyun would be held accountable for the overturned kimchi. Sol A's brother Sol A being penned into the floor, genuinely wondering why the latter was angry at him over fucking kimchi. The Lord grabbed his head and started shaking him by his hair. He asked him to repeat exactly what Daehyun had said about his favorite dish. He dragged him by the head again and again and glared at him with a cold-blooded stare. Kang-woo hissed that no one had the right to call kimchi that. Realizing that Daehyun would get even more for arguing, he started making excuses. The King of Darkness didn't plan to stop. He slammed his new girlfriend's brother's head into the floor again and again. All his demons were climbing outward to make it completely incomprehensible to his opponent how this was possible and who he was. Kang-woo demanded that he repeat the words after him. When he said the words once loudly and clearly, kimchi was to be said. When he'd say two, Daehyun had yet to respond with the food of the gods and preferably louder. Daehyun said the right phrase a few times, but not loudly or clearly enough as it seemed to the Lord of Darkness. Each time he was punished severely for it. As if he had lost his mind, Kang-woo mocked his opponent. He didn't like the way Daehyun was shouting. He hoped that after another attempt, Gang-yu would let him go. Kang-woo pressed his hand with his fingernails and suggested that he pretend it was a proposal to the woman he loved. All this time, with complete incomprehension of the situation and fear in her eyes, Seol A stood by the side. The demons within the King of Hell exulted, penetrating every cell of his opponent with hellish pain. Over and over again, Daehyun tried to utter the phrase with his teeth knocked out, but only Oh Kang-woo's anger came to him. It demanded that he muster up all his strength and shout it out with all his might. Han Daehyun then shouted the phrase he hated in his heart with a sense of tact and other trappings. It seems now the King of Darkness has calmed down, his appearance has changed to his usual one, and has lost all interest in this battle. Standing over him, he declared that he was satisfied with that answer. Oh Kang-woo stood up and stepped aside. His powerful, muscular body hung over the carcass of the enemy. The King of Darkness flashed his demonic gaze for a second more and hissed that he dare not desecrate kimchi anymore. Daehyun was almost unconsciously just trying to figure out what was wrong with this stranger and why he was so crazy. A little later, Seol A was bandaging the head of her mother who was lying on the couch. She was very worried about her health. The girl looked at her very sadly and literally sobbed. She was scared. She didn't want to move away from the couch at all, and made herself comfortable on the chair opposite. At that moment, someone in red rubber gloves was washing a plate of kimchi and wondering how he could have gotten into such a mess. In his underwear and t-shirt, Han Dae-hyun was washing dishes and thinking about who this stranger was. The King of Darkness watched him sitting on a chair. Not only did he beat him in battle and make him do the dishes, he took his clothes. There was a bruise on his face and he didn't look his best. He was so angry at that kimchi fanatic. He couldn't accept the suffering. It gave him no peace. Oh Kang-woo asked if he was worried and if he was okay. Kang-woo asked him if he was worried about the suffering he'd received after being insulted by kimchi, to which Dae-hyun shouted no. The King of Darkness looked at Han Dae-hyun without any interest, and at that moment, their gazes met. He said that Dae-hyun was throwing his life away. At that moment, he was thinking about monsters and how disgusting it was to eat them. Kang-woo remembered how he forced himself to eat the trophies from Palak and added that he had no idea how lucky he was. The King of Hell spoke sincerely. Brother Sol. A replied that he understood, but thought to himself that the stranger thought he was very cool and would soon pay for it. He also planned to report his unplanned battle to Andros of his guild, which would definitely tear the arrogant bastard to pieces. Calmly looking at the poor guy, Kang-woo turned to Dae-hyun and asked him to come over if he was done washing the dishes. Placing his palm on the surface of the broken table, Kang-woo began to say something that Dae-hyun of course guessed. "I've been thinking," he said. The King of Hell had told him honestly that he had no reason to let him live, and that there was nothing good to expect from him. Dae-hyun shuddered. He also added that the world doesn't need people like him, and he assured him that he doesn't need to worry. Gang-yu grabbed the lawless man by the chest. The demonic essence reactivated in Kang-woo's body. Its huge pupils spoke of danger to Dae-hyun. He said he wouldn't kill him. His eyes read the abyss of the cosmos, the universe, and all the most beautiful and terrible things combined. He added that if it were him, he would prefer to die. At that moment, the ground went out from under Daehyun's feet, and he literally lost his mind and didn't realize what was happening. The Lord of Darkness harnessed the power of the demon Oribus, or rather the fear-mongering demon. He turned into a three-eyed, white-haired horse with the jaws of a killer. Oribus clutched Daehyun in his arms, who was experiencing the wildest fear of his life. Brother Soul. A begged the monster not to approach him because he had never seen such monsters. Daehyun screamed and begged for help, but the demon didn't stop and insinuated terrible things into his soul. Something terrible was happening to Daehyun that he couldn't explain to himself. From the outside, it looked like Oh Kang-woo was just standing over a guy who didn't make it to the bathroom in time and fell into his own puddle. After threatening him to keep quiet about everything that happened, Kang-woo asked him to leave and Daehyun turned into a puppet. The king of hell threw him some pathetic idiot phrase and Daehyun disappeared out the door. Han Seol-ah only noticed Daehyun running away in his underwear into the entryway and gave him a surprised look. She thought about it. So Kang-woo had saved her once again, and this time he had stood up for his mother's honor. At that moment, Oh Kang-woo was on the phone and suddenly he was cursing. He remembered Daehyun's words about not having a house and money and agreed. In Kang-woo's mind, he thought that he urgently needed money. He looked very convincing. It was as if he was happy to see the information he was interested in on the phone screen. Oh Kang-woo was looking at Wikipedia about the magic stones that are extracted from monsters. The darker the stones, the higher their quality, and the stronger the monster. The King of Darkness approached Seol-ah to ask if she had such stones, and if she could show them to him if so. The girl replied convincingly, and reached into her bag to pull out her trophies. Han Seol-ah held out a rank E magic stone that she had managed to extract from the goblin in the very gate and placed it in his hand in confidence. After taking the stone in his hands and seeing it darken, Kang-woo remembered the words from Wikipedia that if a stone is dark, its quality is high. He was a little worried because he couldn't feel the magi at all. He thought about the fact that he clearly had some power in him, but it wasn't magical. Kang-woo remembered getting magic in the forest and thought that magic was inside the stones. He turned the stone in his hands. It was a slightly different kind of energy, and it was called magic. Twirling the stone in his hands, the guy wondered then where the system had gotten him 1 mage point. He returned to the conversation and complimented her trophy and thanked the girl. In his head, he was thinking of a plan to collect more stones and sell them. Recalling the incident with the police, Kang-woo asked Seol-ah where the player's activity management office was. When asked, the girl said that the main office was located at Seoul Station. Han Seol-ah said she wanted to go there too and offered to go together, to which Kang-woo looked at her in surprise and wondered why. The girl stated that because of the situation she and her mother were in, she needed to activate as a player. She held the stone in her hands and explained why she went to the gate alone. Han Seol-ah also added that it was a foolish act. She thanked her again for the life lesson she had learned, but Kang-woo hesitated. He didn't know what she was talking about. The Lord smiled sweetly and said he just wanted to help good people like her. She didn't know that he hadn't met a single living soul in the last 10,000 years. It turns out that he found an angel in Han Seol-ah the moment she shared her plans, that she wanted to learn and move on to the second stage of awakening. Mentally, he was talking to himself and realized that he couldn't help her, so once again smiling, he just added that she should do a good job. He suggested not to lose a minute and move out on the road, to which the girl asked for some time to pack. Watching her from the side, Kang-woo realized that because of her poor training, his effectiveness might be questionable. It was hard for him to accept it. Kang-woo realized that she could cause him various difficulties, so he decided to regain his strength first. Gang-yu walked to the window. He thought that if he was able to return from hell after such a long time, he would be able to rise stronger. He remembered how much power he had in hell. His eyes glowed red. The girl distracted him from his thoughts by asking if he had any documents with him. He said it would be a good idea to go to the district administration first. Oh, Kang-woo was holding a brand new ID card in his hands. He managed to get it quite quickly. Together with Han Seol-ah, they went down to the subway and rode towards Seoul Station. The migration office prepared this card very quickly in one day. He was surprised because the dispatcher of this service didn't quite understand what the problem was. Kang-woo hesitated, but he reported that everything was fine. He wondered to himself that no one had reported him missing. Already on the subway, he looked sadly at the card and thought again that no one had missed him. His head was tormented by the thought that in 5 long years, not a single soul, not a single buddy, had asked where he was. He was alone. While he was choking on Palak's trophies in the form of various demons so that he would have the strength to return home, not a living soul inquired. At this moment, the pain of loneliness that had haunted him before Han Seol-ah appeared was evident in his eyes. Hanseol-ah distracted him from his bad thoughts and suggested he look somewhere. The King of Hell looked up. He looked very upset. One could even say frustrated and trampled. They were arriving. Outside the window, the most beautiful futuristic buildings of the player's activity management office appeared. These structures mesmerized everyone present. Seol-ah wondered if he liked the views. Oh Kang-woo blurted out that it was very beautiful. He hastily tucked the documents into his pocket and continued to look at the brightly colored, fanciful buildings. Kang-woo thought to himself that things would be different from now on. He again assured the girl that he was very impressed with what he had seen before exiting the subway car. The couple arrived at the Players Association, which was the central office that handled all participant matters. The delight of the scale of the architecture was overwhelming his mind. He even thought and compared to himself that the Incheon airport was smaller. Han Seol-ah handed Kang-woo her old cell phone. She assured him that it had Wi-Fi and that they would be in touch. Seol-ah's sweetness and generosity almost made the King of Darkness cry. He thanked her. The girl chirped that she had to run to the entrance briefing. Kang-woo replied that he'd be going soon, but they'd be in touch. Afterwards, Han Seol-ah offered to have dinner together because she probably realized she was here for a long time. Satisfied with the offer, Oh Kang-woo agreed and thought to himself that luck was on his side. He told the girl to take care of herself and headed towards the Players Association building. He was very impressed by the size of this building and its overall functionality. Everything had been thought out down to the smallest detail. Some of the players he met were dressed in special costumes, and most importantly, each one was different. He thought that roles in this world were not secondary. The Lord of Darkness walked over to the ID card reader. The thing was supposed to give him a ticket to the reception. Kang-woo inserted his card and it identified him as player Oh Kang-woo with a ticket number of 18. This ticket had to be presented at the selection hall. At this moment, 2 blue stripes appeared on the ticket, which surprised Oh Kang-woo a little and he got nervous. The system once again notified him to present his ticket in the selection hall, and the signage bars lit up brightly to escort him to the selection committee office. Oh Kang-woo settled into a seat in test room 09 and listened to the conversations of the players around him. 2 players were talking to each other about the rank they had been assigned in the first selection, and one told the other that he had been assigned rank D, which is pretty good. They also discussed some Baek Kang-hyun and Cha Young-ju who had exorbitant ratings. Oh Kang-woo was already checking something on his phone when both players stated between themselves that they still had a long way to go to reach the level of these players. Next, he found information that these people were guild masters and were given the S rank in the first selection. The lucky ones with this rank were invited to join any of the 5 guilds. Kim Jae-hyun Cha-young, Ju Baek, Kang Hyun-jung, Hyun Ju Min-hyuk represented Mir, Scarlet Rose, Hanul Sanarai, and Onuri, according to the internet. The King of Darkness thought that he could not avoid meeting the leaders of these guilds after fully recovering his strength. Feeling his power, he longed to regain it all in order to be ready for a duel with the best of the best. He thought that if he checked in with the players, his strength would return faster. Suddenly, the system alerted him that it was his turn. The girl at the entrance to the selection committee told him to sit at the teller's desk. At the desk, the polite teller asked him his name, which he confirmed. She entered some data into the electronic logbook and continued. The employee of the center asked to put his palm on a special ball that will determine the strength and will be colored in the color of the corresponding rank. She added that the darker the color, the higher its rank. Gang Yu was a little upset and wondered what if the balloon showed the highest rank. He placed his hand on the snow-white ball, waiting for his cards to be revealed. The sphere began to absorb space as he thought, and the power of the light was blinding him. For a moment, he thought he was going to get caught, and the teller would figure out his real strength. She turned to him. He didn't even want to open his eyes because he felt like he was in serious trouble now. The girl turned to him again and told him that he had an F rank. Kang Woo was stunned by what she said because he expected him to have the highest level available. The girl asked him to take his palm off the ball. She kindly offered to help Oh Kang Woo and began to tell him things he needed to know. At this moment, Kang Woo was thinking about the fact that even though his strength sealed F rank, it was too little for him. The teller said that he would first have a rank E player card for gates rank E and below. She also said that higher gates can be accessed with an escort. Oh, Kang Woo thought for a second about Palak, who would clearly be furious at this news. The King of Darkness looked at her tiredly and asked what he needed to do to get his rank increased. To this, the girl replied that he needed some training on the basic course for promotion. That's what Han Seol-ah was doing right now. She added that in order to increase rank faster, it was necessary to find magic stones. Gang Yu thought that was a good way. The King of Darkness informed the dispatcher that he understood and was about to get up, but she asked him to wait for the player card. The girl also suggested that he register for the basic course training for promotion, to which Kang Woo dryly said that it was fine. She thought he was shocked by his rank. Unfortunately, she didn't know the real reason she thought he might be killed by monsters, and it was better for him to surrender. Suddenly, she noticed that the color of the balloon began to change and darken before her eyes. She wondered, but soon decided that the balloon must be ruined. As soon as the dispatcher put her hand near the balloon, it burst into two pieces. Not realizing what was going on, she hurriedly took her hand away from the balloon, which exuded the smell of smoke. The girl thought that even a player from rank S had a dark gray color. The dispatcher hurriedly went to the administrator to change the crystal ball. She couldn't believe what she saw. The crowd on the streets of the city was actively circulating offers for players. Some needed a damager, some needed a mage, and even a rogue was looking for a group and getting rejected. Most people were looking for healers and players of D rank and above. Bandit tried his luck once again, but was once again rejected. Oh, Gangwoo heard them shouting about taking everyone, but the bandits stayed away. He didn't understand why. Just as the teller had promised, his card said he had an E rank. He thought it was none of his business to find out why brigands were not favored. The policeman scrutinized his card and informed him that he could pass. Oh Kang-woo was inside the portal at the edge of the forest, and there wasn't a single soul near him. He was a little afraid he'd end up in hell again. He didn't like the teleporting things. They made him uncomfortable and scared him. He first started looking around for a couple monsters. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind with a hey sound. The King of Darkness turned and looked at the stranger seriously. He hadn't expected to meet anyone at his first operation at all. A player of imposing size stood directly above him and glared at him with his huge eyes, calling him brother. The formidable stranger asked if he was alone here, to which he replied in the affirmative. He also asked if he had any desire to awaken. Someone turned to the player and said that they were ready. Oh, Gangwoo blurted out that he wasn't ready to wake up yet. The stranger smirked and informed Kang-woo that he looked like a green rookie. He also suggested that he team up because his rank was low and didn't hunt alone. Oh, Kang-woo listened with interest to the stranger, who added that if he didn't want to join, then he could just travel with them. In a flash, a girl behind the big man's back screamed that he had no right to invite a stranger without consulting the team. They started complaining. The formidable dork rebuked them and reminded them that they were obliged to protect him since he was in a dire situation. He offered to divide his magic stones among the team, but to take them with him. At this moment, Gang-yu thought he had met a good person, but he still refused the offer, choosing to hunt alone. The player extended his hand to him and told him that the team was fine with it, and they needed to get acquainted as soon as possible. He gave his name as Kang Dae-soo. The player also asked the King of Darkness what his name was. He was curious and eager to know the daredevil's name. Oh, Kang-woo dryly announced his name. He thanked me again for the invitation and said that he wasn't going to join the group. Kang-woo's new buddy replied with a laugh. While formidable, he was still young at what the King of Darkness was surprised by. Dae-soo took out his card, which showed the year 1999. The Dark King wondered what could have happened in 5 years. He told Han Dae-soo that he was grateful for the invitation to join their group, but that he would decline because he had other plans. The team looked at the King of Darkness with bewilderment and incomprehension. Dae-soo was upset and said that if the newcomer insisted, he didn't need help. He asked Oh Kang-woo to be careful, as these lands belong to the goblins, and there is one very healthy and powerful hobgoblin among them. He explained to Gang-woo what this goblin looked like and said that he was the boss and was many times stronger than the rest of the land. He told him to run away if he met him. Kang-woo smiled. He thought to himself that Kang Dae-soo was indeed a good man. He thanked him for the warning. Dae-soo's team headed deep into the forest, while Oh Kang-woo wondered what could happen to him if he really was a rank F player. He looked after them and even thought that he could travel with them and feel more secure. Gang-yu began to roll up his sleeves as if preparing for a serious battle. He continued to adjust his clothes and began to take steady steps toward the forest thicket. Going in only a few meters deep, he saw the footprints of goblins, of which there were many on the ground. He quickly found these goblins, who had settled in the clearing in defensive positions, as if waiting for someone to attack. Kang-woo suddenly burst into their company to attack them and do his first official battle with the otherworld's undead. The King of Darkness triumphantly shouted bingo, not expecting an attack because he was used to being afraid of him and not the other way around. He swooped down on the crooked-toothed monster at the most unexpected moment, and it was obvious how his opponent was literally taken aback by what was happening. Oh Kang-woo saw that most of them were as prepared as possible for battle, and this only made him more excited. The ferocious-nosed goblins were hungry for his life. Waving the blade of their weapons, they approached the King of Darkness. Again and again, Kang-woo struck the monsters with his powerful fists, knocking the ground out from under their feet and letting them know that he was not afraid at all. With the help of the immense strength anchored in his body, he began to deliver tactical blows to overwhelm the goblins' abilities. All the monsters had to do was shriek and scream with anger and rage, because it was almost impossible to keep track of Oh Kang-woo's movements on the battlefield. His eyes burned with a furious red fire as he flew through the air to strike another decisive blow and show the monsters who was in charge. The monsters of the netherworld fought with all their might, and horrible sounds came out of their mouths, but it did not help them to harm the King of Darkness at all. The goblins swooped down on the King of Darkness. They were eager to bid him farewell. Using all his power and battle magic skills, O Kang-woo cut off the monsters' heads one by one. The goblins collectively tried to attack Gang Yu from different directions, but it was all to no avail because the Darkness King's combat training was top-notch. The monsters looked at the King of Darkness with the frightened eyes of beaten puppies. Kang-woo addressed them with a sneer that there were quite a few of them left and started neutralizing the goblins again. The Lord of Hell was so confident on the battlefield and throwing the heads of monsters across the field that he didn't even notice how the battle was almost over. He looked at the breathless bodies of the goblins with a sneer and thanked them for the treat. After a while, fatigue crept into his body, and then he managed to look around and realize that there was no one else on the field. The field was simply strewn with dozens of decapitated goblin bodies. O Kang-woo thought to himself that it was very risky to fight alone against such a large number of foul beasts. An alert system appeared in the air. He defeated the E-rank goblins and gained certain experience points and also increased his level by 4 and gained 1 mage point. O Kang-woo grabbed the lifeless body of one goblin. He thought about the fact that he knew what to do with it because he didn't find any mages in the magic stones. He looked at the lifeless body of the monster and wondered how he could get his hands on the coveted mage. After activating the power of the Devourer, which was evidenced by the purple fire more reminiscent of fangs, Kang-woo took a breath. He closed his eyes for a second and felt a rush of magic in his body. How much he missed it, and he seemed to know at that moment that he would soon have as much magic as he wanted. On the field, Kang-woo guessed that the magicians were not coming from his body, not from magic stones, but from something more primitive. He decided that the mage's power came from the bodies of slain monsters because it was from between their broken ribs that the blue glow emanated. Realizing that the number of mages differed from the time they left their bodies, he concluded that he needed to eat their fresh, recently killed body. After Kang-woo finished his meal with the goblins, the system notified him that he had received 2 mage points. He was happy about this now that he knew where to get the stones to sell. There was no limit to his joy. He had found a way to get mages. Examining the bones of the monsters he had eaten, he noted that it was important to remember to collect the stones before leaving. When O Kang-woo was collecting the stones in a linen bag, he was only thinking about how much chicken he could buy if he sold the stones. In a moment, it even seemed to him that this action resembled the process of pulling pieces of meat off a chicken. After thinking about it, O Kang-woo's appetite had been whetted, and before his eyes were no longer goblins, but a fragrant chicken. Kang-woo thought it would be nice to eat it with Han Seol-ae. He imagined how kind and cute she would be as she held out her leg to him, and he licked his lips. He was picking up the remaining stones and thinking about how happy he would be to have fried chicken in sweet and sour sauce with radishes, when suddenly something distracted him. The King of Hell looked warily to the side, expecting to see someone coming into the clearing. He saw a huge goblin monster looming over him and realized that it was exactly what Han Tai-su was talking about, a hobgoblin. The fierce eyes of the boss of the defeated goblins looked directly at Kang-woo, and his mouth was filled with incomprehensible sounds that clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with the situation. Kang-woo couldn't believe his eyes. The goblin in front of him was clearly using magic to attack. The King of Darkness wasn't prepared for this turn of events, and the frozen surprise on his face testified to that. He stood in front of this huge and ugly creature and was not perplexed as to how it could use magic. Although O Kang-woo stood in a defensive stance ready to attack the monster, he also didn't understand how the goblin could command magic. In a moment, he thought about the fact that if the goblin could use his magic skills, then perhaps he should remember his fighting abilities. Observing the goblin's actions, Kang-woo concluded that its magical ability capacity was much higher than his opponent's and should use destructive power. The hobgoblin's eyes were filled with rage and a desire to destroy O Kang-woo. He was clearly aware that he was alone without his retinue, and his distress was accompanied by shouts and growls. The angered monster came at O Kang-woo with a cleaver made of the most powerful steel. In a flash, the monster tried to attack him with its heavy weapon, but Kang-woo was able to get away. At first, using only his natural strength, he tried to keep away from the blades that were ready to cleave his head at any moment. But the goblin's magical abilities allowed this monster to throw him back 10 meters. The goblin again made a confident move to take his life. O Kang-woo realized that he couldn't cope with natural strength, since this hobgoblin weighed almost a full ton. Again and again he dodged the nimble blows of the powerful goblin boss, trying to save his skin with wits and pirouettes in the air. His opponent didn't give him the slightest opportunity for respite and tried to attack from different directions. Kang Wu fell to the ground from the blows of his weapons, but got up again to defend himself. For a moment, he wondered if his stats were not up to the level where the goblin's recoil wouldn't be as strong. Kang Wu was examining the hobgoblin in order to determine its weakness, in order to strike a precise tactical strike and defeat the monster. However, the hobgoblin did not give up hope and continued to paw the ground in fury at which the King of Darkness was dodging. Although Kang Wu dodged and was still alive, he was very tired, once again falling to the ground. At one moment, Kang Wu realized that his opponent had very powerful fists that were not good for him at all. He also realized that the hobgoblin was indeed the boss. The goblin demolished everything in his path with his axe that split the trees in two. Moving across the field in order to survive, Kang Wu thought that the goblin's actions were insane, as he was destroying his own domain, and all of his subordinates were already in the other world. Fiercely glaring at his opponent, Kang Wu assured that he would only be his prey. The hobgoblin flashed his fangs as if accepting an invitation to a serious battle. Behind him could be seen the vast amount of bones and skulls of his goblin troop who were no longer alive. For a split second, a look of bewilderment appeared in the goblin's eyes. He didn't quite understand how an ordinary man could deal with dozens of goblins prepared for a surprise attack. Kang Wu shouted at him that he was caught and used his weapon in the form of something sharp clearly meant for the hobgoblin. He decided that he would release all of his anger as well as the destructive power that was contained within him. Kang Yu clenched his hand into a fist. Utilizing the magical power of the demon crockle and the power of rage, he once again rushed into battle to overthrow his opponent. He decided that he would not direct the power of rage at himself, but would inspire the goblin. At that moment, a terrifying demon with huge fangs and turquoise burning eyes hovered over the goblin's head. The incomprehensible goblin only had to make strange noises in anticipation of the uncontrolled state that would lead to his imminent death. One could see the power filling his entire body. It was also reflected in his burning demon eyes. He struck sharply, but into the void. Kang Wu was jubilant that he had managed to combine demonic power together with the power of rage, and thus throw the hobgoblin off balance. One after another, the goblin's ferocious movements tried to strike Kang Wu's body, but didn't even come close to reaching him. He tried to attack him from the air and so on, but the axe in his hands was more like a glowing toy that was no longer necessary to be afraid of. Watching his opponent and his actions, Kang Wu realized that there was more to this special power than just impressive damage. The monster had to pay for this power by not being able to control his movements when he attacked. He swung his weapon again and again, but to no avail. Another attempt to chop the ground with his blade failed. His body no longer obeyed him. He roared fiercely. It was enough for Kang Wu to just step aside and not prevent the goblin from fighting himself because the power was to lose his sanity. He looked contentedly at his opponent who had stopped thinking straight and was mindlessly attacking the air and the ground. At the moment of another strike, Kang Wu concluded to himself that it was much easier to dodge such an uncontrollable force. He also noticed that the goblin's weaknesses were presented to him as if on a platter, because he couldn't defend them when he wasn't in control of his actions. What could not be said about the battle tactics of the King of Darkness, whose blows became more technical and thoughtful. In a moment, he tactfully nudged the goblin boss, and he fell to his knees, badly hurting his knee. The goblin still believed that victory would be on his side and waved his weapon in different directions. Having his battle strategy and dodging the reckless movement of his blade in the air to avoid losing his head, Kang Wu was feeling the tides. The Lord of Darkness unleashed his magical skills and delivered a deafening and decisive blow to his opponent. Inhuman blood gushed from his wounds. With a sigh of relief when his opponent's weightless carcass collapsed to the ground and no longer showed any signs of life, Kang Wu thought for a moment. He found it sad to win like this when his strength and he were in unequal proportions. He longed for more power and experience from this battle. Kang Wu realized that it would have been much easier for him to take down all of the evil beasts if he had been prepared and equipped with his former strength. A system notification hung in the air. It said that he had won a single victory over a goblin lair and defeated a hobgoblin. It gave him a 150% bonus and unlocked a second awakening. Also, the system reported the acquisition of a special skill of the second awakening consisting of getting more magi when applying the power of the devourer. Kang Wu approached the defeated body of his opponent to test his special devourer skill with giving out more magi. After activating the devourer's power that emitted a blue-violet glow in the form of tongues of flame and fangs, Kang Wu began to get rid of the evidence. The system notified him of the activation of an overwhelming sense of hunger, allowing him to gather more magi than usual. The purple smoke thickened. The King of Hell cried out as he felt that there was a lot more magic and it was easier to get it from monsters. The mages had increased by 3 levels, making a total of 19 units. He concluded that the stronger the other worlder was, the more coveted magic he received. He wondered how his new power would feel. The player closed his eyes to feel his power reserves. He concentrated, but quickly opened them in surprise. According to his calculations, his strength should have doubled, but his senses told him 3. Kang Wu was extremely surprised by his statistics. He didn't understand how this could happen and even speculated that such a jump could be dangerous. Suddenly it hit him. He realized that the power that was restraining Manhwa was beginning to weaken. It was affecting all the characteristics. The Overlord was trying to figure out in his head why the power holding this element was starting to give up and how it might be affecting his stats. It seemed to him that raising his rank couldn't affect the power holding Mahjong's seal. With the improvement of his performance here as a player, he will be able to get rid of the seal, limiting his power, which will come back to him. This news pleased him because he wanted to be as powerful as he was in hell. His eyes lit up with a bright red demonic glow. Rising up from the ground after another meal by the foul creatures, Kang Wu decided to go to the gate with a higher rank at all costs to obtain the maximum mage. Gathering all the remaining magic stones left after the battle with the goblins that were coveted in the human world, Kang Wu hurriedly hid some of them. Twirling the largest stone he had gotten after a fair fight with the hobgoblin, he set himself the goal of reaching the third awakening at level 20. After hunting and returning to the human world, Kang Wu went to dinner with Han Sol-ah at a place that is famous for its succulent chicken in a variety of sauces. Back on the battlefield, when Kang Wu didn't know if he would be able to defeat the goblins, he had imagined this chicken, and now he and his battle friend could savor the flavor. The King of Darkness was savoring every bite of chicken and radish with a good sip of fresh beer. The foam was so good in his stomach after eating all sorts of alien creatures that Kang Wu just gave in to the temptation and did not part with the massive mug. He declared that this chicken was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted, and he was drooling. Han Seol-ah shared his enthusiasm, but was genuinely surprised at how easy it was to please her new friend. It was enough to pile on a good portion of kimchi or wings, and he was good to go in no time. Looking him straight in the eye, a slightly embarrassed Han Seol-ah wondered if this chicken was tastier than the kimchi she was making for him. Kang Wu was even a little annoyed. How could one compare flavorful kimchi and crispy chicken? There was no clear winner in this difficult struggle. In Kang Wu's mind, the leg was lying next to a good portion of kimchi, and he wasn't surprised at all. He was about to make excuses to the girl when she said laughingly that she was joking with him. She also called the King of Darkness funny, which made his face take on a pinkish blush. The girl carefully offered him her piece of chicken, and with the help of special tongs transferred the chicken to his plate. An embarrassed and clearly unequal Seol-ah wished him a pleasant appetite and looked at him with pleading eyes. The girl decided to ask Kang Wu if he had any family relatives, or at least friends. The King of Darkness took another impressive sip of beer. It was as if he were pulling and holding the pause, searching for the right answer. The next moment he coldly placed the mug on the table and answered dryly, "No, soul." I could observe at this moment that something had obviously changed dramatically in his mood. He looked away sadly and added that he had no friends or family. Seol-ah asked him where he was going to spend the night. Kang Wu replied that he honestly didn't know. He began to reassure the girl that he would be fine and would not be lost. A look of surprise froze on Kang Wu's face. He hadn't expected such generosity and kindness. He asked in return if they would be burdened by his visit. The girl looked gratefully into Kang Wu's eyes and assured him that after all he had done for her and her mother, finding him was an honor and a reward for them. He smiled. He was very pleased with this attitude from Han Seol-ah and her little family. He thanked the girl for the hospitable gesture. Kang Wu, handing her the instruments, literally touched her hand gently and quietly said that he relied and trusted her completely. Han Seol-ah smiled back and quietly said that she was counting on him too. At this moment, she was very embarrassed. She looked fondly at Kang Wu once more, and thought that all these acts of protection and responsibility were so much like him. She felt a warmth spreading through her chest. When Kang Wu remembered something, he went into his pocket and said he wanted to give it to Han Seol-ah and her mother. The King of Darkness placed the package on the table and said that it contained approximately 3 million won. The girl was surprised. She didn't expect such a surprise and didn't understand what was wrong. Kang Wu told Han Seol-ah to take the money as a housing payment, but the girl flatly refused to accept such a generous gift. She felt that Kang Wu had helped her and her mother a lot, and if she took the money, it would be wrong. She frowned at the awkwardness of the situation. Kang Wu insisted. He assured Han Seol-ah that she cares and spends a lot on him, and if that money isn't for housing, then let him consider it as food money for everyone. After his persuasive words, she still took the envelope and tears of emotion appeared in her eyes. She thanked Kang Wu many times for his support and clutched the envelope to her chest. She immediately added that she would go to the department store tomorrow to buy food for the flavorful kimchi. Oh Gangwoo, of course, agreed to the idea. The soul of the King of Darkness rejoiced and cried with happiness. He vowed to bring many stones to make her happy by all means. In the meantime, Oh Kang-woo asked the satisfied Han Seol-ah if she knew where the D-rank gate was nearby. The girl thought for a moment, but after 5 seconds she said that she knew one, but she had never been there. She added that the gate was inhabited by ogres. After receiving the information, Kang-woo grabbed a piece of the remaining chicken and began to eat it with gusto. He reasoned that he would have to find the gate tomorrow and pay a visit to the ogres. Han Seol-ah graciously offered her brother's former room for the King of Darkness. He went inside with the girl and sat down on the bed. He thanked the girl for her hospitality and added that thanks to her he could now rest and regain his strength. Seol-ah turned off the light, and Oh Kang-woo stared at the moonlight seeping through the fabric of the curtains for a long time. The Lord of Hell lay down on the bed and thought that he had not experienced such softness and comfort in 10,000 years. His eyelids slowly grew heavy and drooped, and he enjoyed being on a comfortable feather bed with a soft pillow. Going to the gate in the morning, he saw a huge crowd. The representatives of the gaming estates were looking for players of C rank and above, and were offering a quick awakening of the 3rd level. Kang-woo listened to the bandit who had always been rejected. He begrudgingly asked for something and promised to be useful, but was again refused. Gang-yu wondered why. Presenting his card to enter the gate, Kang-woo felt pity for a second for the player he didn't want to take, but later decided it was none of his business. After checking his documents, he quickly entered the portal and disappeared. He couldn't devote time to the problems of others because he had clear goals that he couldn't be distracted from. Soon he found himself on the other side of the portal. Gang-yu looked around. He decided that it would be better to move quietly in an area he didn't know. After activating the power of silence, Kang-woo continued to advance deep into the forest with slow, cautious steps. There was a strange, unfamiliar sound not far from the portal that alerted the King of Darkness. He assumed it was probably ogres. He remembered what he had been told about ogres by Han Seol-ah. They don't have good eyesight and are sensitive to sounds. If a few ogres spot an outsider, the whole horde will soon rush to the aid of their tribesmen. Oh, Gang-woo suddenly flew into the field where several ogres were waiting for their prey. He attracted their attention with his spectacular and unexpected appearance. He was pleased with his quick success in finding monsters. His eyes burned with the familiar red demonic fire, and he was jubilant. Oh Kang-woo also remembered that his battle friend had mentioned fire and that the ogres were afraid of it. For this reason, people with fire-type mage skills were welcome to enter this gate. Without a moment's thought, he activated Andress's demon hellfire power and swiftly flew at the ogres. With his battle magic skills, Kang-woo directed streams of hellfire at the monsters, literally burning their scales. The ogres clearly didn't expect this person to use powerful firepower against them. They growled viciously and tried to attack Oh Gang-woo. There was annoyance on their faces because they could not control the demonic flames. You could say they were burning alive. Andress's demon flames spread across the field, burning everything in its path. There was no escape. Kang-woo didn't even have to do anything. His attraction of demonic fire alone was enough to topple the monsters. He stood to the side and watched what was happening. He was well aware that the demonic power he had activated was subject only to powerful magic. There was no other way to stop the flames. Hellfire also had one feature in that it burned life energy rather than the monster's body itself, which could be absorbed. For a second, the King of Darkness remembered Han Tai-hyun, the annoying, arrogant brother of Han Seol-ah of the Andress Guild he boasted so much about. Kang-woo used the power of the Devourer to get even with the rest of the monsters and absorb their bodies. He concluded that if Tai-hyun made him angry again, he would just kill him. Oh Gang-woo, who was in the middle of his thoughts, hardly noticed the intruders approaching. He suddenly looked back. He was surrounded by a horde of cannibals who witnessed Gang-yu eating their relative. The fierce eyes of one of the bulkiest glittered with the desire to take the life of the King of Darkness as soon as possible. With absolute calmness in his mind, Oh Kang-woo looked at them over his shoulder with a smirk. They didn't yet realize what awaited them in the next few seconds. Reactivating Andress's demonic power and his all-consuming hellfire, Kang-woo directed it at the remaining ogres in the formation. Without distracting himself from the main task of activated Devourer power, he noticed that the crowd of ogres was harder to deal with as they were loud. He just stood back and watched once again as the netherworld was deprived of the gene pool of cannibals that the other players feared so much. The system notified Oh Gang-woo that his level had increased by 1 unit. He noted that Marryok's characteristic had its own peculiarities. Gang-yu concluded that the higher his level became, the more effort he would have to put into training. That wasn't enough. He thought about it. He thought he should look for bigger mobs than these. He heard someone calling him from behind. Kang Wu turned around to see who had called him. He didn't expect that there would be anyone else here besides him and the eaten ogres. He was knee-deep in the swamp when the strangers came closer. They said that even though he was a newcomer, judging by his uniform, they were still inviting him to hunt with them. Kang Wu inquired about the guild, and the boldest and clearly the leader of the guild proudly announced that they were representatives of Andras. The stranger's face was clearly proud of what he had said. He smiled broadly and cheerfully, already knowing what kind of arrogant jerks he was messing with for a second. Kang Wu rolled his eyes and further said that he wasn't interested in the invitation. Kang Wu came out from the backside of the swamp and muttered something to himself as he headed in the opposite direction of the strangers. Kang Wu's abrupt reply clearly didn't please the Andras Guild players. Their leader's face was clearly twisted with anger. Plus, his partners were saying that he couldn't just let him go. Andras decided that since he disrespected their invitation, they would beat him to a pulp. They were glad. At last, they would have a chance to catch their breath. Clenching his fists as hard as he could, the leader of Andras decided he would teach this newcomer a good life lesson. Kang Wu continued his hunt. With the help of the Hellfire Demon Andras, he killed more than a dozen more ogres. When the last ogre had been dealt with, Kang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He was pleased with the results of the hunt today. He knew that by now there were no more ogres left in the area, and those hiding from imminent doom would not venture out. Kang Wu thought that it would be better for him to focus on leveling up instead of catching the same monsters. The King of Darkness again heard someone dismissively calling him from his right side. He turned his head and looked with interest. The stranger's voice stated that being a more experienced player, he was just keeping tabs on Kang Wu. The King of Darkness recognized that voice when the Andras figures appeared right in front of him. The leader of Andras's company claimed he had every right to track how the newcomer was hunting. He smirked. Kang Wu thought that losing control was the most unnecessary thing, so he calmly replied, after catching his breath, that he was worried for nothing and that he was fine with his skills. Andras's leader wouldn't stop. He said that all he saw was a newcomer dressed in fancy clothes and no dead ogres around. Kang Wu, who had just ended the lives of at least 10 ogres, calmly replied that he was currently resting after a difficult battle. The Andras man clearly liked to bully the newcomers. He began to accuse Kang Wu of statutory disrespect for his elders, to which he received a sharp reply that his chatter was annoying. Andras's representatives were clearly not in a friendly mood. This was evidenced by the insults directed at the newcomer, Kang Wu. Kang Wu looked at the swollen veins on the guild leader's face with a sneer. He questioned him if he really wanted to fight. The angry player literally tried to pounce on Kang Wu with his weapon, but his path was blocked by someone's strong arm. The bully from Andras tried to talk some sense into Ho Jun, the name of the man who had stopped the madness. The stranger told him to calm down. Threats came out of his mouth one after another. He was eager to punish the newcomer for his insolence and teach him a lesson in obedience. He looked at Kang Wu fiercely and threatened him again that he would be in trouble because he had attacked him. Kang Wu thought about the meaninglessness of his actions. The King of Darkness was not left out. He was also pissing the Andras man off with his nonchalant calm and smile. The Andras man still drew his sword and tried to attack Kang Wu so much his ego was hurt. He was only scaring Kang Wu with his action. When he calmed down a bit, he asked mysteriously if the King of Darkness knew that ogres were sensitive to sound. Kang Wu looked at his attempts to intimidate him without any interest. He knew exactly what to do in this case. The jerk from Andras once again swung his weapon at something heavy to create the most unpleasant sounds possible. Kang Wu grinned to himself and called him a softie. The King of Darkness didn't feel like fighting at all. His concentration was only on leveling up. He watched this circus calmly and without even moving. His opponent shouted that someone was coming and ordered magical barriers to be set up. His partners began to build a defense for them. Hiding under the protective magical dome, the Andrasovian shouted to Kang Wu that he would love to see how he would get away with it, since there were many ogres. He asked Kang Wu if it was too much for him as a rookie and laughed and continued that he would protect him if Kang Wu kneeled down and apologized right now. The bully couldn't see that Kang Wu was smiling gloatingly at this moment because his back was turned to him. Suddenly, when all the Andrasians were gathered in a pile under the protective dome, he spoke. He was very curious to see what they had in store for him. The idiot from Andras was still going on. He didn't understand why the newcomer was calm and unafraid, because if this dome of protection wasn't here, he would surely shit himself. He told him that if Kang Wu wanted to do something, let him do it because now was the time. Kang Wu opened his palms and started activating something. Kang Wu's eyes stopped being human again. He flew into the air and activated something with a gloating grin. The Andras man's words echoed to him. Calling forth a powerful force of sound, Kang Wu flew upwards. The power was so powerful that the ogres would rather go back to hell than be here. The surprise on Andras's guild representatives' faces was impossible to hide. They frankly didn't understand how the newcomer had such strong combat skills. The magical ability of the power of sound not only annoyed the ogres but also removed any little to no defense from the guild members. The bully started yelling at the top of his voice that Oh Kang-woo is a psychopath and that he should stop now. Oh Kang-woo, approaching the Andrasians and pulling the dome off of them, smiled and said he was right. The face of the once brave representative of the Andras Guild, who was the reason for this mess, you could tell that he was very scared. The Andrasovians tried to keep their formation under the dome, but a terrible fear overtook their minds and they lost their defenses. The ogres, who had come at the sounds of hell and could not control their ferocity, emerged from the swamp and moved purposefully toward the dome. Andras's players, who moments ago had been flaunting their levels and skills, shook with fear as the ogres came close to the dome. The guild girl, surprised by the scene, said wistfully that she had never seen anything like it, and the bully ordered her to hold the dome's defenses. The leader wailed at Oh Kang-woo that he was completely insane and clearly wanted everyone to forfeit their lives here from the clutches of these cannibals. Kang-woo, who had been sitting in the tree all this time, turned to the Andras man with a sneer and asked him a clarifying question about the Ludo Eater's sensitivity to sound. He told his opponent with a winning smile that he was well aware of this. With that, the huge horde of ogres were getting closer and closer to the dome, hoping to eat Andras's green players. The protective dome that the guild members had hoped for was cracking at the seams, and it was no longer possible to hold the defense. Andras shouted that Gang-yu wanted to kill everyone. The bully shouted at the top of his voice that Oh Kang-woo wasn't at home since he decided to send them all to the other side. Kang-woo calmly assured the raging fury and indignation of the enemy surrounded by ogres that he had no plans to die today. He activated the power of silence and, gloating with his red eyes, added that they would all die, but not him. Ogres flocked to the magical protective dome from all directions and even from the trees next to Kang-woo. No one noticed him. For a moment, the Andras man seemed to realize why he was invisible to the ogres. He mumbled something about the power to control sound and plunged into the battle. Kang-woo was still standing on the tree branch, not worried at all that the monsters might attack him. He didn't feel threatened at all. At the same moment, his opponent, the very bully from Andras with eyes full of terror, realized all the mystery of what was happening. The protective magic dome had practically fallen, and monsters could enter the sphere as if it were their home. The leader from Andras's guild was shouting at his partners to strengthen the magic barrier in every possible way. The ogre had already attacked and sent the Andras representative in female form to the other world. One of the Andrasians heard strange sounds behind him and turned around. From the horror approaching him and his powerlessness to stand against these creatures, he spat on the ground and began to frantically stagger backward. He wanted to scream in terror, but he hurried to cover his mouth tightly with both hands so as not to attract even more attention from the nearly blind monsters. He and his partner held on as best they could, but they realized that despite the savagery of this bloody situation, they should keep their mouths shut. The bully could see his partner thrust a sharp spear through the throat of an ogre that had managed to grab him with its strong jaws. The spear fell out of the dying player's hands and he made the last sounds of his life and dropped out of the game. Andras Daredevil covered his mouth with his hands to keep from making a sound. He was visibly sickened to see all his partners fall. He became very scared when he realized that because of his stupidity, he was left all alone with a huge number of unclean things with huge fangs. He begged Oh Kang-woo to come down from the tree and help him. He really didn't want to die. He said he was wrong and he was wrong. The only hope for his worthless life was Oh Kang-woo standing by his side. Oh Kang-woo gloated and wished good luck to Ho-jun in this difficult endeavor. He raised his fist in the air for good luck. Unable to bear the pain of refusing to help, Ho-jun shouted at the top of his voice that Oh Kang-woo was a horrible, ungrateful person. That shout was a big mistake. The monsters quickly paid attention to the sharp sound, and in a moment, they were one step away from the arrogant player who had only a short time to live. At once, clacking their huge jaws with battered fangs, the ogres devoured the cocky Andrasian. The King of Darkness watched the defeat of his opponents and their demise. Finally, he said that evil must be defeated by more evil. Gloating played brightly on his face. He added that the killers must be defeated by even more bloodthirsty killers. Soon after the ogres neutralized all of his enemies, he activated the Hellfire Demon Andras's power and dispatched all of the ogres in a flash. He sighed in relief. At the time, he had thought the hunt was over, but now he had to admit that fate could make a difference. He was to devour all the defeated ogres with the power of the Devourer mixed with the Andras foes. The system notified him that his magi had increased by 1. However, the Devourer's power could not be used on those protected by the Gaia system. Oh Kang-woo remembered that he had heard of this system before. The moment when he was returning home from the netherworld flashed through his mind. He looked at the immobilized bodies of the Andras Guild players and realized that they were protected by the Gaia system. Kang Wu wanted to find out if he would be able to appropriate any of their talents and traits after they died. He decided that the amount of magic they received was more important. At this moment, the system alerted Kang Wu that his magi had increased by 30 units. He wondered. The amount of magi had increased significantly since his last attempt to collect it in the previous fight. Kang Wu also realized that the magic had not just increased, but had become noticeably stronger. He felt a surge of more powerful magic in his body. The King of Darkness activated the power of the Hellfire Demon Andras again and saw it grow noticeably in its power. After collecting magic stones and mages from all those who had lost their lives in this battle, Kang Wu left the battlefield and went home. 3 days later, he was sitting in the kitchen of Han Seol-ah's apartment, happily gorging on the kimchi he adored. He thanked Han Seol-ah for such a delicious meal, and she asked if he would go hunting at the gate today. He stated that this item is on his day plan and added that he plans to be back for dinner. The girl asked if Kang Wu was not too tired from hunting because he hadn't taken a vacation for a long time. He replied that he was fine. Kang Wu asked Seol-ah when her training would end, and she said within a few days. She also stated that they were going to hunt goblins. She also shared her desire to reach the second awakening as soon as possible. The King of Darkness encouraged her and assured her that she would succeed. The girl brought a pot of fragrant tea to the table and offered Kang Wu a cup to relax. He thanked her for her concern. The girl remembered something very important and rushed to share it with her comrade. Seol-ah asked if Kang Wu had heard about the latest rumors. Kang Wu looked at her in surprise and asked her which ones she was talking about. She added that the rumors are still just rumors. They falsify their ranks and attack. Cow players had been spotted at the gate. To herself, Kang Wu drew parallels with Andras. He also remembered that before he left the field, he had cleaned up after himself thoroughly and checked the area for witnesses. He thought that if it was him, there was no need to worry. However, there are still reasons to be worried, and it is necessary to accelerate the increase of the level to avoid trouble, he concluded. His stats and magician's acquisition level increased, as evidenced by the alert system that was silently reporting the upgrade. The performance had improved significantly, but as it seemed to the King of Darkness himself, it was a completely different level. On his next visit to the gate, he tested his power. As he had expected, even the power of the Hellfire had changed for the better. He concluded that with each promotion, Mahjong's seal weakened more, releasing the languishing mage. The system notified of the third level's awakening feature. It was the ability to draw Mariok's power from the stones that transformed into mages. In the mouth of another slain monster in the gate, a magic stone was glistening. Kang Wu decided that he had to try to pull out Mariok and turn him into a mage. The special ability of the Third Awakening is Mariok's thirst, allowing it to draw out magic and transform into mages. Kang Wu decided to immediately test it on the new monster. The monster held a magic stone in its open mouth, all covered in saliva. Kang Wu took the monster's head in his hands. He felt that it contained more energy than usual. With the power of the Devourer, he tackled another ogre. He thought he could make a good profit on the stones, but now it would be better to accumulate energy faster. He took a break from the process and looked at his cell phone. He decided that he had already made a good profit on the stones, and the financial issue could be closed for the day. Kang Wu remembered that he still had plenty of time and decided it was time to try out his new power. He felt it was a good time to stretch out and try something new he hadn't tried before. The King of Darkness stood up to his full height and prepared to activate a certain magic skill for the first time. He squatted down and then stood up sharply again and soared into the air. He unleashed the power of the heavens within him. Kang Yu thought for a moment. He had never encountered an ogre boss during his time with the ogres. He squinted his eyes and looked around. The boss of the ogres would probably give good rewards to the one who killed him, Kang Wu reasoned. He realized that it was impossible to see anything in this thicket. Kang Wu also thought that for the Watcher's strength, he also lacked energy. Suddenly, someone shouted "bro" behind his back. He turned around. He saw Dae-Su and someone else who were clearly not having a friendly conversation. The two strangers were calling Dae-Su a stubborn and ugly mountain of muscle. Hiding behind a tree, Kang Yu watched the scene. He realized that things were getting hot. The Lord saw the same outlaw who was not accepted anywhere fall to the ground. He recognized. He also heard Dae-Su angrily asking someone why they were attacking their own. Dae-Su was out of his mind with anger. He shouted at the two strangers and demanded to know why they were attacking the same players. The strangers replied to him that he should not shout loudly as it might attract the attention of the ogres. Dae-Su demanded an explanation and an answer, and he wouldn't calm down. Kang Wu realized that he had probably been tricked. It was none other than the cow players. Kang Yu realized that the stories about cow players weren't stories, but it must be said that he was greatly relieved that no one suspected him. One of the Koa players took a swing at the bulky Dae-Su and ordered him to shut his mouth and stand still. He tried to attack the powerful player but got caught in his bulletproof armor. This created unnecessary noises that attracted the lizards. Daesu gathered all his anger and rage together, demonstrating it with a ferocious grin. The one who had tried to attack him turned to his partner to ask if Daesu was really on his second awakening, because his skills were clearly superior. Daesu clutched at the steel chains of his shield and growled to the strangers that they would never defeat him. The attacker's partner reassured him that he might have good physical fitness, but that was nothing compared to the third awakening's abilities. Daesu didn't like this information, and even if the cow players wanted to calm him down, they couldn't. That was the look on his face. Suddenly, the strangers announced that it was time to call it a day. They also reminded Daesu that no one should die today. Oh, Gangwoo, who had been sitting in the ambush all this time, didn't understand what had just happened. He was in a state of confusion. The level of hostility on Daesu's face didn't change. You could tell that he was even more tense. The King of Darkness was very curious about what was happening in front of his eyes. He remembered how he'd met Daesu and how friendly he'd been with him. He wondered if the bully needed help. One of the Koa players grinned and shouted at Daesu to arm himself to the teeth before the battle because he would hurt him. Okangwoo's eyes widened in surprise. There was no explanation for what he saw in front of his eyes. He suddenly jumped out of the ambush, not even to protect Daesu, but to wonder why the hell the cow player had a weapon with magi. The Lord was very confused. He didn't understand who these guys were, and he wasn't sure if they were Koa players. He looked at the strangers curiously. The man unceremoniously wielding the mages disdainfully questioned Kangwoo and demanded an explanation of who he was. The strangers mockingly asked if Kangwoo was taking an evening promenade here, and added that if the answer was yes, his luck had clearly run out. Daesu's forehead was sweating at this moment. He too looked at the acquaintance who had appeared out of nowhere. Kangwoo stood directly in front of Daesu as if to block him in an attempt to protect him. His acquaintance recognized him and called his name, but the stranger added that he'd heard too much. A hostile couple of players with weapons that clearly showed the presence of mages exchanged phrases about whether they should kill the stranger and agreed on a positive answer. They also talked about some norm they had met for the day, thanks to Okangwoo's sudden appearance and Daesu's stubbornness. Standing in front of them, Kangwoo was still shocked at how mere mortals could have mages. He hadn't come into conflict with them yet. Daesu shouted at the thoughtful Kangwoo to move away because one of the cow players with a special weapon was coming at him. The rogue decided to attack the King of Darkness with the weapon that had so interested Kangwoo with the presence of mages in it, but in the next instant was thrown back by the force of the powerful resistance several meters away. The other Koa player looked at what was happening in surprise. He was speechless and didn't understand what was going on or who the hell this impudent stranger was. With just one powerful punch, Kangwoo laid his opponent face down on the ground. He cried out in sudden pain. When the attacking Koa player was able to get to his feet and move back to his partner, he asked him what was wrong with him and why it had happened. He shrugged. Kangwoo came close to him and grabbed the player's cheeky face. He clearly wanted to know something from the poor guy. The King of Darkness had to punch the Koa player a few more times to make him realize that the jokes were over and he had a worthy opponent. Daesu could only watch as his new acquaintance punched his detractors without giving them a chance to say a word. He was embarrassed by what he saw. The Lord of Darkness realized that the cow player wasn't going to say anything and swung once more to strike his face as Daesu suddenly shouted his name. Once again, Daesu alerted him to the danger. This time it was the angry partner of the poor guy who was about to die. He was furious and swung his sword violently in the air. Kangwoo noticed that this player was also using mages. Kangwoo didn't hesitate long to put out his hand and activated the destructive void power. From this maneuver, the second Koa player flew sideways, hitting trees and rocks in his path. Cow player flew off to the side and just squirmed in pain and screamed. Neither of them realized who was standing in front of them and what kind of power they possessed. His weapon flew to the side and ceased to illuminate the magician, and he himself fell to his knees from the powerlessness to fight such a strong opponent. Rapidly approaching the first cow player who had already recovered, Kangwoo grabbed him by the hair. He growled fiercely. He wondered how people like them got the magic that demons used. Cow player looked at Kangwoo with hatred and gritted his teeth and said that he was a bastard. Kangwoo couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his head and shoved his face into the ground. Pressing the cow player's face to the ground, Kangwoo repeated his question once more. He was interested in where they got the mages from. The player asked how he knew about it. Kangwoo grabbed him by the hair and told him that he was the only one asking questions and he was only allowed to answer. He repeated his question about the mages again. The cow player with his teeth knocked out and a twisted face said he couldn't say. At the same moment, Kangwoo activated the fear power of Orobus's demon form. He informed him that the player would have to tell him everything. The terrifying horse's face approached him and clacked its jaws smilingly. With his huge inhuman hands, Demon Oribus grabbed the player by the neck and was about to break it as the CAO player began to speak with tears in his eyes. He turned away from Oh Gangwoo as if he had seen the devil himself and said the word guild. He also wanted to add about the founder of the guild, but he didn't have time. The second Koa player woke up in time to activate and demanded that Seo Dae-ho shut up now. He clearly didn't want to share that information. He said through gritted teeth that his comrade had lost his mind. Oh, Kangwoo really didn't like that their conversation was interrupted. The King of Darkness raised his hand to use some kind of force against the cow player. With a powerful wave of void force, he stunned the second Koa player almost to unconsciousness and added to make the doggy sit in the corner. The Lord of Darkness turned back to the player who was talking about the guild. He was interested in all the information he could get. He asked which guild he was talking about. A terrified player with a mangled face and knocked-out teeth shouted Andros's guildmate in his hearts. Cow player also added that Andros's leader performed a ritual and gave him this power. Oh, Kangwoo wondered what kind of ritual had been performed. He looked intently at cow player Seo Dae-ho. Crying in fear and pain, the cow player tried to say something, but sobs escaped his lips. Oh, Gangwoo grabbed his face again. He told the Andros man that he had learned his lesson poorly and demanded that he speak. At that moment, the demon Orobus looked into the Koa player's eyes with his huge eyes. His soul was ready to jump out. Seo Dae-ho tried to tell me what the ritual was. He repeated the word many times, but nothing came out. More and more foam gathered around his mouth, and the veins on his body swelled. Crying in hellish pain, he looked into Oh Gangwoo's eyes, begging him to stop. Suddenly, one of the veins exploded. Oh, Kangwoo disdainfully looked at this picture, but seemed to begin to understand what was going on with the cow player and why he didn't want to talk. Dae-ho's breathless body lay on the ground with streams of scarlet blood flowing out of it, expelling the tension that had suddenly attacked him. Oh Gangwoo realized that the information was protected. The King of Darkness heard someone addressing him. It was Han Dai-su, who had regained his composure. He asked the Lord if he was Oh Gangyu. Gangyu nodded. At that moment, the same guy who had asked to be on teams but had never been taken because he was an outlaw woke up behind him. He had a confused look on his face. Han Dae-su was overjoyed and said that he knew he was the same Oh Kangwoo. He also looked at his partner Dae-hyun, who had woken up. With his hand, the bulky man pointed towards Kangwoo and said that a player named Oh Kangwoo had saved them. The player reported that he did not think he would encounter Oh Kangwoo in this gate, because he thought he was hunting in the E-rank gate. Oh Kangwoo hesitated, but abruptly blurted out that he had been there to do errands from above. Dae-su exclaimed that he meant that he wasn't a rookie. He realized why he had refused to help him then. Oh Kangwoo nodded affirmatively. The player shook Kangwoo's hand in a very friendly manner and thanked him again for saving them, because if it wasn't for him, they probably wouldn't be here. His partner Dae-hyun hesitated when he saw that picture. He felt like he should be thanked for saving the King of Darkness. Dae-su laughed and added that he couldn't believe they'd met again under such circumstances. He said he owed him a debt of gratitude. The King of Hell looked slyly at his new buddy and thanked him for the warm words he said. Han Dae-su suddenly thought of those bastards from Andros and added that they had a very bad reputation. He also added that he didn't think at all that they would turn out to be Koei players killing other players for their own amusement. The player said that he needed to report the incident urgently and picked up his phone. He added that the Warrens should be notified. Since Oh Kangwoo didn't know who the Warrens were, Dae-su kindly explained to him that the Warrens were players under the country's control. They are the ones who will investigate Andros. Oh Kangwoo thought for a moment. He didn't know if it was right to tell the Warrens because he felt a certain danger. He asked Dae-su not to tell anyone about what happened here, to which Dae-su gave him a surprised look. He added that if he was worried about the Andros Guild, he would deal with it himself. Dae-su agreed not to tell anyone anything, and Oh Kangwoo thanked him profusely for his understanding. At the same moment, he ordered him to forget everything that had happened here. The thug fell to his knees. Strange words came out of his mouth saying that he was a real man and would help Kangwoo in any way he could, and he swore that they would get even with the notorious guild. He also said that they would personally punish the cow players from Andros. Oh Gangwoo didn't quite understand what was going on, and only looked at him questioningly. Dae-su revealed that he adores this sense of justice and bows his knee to the justice of the King of Darkness. He kneeled down and said that he was obliged to repay Oh Kangwoo and wished to join him in this difficult adventure. At this moment, the King of Hell even felt a little funny because he remembered a moment that was pleasant to his heart. To himself, he compared Han Dae-su and Palak. They were undoubtedly similar in their sincerity and devotion. Han Dae-su's bandit partner Dae-hyun added that he also wants to thank Oh Kangwoo, but realizes that he will be of no use to him now. He shouted that he would do anything to help Oh Kangwoo. Kang Wu asked why he thought he was good for nothing. The Dark King remembered how this bandit had said that he would silently dress the wounded because he was a bandit. Now Gang Yu understood why brigands were disliked. He reported his thoughts to his young partner Dae-su, who sadly exhaled and said it was his fate. Clearly being in a good mood, Dae-su suggested to his partner in case he wanted to repay him to get the group together right now. Tears came to the outlaw's eyes. Of course he would like that very much. The boy said he really appreciated it. He added that he thought he was so worthless and had become Dae-su's ballast, to which Dae-su looked back in surprise. He hadn't expected such words. Bandit held on to his heart and promised everyone that he would be much stronger by the next time they met. Dae-su cheered him up and told him that it was chivalrous and that his valor and determination to improve were admirable. Oh, Gang Wu thought they were in a bad place. The bandit bowed deeply and said he had to go, to which Dae-su wondered if it was time. Gang Yu smiled mysteriously. He thought that it was tempting to have people who owed him a favor. Looking at Han Dae-su carefully, he also realized that this was all very interesting, but he didn't know what to do with him. The King of Darkness asked Dae-su what his level was. He needed to find out all the information about his new friend. Dae-su rather quickly reported that he was at level 12 and had just recently reached his second awakening. He also said that his first special ability was C rank and that it was in hunting that he had leveled up. Gang Yu asked with interest what rank his ability was. Dae-su laughed and said that his special ability of the second awakening was a rank, to which Kang Wu was surprised. He didn't really think that he had more potential than he expected. The Lord asked why Dae-su didn't join any guild since he had been invited to join any guild he wanted to join. Dae-su said that he had thought about it. He also added that there was no need to join guilds now. Kang Wu looked at him in surprise. He didn't know what he was talking about. Dae-su wailed again that he was a real man and he would faithfully follow the King of Darkness wherever he went. Again, he reminded Gang Yu of the most loyal demon Palak. He laughed at what he had said, and Kang Wu thought that it was not bad because Dae-su had a high chance of getting powerful abilities in the third and fourth awakening. Kang Wu also remembered that Han Seol-ah was about to reach her second awakening. He said that he was receiving Han Dae-su. There was no limit to Dae-su's joy. He was very grateful to Kang Wu and called him brother several times. The new friend also offered to exchange contacts and pulled out his phone, waiting for Kang Wu to say his number. While adding the number to his contacts, Kang Wu turned to Dae-su and said he had something he wanted to ask him. Dae-su's eyes lit up with devotion. Kang Wu asked him to stay at the gate because Seol-ah was about to graduate and needed the support and protection of such an experienced fighter. The player asked Han Sol-a what class Han Sol-a was, to which the King of Darkness replied that she was a hitman. Dae-su nodded happily and said that he would accept her. Dae-su added that damagers were easier to find, so a great group was just around the corner. They agreed that they would contact each other later. He asked Kang Wu if he would go to Andras. At the same moment, one of the players and guild representative Andras woke up. He groaned from the pain running through his body. The Lord of Darkness interrupted and swiftly headed towards him. Grabbing the Koa player by the throat, he looked him in the eye. The Androsovian looked at him with contempt. Kang Wu said he has some questions for this player and he better be able to answer them honestly. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and informed him to nod if he knew what he was talking about. The King of Darkness abruptly released him, and he fell to his knees. At that moment, Dae-su turned away, clearly uncomfortable with what was happening. He listened intently to what the Andras Guild player was saying, and for some reason, he looked a little anxious. Kang Wu asked the player's name, and he said that he was Kang Jul-ho. Kang Wu continued. He said he'd heard that they'd discussed taking Dae-su alive. He asked what it was. Chul-ho replied that he didn't remember. Kang Wu didn't like it because he realized that he was hiding the information he needed. That Andras Guild bastard managed to piss off the King of Darkness again and punched him in the face. The terrible pain came over the Koa player again. He screamed. All he wanted now was for this agony to stop. Gang Yu grabbed his face and shook him. He wondered if he remembered anything now. Suddenly his victim cried out that the reason not to kill was because of the sacrifice. Lost and shattered, Chul-ho looked at the King of Darkness who interrogated. He didn't understand what sacrifices he was talking about. At the same moment, Kang Wu concluded to himself that Andras was even more repulsive than he had imagined. Then he remembered Han Sol-ah's brother Han Sol-ah had said something like that before. Gang Yu thought about it. The King of Darkness came very close to the Andras Guild player and grabbed his face again. This time he used the demonic power of fear once again, and the profile, or rather the burning eyes of Orobus appeared in front of the Koa player's face. Looking at the shameless guild player Andras killing other hunters with his inhuman demonic eyes, he informed him that he had a request for him. A tired and tortured man dragged his suitcase behind him in some deserted place where only rats looked at him. Someone ordered him to stop and asked him if he was Kang Chul-ho. The player nodded, and the man with white hair asked where his partner from the hunt in the D-rank gate was. He was very curious about what had happened and where his partner was. Kang Chul-ho replied that his partner had died, to which the man asked how it happened. Chul-ho tried to shove the suitcase and not talk much, but the stranger was asking questions and he wondered how a talented player could be killed in a D-rank gate with rookies. The stranger was indignant. He couldn't believe that two trained warriors in a low-ranked gate could experience such serious difficulty. He demanded an explanation of what had happened. Chul-ho looked to the side and said that there was a high-level player he could barely handle thanks to such a sacrifice. The stranger opened the suitcase and showed the beaten man. He added that he had now taken him as a victim. Gang Yu was still breathing. They checked together to see if the prisoner's condition was stable. His face covered in blood and he was screaming in pain. The man told Chul-ho that he was acting strangely, to which the man made excuses with a disgruntled face, saying that his partner had died, and that was the reason. Closing the suitcase, the stranger told him to forget, as it was even better with fewer people. The stranger also said that if he made a sacrifice, he could participate in the baptism, and all the magic would go to him since his partner was no longer here. Chul-ho was frustrated. The stranger continued. He assumed that he would be able to use a bit of mage power and called him a bastard. The stranger laughed and said that maybe Chul-ho killed his partner to take his share of the magic. Chul-ho shouted that he'd better take better care of the suitcase and that he was leaving. The stranger didn't like the fact that their conversation was interrupted. He demanded to know where Chul-ho was going. The player rushed along the dark, unlit streets because he didn't want to be here anymore. At that moment, the King of Darkness thought that maybe he was scared. The stranger opened some doors and went inside with the suitcase. He too thought that Chul-ho was overly sensitive. He carried the suitcase into a huge hall where people in robes stood along the carpeted floor, and an altar table was placed on the stage where someone sat. The one sitting at the table on the stage was the head of the guild. He informed the stranger with white hair that he was late. The man reported the information he received from Chul-ho. He said that they were delayed because of a high-level player who tried to stop them, and his partner was killed. The guild leader asked about the victim. The man pointed to the suitcase and said that the victim was there, to which the guild leader demanded that it be brought closer to him. Oh, Kang Wu was in the arms of an unconscious man, as they thought. In reality, he had heard all the chanting of great Andras's immortality and power. Everything was going according to plan. The man in the mask of some horrible monster bird in a robe squealed and asked Andras to bless him with his great power. The guild leader thought that in a year of his conversion, he had many followers, and this strength was growing day by day. The servants from the Andras Guild placed O Kang Wu's body on the altar and began to praise the great Andras again. They asked for the same destructive and monstrous power from Andras. In fact, she would always be scarce, so all-consuming she was. The head took off his mask. Behind it was the face of a young boy with bursting veins in his face. The ceremony had begun. Leader Andras's face was amused when he saw the breathless body of the strong player. He demanded that the magic stones be prepared quickly. Soon he opened a chest fully laden with magical stones and turned to Andras again to allow him to obtain the power. He looked at the still body of the King of Darkness and thought that the stronger his thirst, the bigger his body and soul became, and he turned into a real demon. Laughing loudly and angrily, the leader shouted that he would become a real demon. He asked the people around him who would receive the reward. The man who brought the suitcase replied that it was supposed to be Chul-ho, but he refused and ran away, from which the guild leader was a little surprised. He also said that in that case there would be no reward today. The crowd protested. They had not expected such a turn of events. He demanded that everyone be silent. He turned to the crowd and said that if they wanted a reward, let them go and make new sacrifices, but the idlers would get nothing. The followers bowed their heads and agreed. He also added that without his instruction and skills, they would have had no opportunity to perform baptismal rites and receive magi. The leader's eyes lit up with an inhuman glint, and the veins in his face were even more pronounced. He stated that this victim belonged to him alone. The guild leader called for the ceremony to begin and raised his hand. He clearly expected to fully enjoy the process. Along with all of his available magical paraphernalia, he stood on the pedestal opposite the body and began to activate the power of the magi. He noticed that the amount of magic stones he had would be enough for dozens more rituals. It would help him become even stronger. By creating this rift using magical stones, he was getting magi that gave him the very crazy power of the flame ruler Andras. He rolled his eyes in pleasure as if he had taken a drug. The guild leader thought it would be good to devour her with every cell of his body. But he stopped immediately. He remembered in time why he needed a mediator. Without a mediator, the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. He grabbed O Gang Yu's head. He found a way to get magic from the victim. First, the magic is transferred to the victim, and then he drinks his blood. Let the demonic energy consume the victim, he said. Even though Kang Wu was shouting and was extremely uncomfortable, he was holding up well. which the guild leader himself noticed. He thought that he might be a rank A player. The head also admitted that the longer the transfer process lasts, the more magicians he will be able to get. He watched his victim absorb mages, and he was surprised. She was absorbing 5 times, no 15 times more than a normal victim. Already with a completely insane laugh and look, he noted that Oh Kang-woo was a very unique victim, absorbing much more energy that would be transferred to the guild leader. He demanded that the victim open her eyes and scream at the top of her voice, but saw that she still continued to take mages in vast, unthinkable quantities. A violet glow enveloped the entire hall, indicating the presence of a huge concentration of magi in this room. The guild leader didn't understand why it wasn't ending. The guild members were perplexed as to why the mages did not stop after the head stopped carrying out further stages. They begged for the mages to stop saturating the victim. The guild leader seemed to be exploding with fear and horror at what he himself had just done to this man. He didn't understand what was happening. The space was enveloped by terrifying fiery violet streams that emanated from the body of the King of Darkness. The head of Andras looked at everything that was happening with his mouth open. Never before had he thought that such a thing could happen. Oh Kang-woo woke up and first said that thanks to his machinations, his stats had improved by 20 units. He was calm, unlike the guild leader who was staring at him. The guild leader now, with all the surprise on his face, could watch with his own eyes as the victim took all the possible magic that was almost in his hands. He didn't understand a thing. The King of Darkness smiled and said that this ritual was awesome. He offered to repeat it and smirked. He smiled once more and suggested that the guild leader repeat the whole procession one more time. As soon as the guild leader realized that nothing bad had happened to the victim and there was no power transfer, he yelled at the top of his voice that he was insane. The leader suddenly activated his flame power and tried to attack Kang-woo with a fireball. In his mind, he now had a picture that he would show this stranger who was in charge, but Oh Kang-woo dealt with the fireball in no time. The Lord smiled and declared that he was quite good at this skill. It was said with a sneer. The words spoken by the King of Darkness further infuriated the leader Andras, who flew at him with weapons and swung fireballs left and right. Powerful elements raged throughout the hall. All the observers could see 2 powerful players using the power of flames to destroy each other. Suddenly, in the midst of this confrontation, Andras's guild leader froze in bewilderment. He could not believe what he was seeing before his eyes. The Lord, who had just taken away all of his magic, decided to use it and activated the power of the Iron Curtain. Kang-woo was extremely calm and even satisfied because he had always felt much more comfortable with mages. The guild leader turned to the members of the procession and started yelling at them for not participating in the battle and not trying to attack Oh Kang-woo. Several members of the guild decided to take the stage and defend the honor of the chapter by taking part in a confrontation with this strange stranger. And even if most of them possessed some amount of mages, it was still not enough to really deal serious damage to Oh Kang-woo. Every so often, the guild leader's disciples would fly off to the sides and try to reach the King of Darkness again, but they failed. The bloody confrontation lasted long, but no one knew how to overthrow the stranger who took all the magic for himself. Kang-woo had to fight off the Andras Guild members. He tried to push them down the stairs, but they kept coming without stopping. Then the King of Darkness got really angry. He came upon the brave one who had first rushed to defend his ruler and punched him in the face. From the Darkness King's sudden and strong strike, Andras's guild opponent fell right onto the carpet. The King of Darkness was outraged. He demanded that they clear the way because they were useless brats to him. One of the disciples shouted to the guild leader that there was some power he had forgotten about and it was time to use it. The Andras leader laughed. Indeed, he had something in his arsenal that would make everyone terrified and get rid of the intrusive stranger. He activated a huge fireball and said that this flame was capable of burning to hell any life form, and it was called the power of hellfire. The Lord of Darkness, with absolute boredom in his eyes, looked at the leader Andras, who did not know how he could protect himself and his followers from destruction. The guild leader's eyes reflected fire. He said that he didn't know how he could control the mages. He held a huge fireball in his hands and added that against this power he was definitely insignificant, and he was finished. After throwing fire at Oh Kang-woo and not getting the desired reaction, the guild leader literally lost his face. He stared at everything around him in incomprehension. The leader could see the victim in the person of Oh Kang-woo playing with this fire and not being afraid of it at all. He watched as he extinguished the streams of flames one by one just by touching and whispered to himself that this couldn't be happening. In a moment, he looked at Oh Kang-woo, whose eyes had changed color to bright red and also reflected fire in them. The King of Darkness himself was smiling greedily. The guild leader realized that Kang-woo wasn't just a man and he couldn't attack him with his magic because he was much stronger. He fell to his knees. Kang-woo was surprised. He didn't expect this and asked the guild leader what he was up to. He heard the head of the guild praise him and say that he was the great incarnation of Andras. The King of Darkness looked at the head of this ill-fated guild in surprise and didn't know what he was talking about. The head of Andras, with all honor and reverence, leaned even lower and announced that the entire guild had waited for him for so long, and he was their king and god. He pointed towards the students who were also looking at the King of Darkness in surprise and added that he was the tyrant who should rule this world. At the same moment, the guild leader shouted, causing all of Andras's representatives to bow their heads. Such behavior was not befitting of Andras's followers. He said that Gang Wu was the one who would lead them out of their doomed life and into eternal life. Gang Yu thought that the guild leader was probably an idiot when he listened to what he was saying. The guild leader addressed him as Great Andras and said that he recognized him as soon as he saw him. Kang Wu grinned because he knew the answer. He thought he might be mocking him. Andras's leader introduced himself as Jo Deok-hyun and said that his heart was bursting with emotion right now. The king thought that maybe he wasn't such a moron after all. Jo Deok-hyun accurately understood his position and bowed down to Kang Wu as if he had truly seen the Messiah. Suddenly activating the power of the sky, Kang Wu soared into the air and thought that this was an opportunity he shouldn't waste. Everyone looked at him like a god. Jo Deok-hyun was literally crying with happiness when Kang Wu told him that he was happy that he was finally recognized and that he was a great fire lord. The guild leader laughed like a child with joy that the ruler of the entire world had spoken to him, Great Andras, king of hellfire, lord of all demons. The Lord of Hell was not satisfied, and he added all these honors to himself while in the air. He repeated many times that he was the king of all demons and the ruler of hellfire. He looked at Jo Deok-hyun contentedly and ordered him to let all the subordinates go because he had something to discuss with him. After the King of Darkness had made fun of Jo Deok-hyun and his followers, he told him that he wanted everyone to leave because they had something to discuss. After making himself comfortable on the altar where he had to say goodbye to his life a short while ago, Kang Wu asked the head's name and said that he had a few questions for him. Jo Deok-hyun was still wailing about Great Andras and his power, and it was tiring Kang Wu. He asked him to calm down. Changing his tone to a more serious one, he said that he wasn't Andras. There was a look of frustration on Deok-hyun's face. He asked who Kang Wu was then. The question did not please Gang Yu. He took him by the chest and demanded that he answer his questions, reminding him that he was the only one asking them. Gang Yu stared at him with his red eyes. Kang Wu looked even deeper into the guild leader's soul and started asking about the possibility of the ritual. He also wondered how he knew about Marriott creating a rift. Kneeling and shaking with fear, Deok-hyun blurted out that someone had taught him. Kang Wu interjected. One day, a demon-masked guy approached him and offered to follow his teachings. Jo Deok-hyun leaned down hard and touched the ground with his forehead. Kang Wu said he was crazy and wondered how he could have agreed to this. I don't know who he was. Lying on the floor and weary of uncertainty, the guild leader reported that that man was very powerful. He promised immortality for obedience. Deok-hyun remembered hanging in the air, suspended by his chest by that demon. He ordered him to follow him or die. At that time, Deok-hyun thought he had no choice. He knew for sure that he wouldn't be alive if he disobeyed the orders of the stranger with the demonic mask holding him tightly by the throat. His eyes were full of terror. Gang Wu asked where the bastard was, but he replied that he didn't know, and added that he hadn't been around since that day, and that he gave orders through letters. Kang Wu asked with obvious interest if that was the reason why he was so firmly following his instructions, to which Jo Deok-hyun looked away and whispered that he was very strong. He thought to himself and considered what had been forced at first, but he realized that the temptation was great, and having gained such immense power, the magician's rituals became more frequent of his own accord. The King of Darkness looked around and wondered who it could be. He was faced with this information for the first time, not knowing what to do. He thought about how this demonic doctrine seemed like just another cult, but the problem was that they knew how to get to hell, and that wasn't worth ignoring. Gang Wu demanded the guild leader to hand over the order letters and soon received one letter. Gang Yu was surprised and asked why there was only one letter. Jo Deok-hyun confirmed in a voice full of terror and fear that there was only one letter. Kang Wu nodded and started to open the envelope. The first words that caught his eye were the words about the requirement to absorb mages and become stronger and convert as many players as possible. He reread it in horror. This letter put the King of Darkness very much in thought. He had nothing to say. He reread it again and questioned that Yonu One Leon had gotten such a decree to which the guy said he didn't know. The King of Darkness lowered his head. He thought that Deok-hyun was probably not the only one, or else they were idiots. They would never realize what they wanted by relying on Deok-hyun alone. Kang Wu abruptly grabbed the guild leader by the chest and began to shake him. He wasn't satisfied with this answer because he wanted more information. The King of Darkness activated the demonic fear power of the Oribus demon. His eyes burned with red fire. He said that he would say 3 things that one should listen to carefully. A huge horse with a white mane was standing in front of the guild leader at this moment and looked straight into his soul. The first thing he said was to find out about the head of the cult. He also told him not to conduct the rituals anymore and to keep everything secret. Gang Yu ordered him to get out of his sight. Seeing the guild leader fleeing in terror from the ill-fated ceremony hall, O Kang-woo thought that although he had forced them to stop their activities, they had done a lot of bad things. He even considered the possibility that they had performed their rituals more than once or twice. And when the Hwarens got on their trail, they would start a serious investigation. Gang Yu also thought about the risk of the Hwarens coming after him while he was investigating the cult. The King of Darkness immediately calmed down. Leakage was impossible. The power of the Ouroboros demon's fear he had applied would refract any desire for Andrasian chatter. He exhaled a sigh of relief and headed towards the exit of the Andras Guild ceremony hall. It had been a long day. He needed to rest and heal. A happy and joyful Oh Kang-woo showed up at Han Seol-ah's apartment door and told everyone that he was home. He really needed to catch his breath. A worried Seol-ah came out of the kitchen. She wondered what had happened because it had been so long since he had contacted her. She said she called him, but he didn't pick up, to which Kang-woo said he had something to deal with and was fine. The girl was obviously worried about him. Smelling this moment of concern and worry, Oh Kang-woo unmistakably smirked and thanked her for thinking of him. Of course he was flattered by the girl's attention. The girl also felt that she had said too much and became embarrassed. Oh Kang-woo said he would warn her next time, to which she said she was taking him at his word. Seol-ae reminded him that he was home now and needed to eat dinner. The King of Darkness blurted out that he wanted kimchi, of course. An overjoyed Han Seol-ah laughed. She said that she knew he would choose kimchi, and so she started cooking it with stew, which made Kang-woo drool. At that moment, he was grateful to the universe for the fact that she cooked for him almost every night. Kang-woo said that he was very grateful to her, to which the girl said he shouldn't be. She was in a good mood, and also said that she had reached her second awakening on the hunt today, and it was time to pay the bill, to which Kang-woo almost choked. He asked again. The girl continued that in addition to her second awakening, she had gained the special ability of blessing light in rank. Seol-ah glowed as she said this. Oh Kang-woo at that moment thought that now the great group with Dai-su could really claim their existence. Healer with high-ranking ability and a great tank. He also thought that if they worked together, their power would be far beyond their limits. He asked if Salt had received an invitation from the guild, and the girl nodded affirmatively. Kang-woo asked her which guild she wanted to join, to which Seol-ah assured him that she had no such goals despite the high demand and the huge number of invitations. She added that she didn't want to join a guild, but wanted to help him. Gang Yu thought she was definitely an angel. He was careful to say that despite the abilities gained and the awakening, it wasn't a good idea to join him now. The Lord got a little more serious than he had hurt the girl. Kang-woo said that even at this stage the Salt wouldn't be able to help him. She sighed heavily and said she understood. Silence fell in the kitchen at that moment. Gang Yu realized he had hurt the girl, and she realized he was right. He thought it might be later. He covered his eyes in frustration. He also realized that he was a stronger player than anyone else at his level, and if he made the team now, he would miss out on opportunities at his level. He had a strategy in his head that he needed a group with players who complement each other like Tank Dae-soo and Hitman Han Seol-ah. Deciding to break the silence, Kang-woo told Seol-ah that he knew a tank with A-Rang's abilities and he thought they should team up. The girl seemed to let this information pass her ears. She was upset and said quietly that she understood. He also said that when she reaches a higher level and gains experience, then they can form a group to go to a more serious gate together. Whether it was true or not, no one knows anymore, but her mood improved and she replied that she would be happy to join the tank. Kang-woo added that both of them are strong players, so they can help each other level up pretty quickly. The girl added that she wants to do it faster. She assured me it wouldn't take long, but until then she would help as best she could. The heated kimchi bubbled in the pot. Thanking her once again for her care and warmth, Oh Kang-woo thought about it. He thought that he had a great strategy to invest in the future. Tasting the aroma of the tantalizing kimchi, he realized that now he had to do something to help them raise the level. Seol-ae said that while they were chatting, the food was cooking. Just like any other time, Oh Kang-woo, who was enchanted by this flavor, was simply speechless, and all he could utter were sounds of exclamation and appreciation for this dish. Oh Kang-woo was about to dive his spoon into the pot of kimchi, but Seol-ah stopped him. She told him to wait and try a different version today. The Dark King's eyes widened in surprise. He had never imagined that his favorite dish could become even more delicious. It was ramen stuffing. Enjoying the usual human pleasures in the form of deliciously flavored food, Oh Kang-woo didn't notice how immersed he became in his thoughts about the demonic cult. He called them bastards to himself and promised to protect this planet, if only for the sake of kimchi and ramen. He would definitely save this world from evil. The next day at the player service center, Kang-woo was told that the C-rank card would be delivered tomorrow. He asked if he could pick it up earlier, but was told that he couldn't. The reason the certificate will take a whole day to prepare is because of the rigorous testing of the magic stones. That's why it's impossible. As Kang-woo walked out of the center's doors, he remembered that Han Seol-ah had said that it wouldn't take more than a day. A slightly annoyed and tired Kang-woo hesitated. He had expected to receive the card today. He was surrounded by people just like the players. He thought about the fact that he hadn't rested once since he came back to Earth. He saw that the players were trying to live harmoniously and do their favorite things. Gang Yu thought that this was a chance not to be missed. Gang Yu looked around in complete ignorance of the world. He looked at the screen of his phone at that moment, thinking about the fact that before going to hell, he didn't have any money to go anywhere. So he killed time reading comics and watching movies. At the same moment, he decided that it was better to turn off his phone and not go back to the past and try something new. He decided he shouldn't live like he did 10,000 years ago because he'd worked too hard to get back to the human world. He decided to try everything. A computer club that beckoned him with a brightly glowing sign caught his eye. Oh, Gang-woo thought about it. It was something new for him to visit an internet cafe or a computer club. He looked at the details on his desk and noted that the chair was very comfortable. When he opened his computer, Oh Kang-woo was even more surprised as the system offered to order food for him. He was drooling. He thought he was in heaven. On the administration's recommendation, he ordered himself some ramen and opened a game in which he had to form a group of 5 people with different roles. He thought it was almost like life. The game finally launched and the hero Oh Kang-woo, in the form of a cute cat of his choice, was welcomed into the stream of summoners. The King of Darkness was surprised by the game format in a good way. As in life, the hero of the King of Darkness needed to defeat the most terrible and ferocious monsters to save his world. Gold was awarded for each successful confrontation. Oh, Kang-woo saw another character appear on the screen behind him. He thought he was a newcomer because he was upset. At that moment, someone in the chat room was wondering what the hell he was doing. The Lord thought it would be a good idea to explain to the green gaming partner how to kill monsters and get gold. The Lord thought it would be a good idea to explain to the green game partner how to kill monsters and get gold. They brought the flavorful ramen that the internet cafe management had recommended. Mr. Oh Gang-woo asked for a bowl of change to be placed in front of his keyboard. While Kang-woo was enjoying the magical ramen with radish, the game chat was bursting with discontent right as he was eating. After he finished eating, Kang-woo thought he would definitely order this ramen again. He decided to drink the pleasant spiciness and flavor of the dish with a fizzy soda. After taking a couple of sips of refreshing soda, Oh Kang-woo finally deigned to pay attention to the gameplay and chat. He was very surprised. The message on the screen said that he was dead. Someone was swearing really hard at a certain Timo, who ran away from a game confrontation just seconds before the whole team was supposed to be upgraded. Oh, Gang-woo thought for a moment. The game nickname Timo belonged to him, and if anyone was complaining about the lack of responsibility and discipline in the game, they were complaining about him at the moment. The Lord turned his chair with interest and a desire to know who had a bad rink and who was so nervous. He looked around and saw a girl on the next side getting nervous. The girl demanded an explanation of who was poking his inquisitive eyes into her screen. Kang-woo continued to stare at the stranger incomprehensibly. The girl almost shouted at him, telling him to turn away because her mood had been ruined by some unexpected event. She glanced at the screen of Oh Kang-woo. The girl was dumbfounded. She asked sharply what it was. An oil painting indeed, murdered characters, and a calm King of Darkness. He was amused by the coincidence because he had seen a similar picture on her screen. Kang-woo said it was a funny coincidence, but quietly muttered to himself for the best. When the girl realized who leaked the rolling on the screen, she suddenly stood up and approached Kang-woo. She rudely asked him seriously if he thought it was the right time to gorge on ramen. She threatened that he had better run away as she was very angry at his irresponsibility in the game. The girl insulted him several more times and pointed at the door. Oh Kang-woo didn't quite understand the reason for her anger. He looked at her boredly with a distinct lack of interest and asked who she even was and what she was talking about. The stranger's eyes flashed with an unkind glint. She smiled maliciously and asked him rudely enough if he was in his right mind to ask who she was. The girl could hardly contain her anger and her desire to punch Oh Kang-woo in the face. She asked him if he was making fun of her by accident. She looked questioningly at the King of Darkness. He, in turn, calmed her down. He held out his hand, expecting her to hit him. The stranger was clearly not afraid of an opinion, and waved her hands charged with magical impulses to the left and right in an attempt to get it. Oh Kang-woo was slightly perplexed. She was just about to start teasing him when his gaze changed from friendly and calm to irritated and indifferent. Despite society's unspoken rules against using battle magic, the stranger seemed to have activated her fiercest reserves. Her eyes were lost in space. If O Kang-woo were an ordinary player with mediocre skills, he would have been sealed into the wall by her force. However, only the Darkness King's hair reacted to her efforts to teach him a lesson. After a while, she managed to dislodge O Kang-woo from his seat with a shockwave of her strength. He wondered why she was doing all of this and if she could get so mad over a game. The girl stopped controlling the anger in her body and undeservedly applied some of the most powerful techniques of fighting the enemy to Kang-woo. Everything in the world has a limit. The peace of mind that was first repeatedly disturbed and then destroyed. He put up a protective barrier. The girl realized that her hands were undergoing some undesirable metamorphosis. The desire to kill the stranger gradually subsided and was replaced by a healthy interest. She tried again to break through the protective barrier separating her and O Kang-woo with her fist, but felt that her hands were no longer under her control in the moment of attack. Realizing that this was not just a player and he clearly had good skills judging from the purple glow holding her hands, Cha Young-ju muttered something to herself. The next action of the girl, who was more conscious at this point, was to ask whether O Kang-woo had been planted by the Peace Guild. Being in a fighting stance and in a more balanced state, the girl asked the experienced and unperturbed Kang-woo if he had been sent by the Mirror Guild. He thought for a second that the World Guild was one of the top 5 guilds that everyone knows and dreams about. He replied that he didn't know what she was talking about and wasn't a member of any guilds at all. The girl was getting angry again. She pointed out to him that he was too talented to be a member of anything, and she would not tolerate lies even from an experienced player like him. O Kang-woo started to defend himself and asked her to explain her reasoning for why he should be in the guild. He asked the stranger what guild she belonged to and received a smirk at first. The girl continued that she was a member of one of the best of the 5 in the infamous Scarlet. She immediately shut up, realizing that her vanity had ruined her, and blabbed. While she was talking about her direct involvement in one of the most popular guilds, O Kang-woo headed to the receptionist's office before asking for the bill. When she saw O Kang-woo leaving, she yelled for him to stop. He mockingly said he was glad she noticed his absence and added dryly that he didn't like her face. Young-ju took a step towards him and demanded that he stop pranking her. She reminded him that A-rank players were not out of the guild because they were very valuable. The Lord of Hell, tired of proving to the stranger that he wasn't a giraffe, simply pulled out a card and showed it to her. D-rank. He winked at her with another sneer. Confusion crept into the girl's mind. She didn't believe what she saw on the player's card at all. She unconvincingly asked him if he was really a rookie, and Kang-woo said that he was. Doubts bordering on logic began to eat up all of the girl's attention. She thought that if he were a D-ranked player, she'd be able to handle him. O Kang-woo asked if she was done with her suspicions, and without waiting for an answer, he left the internet cafe after exchanging a few kind words with the receptionist. She stared after him, her mind drawing more and more options. She quietly told him to wait, realizing that he was already gone. She took a breath and tried to calm down. The King of Hell came out of the internet club a little upset. He'd been insulted by that guild wench and tried to attack him in the middle of nowhere. He was so looking forward to having a fight-free time. Kang-woo thought about how most of his abilities were still sealed despite everyone squealing at his skills. Most of his reflexes were still from his reign in Hell. It never occurred to him that he would be able to meet a player identical to his skills so quickly. The King of Darkness remembered that playful confrontation at the internet cafe, and those moves at the end that fascinated. He could have sworn that for a moment the stranger was completely out of his sight at that moment. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, disintegrated into atoms. He wondered who the stranger was at the moment. He exhaled and remembered for a moment what had happened at the internet cafe. Kang-woo wanted to know where she got the resources for such a big fight. He walked down the street, immersed in the thoughts that the aftertaste of this strange encounter had brought him. In a moment he felt as if someone was following him. O Kang-woo looked around and questioned in surprise. With a swift step, the man's feet snapped downward in a leap. It was the same girl from the Scarlet Rose Guild. She apparently didn't finish her sentence. Her gaze was very serious. She was intent on learning about a new player she didn't know with above-average stats everything. Standing on the ledge of the first floor, she made sure no one was around and pulled out her cell phone. The Scarlet Rose Guild's emblem appeared on her phone's screen. She was probably logging into some secret connection to contact someone. The other end of the line said it was the strategy department. The girl's name was Cha Young-ju. She then asked to be connected to the head of the human resources department. The person on the other line introduced himself as Park Hyun-woo, the head of the human resources department. He knew who called him and called the girl as the head of the guild. The girl said hello and asked Hyun-woo to investigate something that was very important to her. Hyun-woo asked if it was about a demonic cult. Yeonju replied that the question is moot and added that the player she met at the cafe is suspicious and possibly hiding his identity even though she saw his card. She said the player's name is Oh Kang-woo and he's a D-ranked player. He also does not have an identification stone to prove his identity, suggesting that the card is fake. The girl added that he could kill players of his level and below. The man on the phone tried to object. She said that he was not who he said he was and had calculated her moves. Park Hyun-woo replied that no conspirator involved in the cult had ever managed to defeat her even in not her best form, and it was impossible. It was, until now. The girl reminded her that she had been in the demonic cult business for a long time and had never once met someone stronger than her. She remembered Oh Kang-woo and how sharply and quickly he had managed to react to her attack, and how he did it. It was a game. Youngju called Oh Kang-woo a jerk, recalling the whole picture of her sudden defeat in front of a stranger. For a second, the girl wondered if it was really his fighting skills and trained reflexes, but stopped and concluded. She realized that if his skills were taken into account, he was one of the main representatives of the cult, or a leader at all. Her hands began to shake with tension. Park Hyun-woo asked if this was seriously a cult activity. The girl replied that it was likely and should be checked thoroughly. Park Hyun-woo replied that she understood the task and was investigating, and hung up. Young-ju was deep in thought. She thought that although she didn't know about Oh Kang-woo's involvement in the demonic cult, she knew one thing for sure. In her hands was a button from Oh Kang-woo's bomber, which she tried to grab him by during a confrontation at an internet cafe. At that moment, somewhere on the street, a frustrated Oh Kang-woo noticed that a button on his bomber had come off. He thought he hadn't dodged the stranger well enough. It was as if an invisible link had slipped between the two players. The girl thought that without knowing anything about him, she felt that he was stronger than her. She thought about the fact that if he really is a D-ranked player, and it's all his accumulated experience and talent, then she wouldn't be able to be the strongest player. Kang-woo walked down the alley and thought that as soon as he received his new ID card, he would go to the S-Rang gate. The girl returned to the cafe through the restroom, letting him know the break was over, with a desire to get back at him at least in a game. As she approached the place where Oh Kang-woo was sitting, waiting for him to come back soon, Young-ju realized that the jerk had already left. Young-ju walked to her chair and looked at the screen questioningly. A veil of anger was obscuring reality, and bright red lightning bolts of rage seemed to be flashing in the air. She saw that due to her long absence from the game, her player rank from gold had been downgraded to bronze. She clutched her button and vowed to get to Kang-woo. At that moment, walking somewhere in the city, the King of Darkness experienced a strange, cold feeling on his back. He wondered what it could be, and hugged himself to his shoulders. The next day, Kang-woo, as soon as he received his ID card as promised to himself, went to the S-Rang gate. In his hands he held a new upgrade card and a memo. Trolls dominated this gate, called the Mokdon Gate. He was eager to go hunting. The police stopped him at the entrance and informed him that only C-ranked groups of at least 5 players were allowed to enter. The reason is that dangerous trolls have appeared. One of the officers reported that a troll boss has appeared and that single players are not allowed to enter for the time being. The Lord of Darkness replied that he understood. In his heart, he was frustrated. As soon as he raised his rank, some strange monsters would appear and destroy his plans like a house of cards. Oh, Kang-woo looked around. People were talking about the new troll as entertainment. Some asked when it would appear, others were not happy about the prospect of going there. Kang-woo thought that the atmosphere at the C-rank gate was special. It was completely different from the atmosphere at the lower-level gate. Looking at the players willing or unwilling to pass through the gate, he noted that their equipment was also an order of magnitude higher than in previous gates. The Lord of Darkness realized that the test at the S-Rang gate was more serious, and it was impossible to pass through it alone. He pondered what he should do. The monster hunters were discussing amongst themselves how they would first blow the head off the bloodthirsty monsters, and then how they would divide the 1,000,000 won amongst themselves. Oh Kang-woo just wanted to get in, but he didn't know what to do. So he wandered around from the couple players to the groups, listening to their conversations. He could see the fear and panic in the eyes of the players who had come to the S-Rang gate today. Some even suggested skipping today's hunt and scoring the state prize. He thought of nothing better than to back up this whole range of emotions with a spoonful of anger. He activated the demonic power of rage. Gang Yu was thinking about who to choose as his victim. He heard a group of players discussing about the monster, either hesitating or raising new hopes. The King of Hell discreetly put his hand on one of the guys' shoulder. He decided to push one of them so that everyone could see the monsters. One light push from the King of Darkness was enough for the unfamiliar player to first feel the heat in his back and then plunge into an avalanche of rage. Suddenly, to everyone but not to Kang-woo, the young man boldly turned to his buddies to ask how long they were going to be so pathetic. His buddies were extremely surprised. They did not understand what had happened to their comrade. One of them asked what kind of fly had bitten him. The boy fell into sad flashbacks of the past. He remembered the thugs beating him up in high school and middle school. He went on to say that they had all once dreamed of revenge, and then the gate opened and there seemed to be hope in my heart that there would be no more humiliation. Suddenly he shouted very loudly to his buddies what was happening to them, his eyes bulging furiously with anger. He asked why they were afraid of monsters. Now his whole group was staring at him dumbfounded with bulging eyes. They told the boy that he was not himself today and that he was strange. At the same moment, one of his buddies, as if catching this wave of rage, shouted that he didn't understand why all the big men were trembling in front of the monsters they would kill in no time. A newly interested player added that he would never forgive his brother's death. Behind him, someone shouted even louder that he would slaughter everyone. Another comrade joined the discussion and said through gritted teeth that he would kill everyone and be rewarded for his suffering. He added that you can't hide in a low-level gate for the rest of your life. He looked at his friends and angrily hissed that monsters or not, he would surely bring the offenders to their knees. One by one, the demonic power of rage overwhelmed the entire formation of players. They were all thirsty for the blood of the monsters and the boss. The guards looked on in incomprehension at what was happening. It seemed to be the first time in their entire service that the players were so frantically demanding that the gate be opened. One by one, the players, racked with rage, approached the gate guard and shoved their cards in his face, demanding to be let in and get even with the troll boss and his subjects. The crowd was in a frenzy and was almost ready to blow the guard station and the gate itself to smithereens. Everyone's sense of rage increased as more and more joined in. The officer at the post, who was now in danger of being swarmed by the furious crowd, hesitated. Never before had he seen so many mad people wanting someone dead. While the people were rioting and the guards didn't know what to do about it, Gangwoo slipped past them unnoticed. He was cheering. The crowd at the main gate helped him. He flew over to the back entrance of the gate while the guards were busy dealing with the players. His soul exulted that he had beaten everyone and now the bounty on the troll boss's head would be his alone. Kang Woo stepped through the portal and found himself in the desert. He looked around for the people he had come for, as usual. The King of Darkness noticed that a desert was markedly different from the same forest or swamp, which was even worse. He also realized that the desert was a vast expanse of sand. The Lord noted to himself that it would be difficult to find the troll leader in this vast area. He wondered if he could use the power of the heavens. Kang Woo hesitated a bit because he wasn't 100% sure if this was the right time to use the Magi reserves in his body. After confirming with the player system through the bracelet that the magician's score was already over 50 units, Kang Woo scattered from the rocky cliff and activated the force. He awakened the power of the demon Astaroth, which included the power of the Watcher. He placed his palms on the sand and began to read the monster's locations. In an instant, his eyes turned into two bright red radars that seemed to come out of their orbits and became larger than the entire desert. He easily detected the trolls. Kang Woo clearly saw the crowd of trolls with their leader, who clearly outnumbered them in size and strength. He was surprised by the staggering effect of the force. After pulling his hands off the surface of the ground, Kang Woo returned to his usual appearance. He whispered confidently that he had found the troll boss who was to be his prey today. Kang Woo also realized that around the leader of the troll pack, there were many soldiers guarding their lord. The lord looked around. He heard the voices of people off to the side. It was the maddened crowd that had been allowed into the gate. They were chanting for the fourth awakening. The King of Darkness realized that the crowd was heading towards the monsters. He thought, why not use them to successfully accomplish his mission? Gang Yu decided to take the leader of the trolls and leave the soldiers and small folk to be torn apart by the crowd of players. He jumped down from the cliff and followed them. Once near the monsters, Kang Woo realized that in order to defeat the boss, he first had to take out his henchmen. He stood up on the sand, and with a firm conviction to begin the onslaught on the undead, activated another unprecedented power. He was holding something that looked like a spear. He flew through the air, wanting to strike a massive blow at the soldiers guarding the troll boss. He whirled in a murderous tornado, moving closer and closer to his target and holding his weapon at full alert. His eyes glowed red. He only needed to fly up to the boss and his soldiers and swing his weapon once, creating a more powerful wave of battle tornado-activated power. The launched spear flew into the target. The bulky troll boss instantly collapsed under the unprecedented strength of the King of Darkness and his throat-piercing weapon. Suddenly, the system started notifying O Kang-woo that he had heroically defeated the troll boss single-handedly and his points had been tripled. His level was also raised. He was shocked. O Kang-woo watched as the loyal soldiers of the slain troll boss stood over his huge body, wheezing furiously in his direction. For a moment, he wondered if he was the boss. He scrutinized the windows notifying him of his victory over the S-rank troll boss. He exhaled, but still wondered how it was possible to be such a weak S-rank boss. The King of Hell tried to remember him in his lifetime. Huge with eyes full of rage, he was clearly not a weakling, and according to his information, he was indeed the boss of the S-rank trolls. At the same moment, O Kang-woo realized that it wasn't the boss who was weak, but he was too strong. He sighed as he broke his promise to hunt carefully and without attention. O Kang-woo realized that with such strength, it would be extremely difficult to conceal. He opened his arms with weapons, clearly mocking the grief-stricken trolls. The King of Darkness looked at these poor souls and smirked. He decided that plans could generally change. The fierce monsters came at him with huge maces and sticks. They wanted to avenge the loss of their leader. The Lord was in no great hurry to unmask his defenses. It was as if he had been standing with open arms for the trolls until the last moment, waiting for them to act. A plan was brewing and solidifying in the Hell Lord's mind. It made the welcoming demonic smile on his face grow even wider. He realized that if the cards fell this way today, he should get even with the evil one, or more blows. O Kang-woo turned his back to them for a moment, daring to activate another killing power that could give the trolls a one-way ticket. The group of trolls, united by their rage and desire to destroy Gang Yu, stared at this in bewilderment. It was beyond their intelligence level. With an attack that unleashed the full power of his blade, O Kang-woo gave a decisive blow to one bulky man, and he fell before he could even utter a sound. The others were next. O Kang-woo noted to himself that with as many mages as he had, the use of such skills becomes unhindered. After a couple more tactical strikes on the trolls, O Kang-woo heard the system once again notify him that he had defeated the C-rank trolls, and his level increased by 2 units. The system notified him that he had received a special skill of Earth Blade Power, a rank that was given to the best players. At that moment, the trolls who didn't understand anything just stared at him. Kang-woo turned to the undead and asked if they would like to test the newfound skill right now. He smiled and raised his hand. Magi was accumulating on his fingernail. 1 drop of magi was enough to turn the desert into a bright purple target where the remaining trolls were targeted. Once again, the surviving trolls frankly did not understand what was happening on the field of this confrontation. It wasn't until some time later when the purple circles of earth blades reached them and began to chop their feet that they realized how much damage O Kang-woo could do to them. Realizing that these circles could be the cause of their deaths, the trolls ran in the opposite direction thinking that the attack had passed them by. But the power of the earth blades mercilessly caught up with them across the sand and rose into the air to create a meat grinder for the trolls. O Kang-woo only watched as the limbs of the monsters flew through the air. Seeing the lifeless bodies of the once dangerous trolls fall from the sky, O Kang-woo triumphed. Another victory was in his pocket. Activating the power of the Devourer, O Kang-woo began to absorb the monsters' bodies with a violet glow. At this moment, a notification came in that the mage had been upgraded by 2 units. He was surprised. O Kang-woo was a little disappointed. He thought that the mage had increased by such a small amount due to the fact that he had more than 50 units himself. Now the King of Darkness understood what they meant when they talked about the gradual increase in difficulty of increasing stats. There were 4 levels left until the 4th level of Awakening. Gang Yu decided to hunt some more. Meanwhile, a group of players searched the entire desert for the boss. They complained that they couldn't even see it from the outside, let alone defeat it. Amongst themselves, the team of players discussed the possibility of falsifying information about the troll boss because no one had even seen the trivia, let alone their leader. Other players added that they were lucky enough to see only a few trolls fleeing in fear into the unknown. Eventually, they came across a place that looked like the boss's trail. The players thought that if there was a trail, then where the boss himself or his body had gone. A group of players decided it was time to go home despite the lack of any positive results. Many lamented that they were tired of wandering around the desert. The crowd stood over the spot where the troll boss had clearly fallen and discussed that they needed to complain to the player center or to the government because they had miscalculated the timing. The Lord of Hell thought it was a relief to see the clueless players leave the space. He also noted that the power of rage was still working on the crowd of hunters. Kang-woo realized that in order to draw attention away from himself, he needed to join the players as if he had been with them from the beginning. He listened to their grievances as he headed for the exit. After leaving the gates, the crowd went to the security guards demanding an explanation for this oversight and compensation for the players. Everything was going according to his plan, and no one had any idea where the troll boss and his entourage had gone. Kang-woo smiled as he suddenly heard someone shout silence. Kang-woo looked in surprise at the direction where the silence order came from. He was frightened and surprised. A squad of Hwarens was heading straight for the gate of the S-Rang. They all looked puzzled, and their marching step was unbroken. The Overlord could hear the crowd talking. They were discussing that they could understand the fury of the players who had returned from the gate, but it was unlikely that they would risk it. Gang Yu wondered what they had come for like everyone else. The entire crowd roared when a gawker suggested that they all look in the same direction. Kang-woo could see the figure of a man in a serious outfit from afar. He wanted to go home. It turned out that everyone was staring at the third squad leader, Baek Hwa-young. She was rapidly approaching the gate, and her assistant officers once again demanded silence. Baek Hwa-young reported that the Hwarung had some breaking news for the players of this gate. She reported that cow players had been spotted at the S-Rang gate. That was why the Hwarun squad had come here on a mission to check the cards of all the players in order to verify that they were KOA players. And so the officers proceeded to do just that. They needed to check all players of the Third Awakening and above. The team of officers apologized on behalf of the entire government and proceeded to check. The King of Hell reflected that KOA players are quite the topic of discussion in the world today, and the issue has not lost its relevance. Baek Hwa-young asked all the available players in the S-Rang gate perimeter to show their IDs. Kang-woo wondered if he would get caught. The Hwarun said that it wouldn't take long to check, and as soon as they were sure that the wanted players weren't here, they would leave immediately. Gang-woo's only thought at the moment was that today's hunt wasn't exactly neat. He was worried that they might be looking for him. He also pondered that no power he would also not be able to use since there were too many prying eyes. Kang-woo realized that as long as Baek Hwa-young is here, he won't even be able to escape because just by looking at her, it's clear that the criminal can't escape. The Lord understood that it was necessary to leave the space of the S-Rang gate immediately, but he did not understand how to do it without unnecessary eyes and problems with the law. Meanwhile, Baek Hwa-young herself asked the King of Darkness for his ID. She also assumed that he had lost them when she saw him hesitate. Kang-woo handed the girl officer his card and smiled. He thought that maybe he was paranoid, and there was no problem. The girl stared at the document without saying anything, studying every line of the document. At that moment, Gang-woo thought that it didn't look like he was in trouble. Kang-woo thought that he should be careful when hunting because the cow players who were clearly involved in the demonic cult had already made their move. He thought of asking the officer for information. Kang-woo thanked her for taking a personal interest in the matter, to which she replied that giving orders doesn't earn you authority. The King of Darkness was speechless for a moment at the resilience and confidence of this beautiful and strong girl. He added that she was definitely worthy of respect. Kang-woo continued. He said that there were a lot more cow players recently. The female officer looked at his card and said that was the reason for the inspection. The girl handed him his ID card and told him that he had passed the inspection. Gang-woo thanked her for her quick work. Lastly, he said that going hunting regularly was enough for a normal life, and there was no need to kill other players for money. The officer agreed with him. She added that the influence of money was frightening. Kang-woo agreed, but thought to himself that it was a lie because the Hwarens must know the true goals of the cow players. Baek Hwa-young said goodbye to Kang-woo and was about to leave when he asked her if she could tell him who they were looking for, so that if they met that player, they could tell them. The officer thanked Kang-woo for being courteous and added that this matter would be left to the Hwarens as player safety is their job. The girl added that Kang-woo, who had just reached C rank, would be safer to level up in a lower-level gate. He thanked the girl. Clearly floored by all the pleasantries, the officer added that good-hearted people like Kang-woo are few and she wished there were more. Kang-woo smirked. He thought to himself that it would be a disaster if there were more of them. He thanked the girl once again. From the entire conversation with the officer, Kang-woo realized that the investigation of the demonic cult case was a secret investigation and access for commoners was not allowed. The Lord of Hell decided that since the government was also investigating the cult, he should stay home. He dialed Han Dae-soo and asked him to meet him. After a few days, Kang-woo finally met up with his buddy Han Dae-soo at a coffee shop in the city. Dae-soo extended his huge and warm hand to greet Han Seol-ah, clarifying whether she was the talented Hilaire he was talking about. Seol-ah replied convincingly, and added that she was also happy to meet a serious and strong player like Dae-soo. Kang-woo looked at her embarrassment and felt a strange emotion. The player told Kang-woo with Seol, Ah, that they are a very beautiful couple and look good together. Oh Kang-woo asked him not to embarrass his girlfriend by staring at her endlessly. Sitting at the table, Oh Kang-woo returned to the pressing topic of the meeting, which was the formation of Seoul Ah's group with Han Dae-soo. He said that he would really like them to hunt together in the D-rank gate. Dae-soo agreed. He explained his agreement by saying that anyone would be willing to accept a hitman with B-rank's special ability as a member of his team. He asked if this was his daughter-in-law's only ability, to which Seal was surprised, but then laughed. Oh Gangwoo studied her emotions with interest at that moment. Tank said there was no need to be shy and it was fine. He brought the conversation back on track by asking what kind of ability Han Sol Ah had. Soleil summarized that her ability is called Blessing of Light. It can be used not only to heal players, but also to buff health and agility. Tang Dai-soo looked at Han Seol-ae. He looked at Han Seol-ae with surprise, asking if she could really both heal and buff a player on his team at the same time. Seol-ah nodded convincingly and added that she could still use an additional skill to attack. Dae-soo told Oh Gang-woo that his girlfriend was really a miracle. Kang-woo interjected. He explained that it's hard to find a hitman capable of buffing and attacking enemies. He added that Han Sol-ae will be welcomed with open arms by the strongest guilds. The girl thanked Dae-soo for complimenting her talents. She said that she didn't want to join the guild, and neither did Dae-soo. Oh Kang-woo was thinking about her at that moment. With the joy of a pleasant and productive meeting, Tank picked up the coffee mug and drank it in one gulp. Oh Gang-woo told him to be careful, because it wasn't beer. The player put the mug on the table and confidently stated that Americano is the best coffee. Gang-yu added that it felt like he was talking about soup. Later, Oh Gang-woo asked Dae-soo if he had found a suitable candidate for the role of Damager. Dae-soo said that he had found two strong players that he liked. Both of these characters had recently reached their second awakening and had remarkable talents that would be useful in the guild. Dae-soo assured him that he would like them. Oh Kang-woo immediately recalled the last unbelievable players his new battle buddy Han Dae-soo had messed with in the form of two Koa players who had almost taken their lives. Han Dae-soo added that he was sure that these two would be a good match for them. He said he wanted to introduce everyone tomorrow before the hunt. Dae-soo asked Oh Kang-woo and Seol-ah if it was okay with them. The girl said that she didn't mind at all since Dae-soo is Kang-woo's friend. Seol-ah thought she should hurry up with her training to accompany Oh Kang-woo. Oh Kang-woo assured that she should not be in a hurry because the most important thing in this important operation is her safety. When Han Dae-soo saw the cuteness, he couldn't help but say that it was really cute to watch them talk. Kang-woo reminded him not to stare. Dae-soo suggested meeting the next day in the Incheon area. Kang-woo objected to why it was so far away when the D-Rang gate was so close. He assured me that a lot of things had happened at the gate that Oh Gang-woo had mentioned, and that the best solution was to go to the one near Incheon and hunt trolls instead of ogres. The player explained that trolls are more suitable for beginners because they have unprecedented strength, and therefore leveling up is not far off. Oh Kang-woo thought his comrade was smarter than he expected, and added aloud that it was a very good idea. After finalizing all the main points and arrangements for the meeting, Kang-woo got up and started to say goodbye to his friends. Dae-soo was surprised that he was leaving so early. The King of Darkness said that he had unfinished business, and Han Dae-soo looked at him in surprise and asked him what kind of business he had. Rolling up his sleeves without a shadow of shyness, Oh Kang-woo replied that he was looking forward to leveling up and couldn't wait to get started as soon as possible. Having already been on the other side of the portal a few hours later, Kang-woo reasoned that at this stage he was level 29 and would soon be on his fourth awakening. After activating the power of the Astaroth Demon Watcher, Oh Kang-woo once again turned his eyes into powerful radars and searched for foul things. He decided to start his hunt with the 8 calm trolls that opened up to his sight at that very moment. He suddenly flew towards the monsters and attacked them. His opponents roared at the unexpected danger. The head of one of the trolls flew off his shoulders as the other two, frightened, simply huddled together and mooed incomprehensible noises. After defeating the foul creatures in a few moments, Oh Kang-woo shook off his clothes and wondered how much longer he would have to hunt to get a level upgrade. His thought process was distracted by something. Oh Kang-woo looked around. He realized that there was an insanely unpleasant smell in this desert. It was the smell of human blood. Oh Gang-woo knew that death in hunting was a common occurrence, but not to this extent. He jumped off the cliff. The Dark King thought to himself that the odor couldn't be that strong and pungent unless at least 5 people were dead. He flew exactly at the smell. He wondered how a group of C-ranked players could be wiped out all at once. Kang-woo also assumed that it was the work of the cow players. He went down to the ground. After a while, he managed to find a field that emitted a stinking odor. The bodies of the murdered players were strewn on the sand, sitting and lying down. Oh Kang-woo walked closer to the mangled players and concluded that there were definitely no survivors left. The King of Darkness also realized that this was definitely not the work of a demonic cult, as they wanted victims and bodies, not carnage. He looked thoughtfully at the bodies of the dead players. At this point, he didn't know who would want to kill them. He noticed that the odor was recent. It made him think that the perpetrator of this bloodshed was still around. Someone was standing at his side, glaring fiercely at the King of Darkness. When O Kang-woo noticed the uninvited guest and looked at him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he only had time to questioningly blurt out a few words. In front of him stood the very real monster from Hell, the guardian of the 1,000 Hell Circle in the form of a hellhound. The Lord of Hell looked at the creature questioningly. He didn't understand what the hellhound was doing here. O Kang-woo looked at the underworld guardian with astonishment and didn't understand how he was here. He knew theoretically that such a creature was extremely dangerous to mankind. The hound didn't ask to be introduced and was the first to try to pounce on the King of Darkness. Kang-woo even cursed at the surprise of her attack because he was completely unprepared. He seriously looked into his opponent's eyes. The hellhound with certain magic skills tried to pierce him with its fangs or claws first. He successfully dodged it. In the moment when O Kang-woo raised his hand for a crushing blow, he thought that he would definitely recognize this power and this monster from the underworld. O Kang-woo, who was ready to strike, suddenly stopped as if he was stunned by what he saw. He saw a huge ball of fire appear from the creature's mouth. This ball of fire was spinning, increasing in amplitude and taking over the free space. The hellhound directed this firestorm straight at the King of Darkness. The moment the fireball reached O Kang-woo, there was a powerful explosion that sent the creature from the underworld crashing to the ground. On his skull emitting streams of fiery flames, his fierce eyes burned even brighter than before, and he roared. With the power of his magical martial skills, O Kang-woo tried to aim the stone blocks directly at the creature in order to hit it. He activated the power of the blades and tried to perform the same maneuver as with the trolls, but it was useless. Then the King of Darkness realized he had to change tactics. He joined his two hands together and began activating his other power. In just a second, he soared through the air, holding a magical weapon in the form of a spear with a pointed tip. He activated the power of the dark spear. O Kang-woo spun around in a whirlwind of murderous tornado, maneuvering his spear in the air. He wished to inflict damage on the enemy. The hellhound saw a chilling ball flying towards her from the sky with O Kang-woo inside with a magic spear. With a clear determination to defeat the monster from the netherworld, the King of Darkness released his spear into its back. A pillar of dust and sand covered the field. O Kang-woo sank to the ground. The King of Darkness exhaled. He thought that he had finally succeeded in defeating the monster. At the same moment, Kang-woo looked toward the hellhound in surprise. He didn't expect to see something that contradicted his conclusion. He realized that he had only angered the monster with his actions. The hellhound became even more aggressive and screamed furiously into the void, wanting to tear everyone to pieces. In another battle jump to damage the hound, O Kang-woo thought that he just needed to find her weak spot, and as soon as possible. At a certain point, Kang-woo decided that the time had come. He began to activate his other magic power. At the most crucial moment when it seemed the monster was ready to swallow the King of Darkness, he raised his hands, finally awakening his power. He abruptly lowered himself down and grasped the ground with his hands, where deep cracks suddenly began to form. He activated the concussion power. The monster clearly did not expect this turn of events and screamed with wild rage. Huge chunks of earth and stones flew towards him. O Kang-woo tried to twist his power so that his opponent had no way to move in the flow of all those flying stones. He swung his spear once again and charged it precisely into the skull of the monster from the netherworld. Blood gushed from its head and the creature screamed wildly. O Kang-woo thrust his magic spear into the skull of the hellhound again and again. He was very angry at the hellhound for appearing outside the perimeter of the hell territory. He pierced its bones mercilessly with his spear. It would seem that his opponent had been defeated, but in reality the hellhound was gaining strength to attack O Kang-woo again. The moment Kang-woo finally seemed determined to take its life, the creature burst into flames and smoke. The place where the hound had been lying formed an earth split. From the power of the resistance, the hellhound managed to fly into the air despite having a spear sticking out of its skull. O Kang-woo was thrown a few meters away by the pirouettes. The King of Darkness quickly regrouped on the ground, assuming a comfortable position, allowing him to defend himself against the hellhound. The creature, with its skull pierced through, stood up on its four legs again and roared furiously. O Kang-woo thought it felt good to be on his feet again. The King of Darkness scrutinized the hellhound and realized that a spear or concussive force would not be enough to topple such an opponent. O Kang-woo had encountered these things before and knew very well that they were always as persistent as possible. It made him angry. The creature was on the defensive as well. The hound stood firmly on all four paws and snarled hostilely at the King of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness saw the hellfire that the hound wanted to use against him begin to appear along the spine of this infernal creature. In the blink of an eye, the guardian of the underworld itself turned seemingly into one large raging flame born to destroy O Kang-woo. Rapidly, those flames flew towards him with a great desire to inflict crushing damage on O Kang-woo. The King of Darkness muttered at this point through his teeth that the hellhound was only a dog that did not know its place. He once again assumed a fighting stance, this time involving something more serious than just magical powers of a mediocre nature. O Kang-woo used one of the strongest demons, Baphomet, which gave the power of heavenly might. The hound's eyes seemed to fade a little at this point. She seemed to realize who she was dealing with. The player was not himself when he attracted this power. A terrifying shadow of a summoned demon hovered over him, wishing to attack the hellhound. The King of Darkness clenched his teeth. At that moment, it might have seemed as if he had no pupils at all. A powerful wave of rage was rising in him. Kang-woo attacked the hellhound again. It was one of the most powerful force that threw the hound back several dozen meters. The hellhound wheezed and mooed. Although the hellhound still held firmly, Kang-woo's strength did not allow her to relax and literally suspended her in mid-air. At a certain point, when O Kang-woo's rage was at its limit and the creature was almost defeated, another explosion occurred. The King of Darkness sighed and thought that this creature from the underworld was quite resilient if it hadn't been defeated yet. Looking eye to eye with his opponent, who had time and time again survived the most powerful attacks, Kang-woo thought that it would be good for him to use two forces at a time. The thought flashed through the Dark Lord's mind that he had met many hellhounds in his life and knew how to deal with them. Kang-woo thought that his current level was more than enough to deal with it. He was still deciding what tactics to use to defeat the monster. Suddenly, the hellhound fell down without strength. O Kang-woo only had time to exclaim, "Ouch!" It turned out that all of his attacks had still dealt significant damage to the creature. He thought what a mad dog that hound was. The system began to notify him that he had handled the C-rank split shard. Gang-yu was surprised since he didn't know what a split was. The system notified about level points and getting the fourth awakening, as well as a special ability of the Magic Lord that helps to wield magic and hide it from other players. Standing next to the defeated monster, Kang-woo didn't quite understand what the notification system was saying. He wondered what could be the shard of the split. Then he remembered that he had heard of a split core once before. He assumed it was the name of the creatures of hell. In the next instant, O Kang-woo looked at the pierced skull of the slain hellhound and wondered how that dog had gotten here. He even had a decent picture of the princes of hell in his head, but he realized the hound couldn't attract them. So what is this rift, and is it connected to hell? He thought. Kang-woo decided to check the rest of the notifications and not dwell on something without a single clue. The Lord of Darkness opened his messages and was surprised at how many there were. He was interested in one of them about the fourth awakening and the special ability of Class A. Now he didn't have to worry about the little things. He could savor this monster's mage to his heart's content. The Hell King activated the power of the Devourer in his usual manner and began to absorb the mages of the slain hellhound. While absorbing the magic, he thought that at this rate he would soon regain his Man-Ma-John strength and become stronger than he was in hell. He did not hide his joy and laughed contagiously. As Kang-woo left the protected area of the Rank C gate, he thought that the best decision at this moment was to go home. He smiled to himself as he thought about what a good day it was, and if he could eat kimchi too, it would be a good day. While Kang-woo was thinking about what he would do at home and how he would attack the pot of his favorite dish, someone said hello to him from behind, and he turned around. To see who was saying hello to him, O Kang-woo moved closer and saw the same girl from the internet cafe who had bullied him a few days earlier. The girl fixed her cap and added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Gang-yu told her with a frown that he didn't think so. He didn't understand why she was saying hello like that. After all, they weren't close friends or anything, and he doesn't even know who she is. She introduced herself as Cha Young-ju. Gang-yu thought for a second that he had heard that name before. Perhaps it was at the cheerleading center. He remembered two players discussing who they couldn't compare to. He remembered that her name had something to do with the heads of the top 5 guilds. He remembered how the guild heads visually looked to the world, and what the leader of Onuri and Hanula looked like. He also remembered about the two girls, one the head of Sanare, and the other, "Wait a minute," Scarlet Rose asked it out loud. The girl smiled and confirmed that she was the leader of the Scarlet Rose Guild. Oh, Kang-woo remembered for a second what kind of power this girl had and immediately calmed himself down, which was not surprising. He was curious about what the leader of the Scarlet Rose wanted from him. The girl said that she had made inquiries and knew his name, and that he was born in 1995 years old. He was 28 years old, was brought up in an orphanage, no history of adoption, lived on his own. She continued that for 5 years there had been no word from O Kang-woo, but suddenly he registered as a player. The girl asked him if the information was correct. Oh Kang-woo replied that he didn't know why she was doing all this, but yes, it was. She opened her phone and added that she registered in Oh Kang-woo's player system on March 16th, which turns out to be 3 weeks ago. She also mentioned the distribution system, which she thought was wrong. The test result was wrong, or he wouldn't have been able to get to the S-rank gate in 3 weeks. The girl said that Kang-woo came out of nowhere after 5 years and was hunting in the S-rank gate. At first, she thought he was a criminal and forged documents. Cha Young-ju added that when she checked his fingerprints to see if they belonged to the database, she didn't find any irregularities. Oh Kang-woo asked how she had access to his fingerprints. The girl calmly told him that his fingerprints were taken when his first license was registered. She continued to look at her phone and said that at that moment, she made sure he wasn't a player with a fake ID. Oh Kang-woo thought she had a lot of power. The girl looked him in the eye and said that if he wasn't a cheater, he was probably a player with outstanding talent who could surpass her. Oh Kang-woo listened to her very carefully. She added that not only could he surpass her, but he could be stronger than Baek Kang-hyun himself. The King of Darkness listened carefully to all the information she had to say and finally thanked her. He asked her what she wanted him to do. He didn't understand it. She handed him some kind of device and told him that as a guild member of the Scarlet Rose Guild, she wanted to sponsor him, or rather, she wanted to sponsor a gifted player. The King of Darkness earnestly informed her that this was not what he expected her to say. The girl asked him what he thought then. A smirk flickered across the Dark King's face. He was talking about how he was hoping to get an offer to join the Scarlet Rose Guild. The Scarlet Rose leader's answering smirk could say it all for herself, but she added that she couldn't ask the player hiding behind the F rank to join the guild. She looked at him and added that he wouldn't have hidden his abilities if he had any intention of joining the guild. Kang-woo said to himself that he wasn't hiding it. The next moment he asked what kind of sponsorship it was, to which the girl said it was financial support to help him level up faster. Kang-woo laughed. He asked what benefit she was getting. He jokingly added that maybe she wanted him to help her in that game. The girl exploded with fire. At the same moment, the guild leader fixed her cap once again, calming herself, and reminded herself that she was the guild leader, and she had just offered. Oh Kang-woo laughed when he saw her reaction and said that he was playing for the first time and didn't know how to play at all. The girl replied that he was the reason she didn't get to the silver medal. With a friendly sneer, he asked why she was still on bronze since it's a small level, to which the girl shouted that it's not like that. She plays great, but she has no luck with the team. Deciding to close the topic of discussing this game, because he saw the unnecessary emotion, he asked why she was so eager to sponsor him. Once again fixing his cap, the girl informed him that the sponsorship would help him become stronger. She looked at Kang-woo and kept talking about how he was a rookie who had become a player in 3 weeks, had been to the most dangerous gates, hunted alone, and had risen monstrously fast. Young-ju explained that he would become stronger and told the special benefit of sponsorship in the form of temporary rights to enter any gate up to a rank. The King of Darkness laughed. He said that this information was already giving him more encouragement and that he was leaning toward a positive answer. The girl was serious about presenting the information. She said about the possibility of forming a group with guild members of any class and selling stones tax-free. Oh Kang-woo seriously thought about it. He asked again if it was really possible to save on taxes and get help with the group. This pleased him. The girl was demonstrating all the advantages. She talked about gear of a basic nature and the opportunity to purchase first-class gear with a deposit and the provision of a house with a car. All this time, Kang-woo thought that they were only suspiciously showing him friendliness. He heard a question about what he thought about. Folding his arms across his chest and listening to these sweet speeches from the guild leader, Kang-woo honestly said that it all sounded unrealistic. The girl said that the guild didn't intend to give him everything just like that. He would receive the guild's assignments, and when the time came, he would fulfill them by doing his duty. He plunged back into his thought process. The Scarlet Rose Guild needed him to fulfill an errand. The Lord of Darkness asked if it was possible to get the details of the errands so that he wouldn't be caught out at the right time. The guild leader replied that she could not give him such information. She once again corrected her cap, pulling it over her face, and felt awkward. Oh Kang-woo thought it was probably a long story and said, "Okay." He thought to himself that he could always refuse if their requests were inappropriate. He held out his hand to the girl and said it was a wonderful offer. There was a smile on his face. He didn't expect to receive such an interesting offer today at all. Gang-yu said that he was accepting it. As he held the girl's hand, he thought about the fact that she was giving him the opportunity to make connections in the guild and enjoy the privileges and support provided. Their hands intertwined in a firm, friendly handshake. Oh Gangwoo looked her straight in the eyes and thought that this was an offer he couldn't pass up. Smiling widely after everything the Scarlet Rose Guild leader had said about the benefits of sponsorship, Kang Woo extended his hand for a handshake. He was in agreement. Cha Young-ju replied to him that he had made the right decision and would not regret cooperating with the Scarlet Rose Guild. Oh Kang Woo rubbed his fingers together in eagerness to know what the nature of the special assignment was, but the girl told him that it wasn't time yet. The Scarlet Rose Head also added that at this stage of his level of play, he would not be able to carry out the assignment, so there was no point in rushing. The Lord of Darkness smirked. He couldn't resist the urge to tell her that his true level was much higher. Looking seriously at the girl, Kang Woo squinted his eyes and informed her that he was much stronger than she expected. Chae Young-ju only thought that Oh Kang Woo had no room for arrogance and agreed to his statement to avoid any misunderstandings. The girl exhaled and concluded that a guild assignment required more than just strength. Oh Kang Woo wondered what it was then. Young-ju looked at her phone screen and cryptically stretched out that the guild didn't have enough evidence and couldn't talk about it. Oh Kang-woo looked away questioningly. He knew it was not necessary to ask for information right now. The girl handed him her cell phone and told him she wouldn't mind getting his number. Entering his number into the guild leader's contacts, Kang-woo asked when he would be able to get the equipment and was told that he could get it any time. The girl asked if he wanted to get the equipment right away, to which Kang-woo nodded. The equipment was a way to save mages. Yoon-ju replied that they should hurry up and go to the office. Kang-woo asked where it was. The leader turned around and answered him that the Scarlet Rose Guild office was at Seoul Station. The passers-by around literally froze. They all turned their heads in the direction of the pair of players and shouted enthusiastically, "Wow!" The little boy and his father stopped at the curb. In front of them stood a sports car of unprecedented beauty and power. The boy told his father that they should buy such a car. A brand new Porsche 918 Spider was parked at the curb. Oh Gangwoo heard the child's father sigh heavily and promised to work harder. People were shouting amongst themselves. The guild leader shouted to Oh Kang-woo as she climbed into the car and got in before the crowd showed a clear interest in her. Gang-yu told her she was cool. Already in the salon when he was pestered in his head with the question of how much to pay for such a car, he asked the girl replied that she did not know. She said that a car like this would cost about 10 million won. Oh Gangwoo opened his eyes in surprise. The King of Hell looked closely at the guild leader, as if to doubt that it was the same girl from the internet cafe in the sports. Oh Kang-woo noticed that the car seemed to be sliding instead of driving, which is typical for a car of this level. The girl grinned and asked him if he thought the sponsor would give him the same car. He seriously asked her if she was joking, to which the guild leader said that she had told him that she was giving him a car. Oh Kang-woo called her Nuna in response. She was surprised. Oh Kang-woo jokingly said that he would call her Cha Young-ju Nuna from now on, but she interrupted him and demanded that he not call her that anymore. She had a look of disgust on her face. The Lord of Hell continued that he would be very happy to own such a cool car. Yoon-ju told him that she would confiscate it at the slightest misstep. Kang-woo replied that it would be a very low act. The girl got mad at him. He had no idea how many hungry mouths were hanging around her responsible neck. He smiled, clearly feeling victorious in this discussion. He asked the girl to watch the road carefully. Soon they pulled up to a building resembling either a warehouse or those fancy architectural structures in the center of the players. She announced triumphantly that they had arrived. The girl got out of the car and told the footman approaching her that the keys were inside. Oh, Gangwoo thought the building was huge. He looked at the building with the guild emblem, mentally comparing it to the players' center. Cha Young-ju hurriedly invited him inside. Oh, Gangwoo thought he was very lucky to have such support. They went inside. The man at the entrance greeted them in a friendly manner. The stranger courteously extended his hand and revealed his guess that Oh Kang-woo was the outstanding player that the guild leader was talking about. He introduced himself and gave his name as Park Hyun-woo. It turned out that he was the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild's Human Resources Department. He smiled. The Lord of Darkness said his name and looked at the other man standing next to him. He looked at him questioningly, waiting for a reaction. The silence of the second guild member was interrupted by Park Hyun-woo. He introduced him as the Commander-in-Chief of Task Force Moon Young-ho. Oh Gangwoo waited for a reaction from him, but he stood there like a stone. He stared at the King of Darkness so intently and sternly that he felt uncomfortable for a moment. He wondered why the Commander-in-Chief was staring at him like that. Hyun-woo turned the failed conversation to himself, saying that he believed the conversation was successful if he walked through the doors of the Scarlet Rose Guild office. He thanked Kang-woo. Oh, Kang-woo joked that with the benefits of sponsoring the guild, he wouldn't mind drinking poison. Yoon-ju didn't understand the joke, and the head of the Human Resources Department laughed. Park Hyun-woo also suggested that the new protege of the guild leader wanted to go to the uniform warehouse. The girl said that she would take him there herself and show him around. The man bowed to the guild leader and said that he dared not object. However, the commander-in-chief literally growled that he would go with them. Che Youngju looked at Yunho questioningly and asked why he had decided to accompany them. The commander-in-chief glared disdainfully at Kang Wu. He added that he wanted to see for himself if the new member could be trusted. He still glared at Gang Yu with contempt. The embarrassed girl agreed. She stated that they had better become friends because they would see each other often, and said that he could go with them. The players went to the elevator, which brought them to the 15th floor, where there was a warehouse of uniforms. The girl entered the secret authorization code on the door to the vault and said that, of course, she wouldn't supply Gang Yu with anything he wanted. Kang Wu listened to her with attention and interest. Yunju added that she would provide him with any ammunition of any rank. However, high-level limited edition uniforms would be available to him after he paid a deposit. She offered him a look around, marveling at the weapons hidden behind the sturdy glass like a valuable piece in a museum. He asked if they had any legendary weapons. The guild leader said yes and added that such uniforms were used by the best players and not dust in the warehouse. Gangwoo agreed and asked if it was accurate. The girl said of course there was. Kangwoo's next question was about the value of the bale to get it. Yunju said 50 million won. That's with a discount. The lord exhaled and replied that he understood. It was not something he could afford at this stage, when he had just learned how to make money from selling stones. Kangwoo suddenly turned to the girl. He nonchalantly asked the guild leader as if she was his crony and called out the name of Nuna. A mute question hung in the air. Kang Wu and Cha Youngju looked toward Young Ho, waiting for his answer because he started making strange noises. Instead, the guild warlord walked right up to Kang Wu, clearly showing him his weight superiority. His gaze was unfriendly. He sucked in air and gritted his teeth, snarling at Kang Wu for not seeing his respectful demeanor. He breathed hostilely and frequently. Kang Wu didn't think at all that Moon Young Ho would have an unbiased opinion of him. He looked at the player tiredly and asked him what he meant. Yun Ho looked at Kang Wu even more intently and muttered that he should respectfully address the guild leader since she was above him in status. His face was literally tearing up with anger that was boiling up in him more and more with each passing second. He clenched his jaw and glared angrily with bloodshot eyes. Kang Wu smiled wryly at the warlord and looked him straight in the eye and told him that he didn't want to. Now he was waiting for the bully player's obvious aggression. The Lord of Hell informed the thug in a cheerful and somewhat mocking manner that he did not wish to observe manners. He was provoking him into a scandal. The warlord, who was unprepared for such insolence, could not contain his irritation and pulled his weapon out of its sheath. Gang Wu smirked. The guild head shouted sternly at Moon Young Ho in hopes of stopping him. He paused a second away from the Darkness King's head. The girl walked up to Moon Young Ho and gave him a good punch under his solar plexus. She asked him irritably what was wrong with him. The guild leader was furious. She categorically did not understand the behavior of one of the most senior members of the guild's elite. She called him a freak. Already literally seething with anger, Cha Young-ju asked the warlord if he was going to explain such impertinent behavior. Kang Wu listened to a warlord getting a scolding from his superior. She said that his communication style was none of his business. Young Ho tried to object. Soon he obediently agreed with the bossy girl and guild leader in one person. Kang Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. She then reprimanded Kang Wu and told him to be more careful with his language because Young Ho will cripple him next time. Kang Wu said he would take note. At this moment, Kang Wu thought about the fact that even though Young Ho was a bully, he was loyal to his leader. That meant that the guild was reliable. Kang Wu returned to his usual way of speaking and addressed her as Cha Young-ju Noon. She gave in and asked what he wanted. The King of Darkness, rubbing his hands together, announced that he was giving up the car but wanted the best equipment. The girl who didn't inspire confidence in him now cut him off and said that it was impossible because the matter was to be discussed at the meeting. A fist flew toward Gang Yu. The warlord lost his temper and yelled that Kang Wu had no right to call the guild leader Nuna. He was very angry. He demanded an explanation as to how he, a snot-nosed rookie, dared to address the guild leader so disdainfully. His hand dangled in the air with his weapon. Suddenly, he swung his weapon at Kang Wu. He was so eager to teach the green rookie a lesson for his disobedience and impertinent manners. He was trembling with rage towards Kang Wu that he didn't even try to hide. He heard the guild leader address him once again. Cha Young-ju gripped the blade of his weapon tightly and stopped his next attempt to attack Kang Wu. She muttered that he had probably forgotten what she said. The King of Darkness felt his certain superiority, at least in regards to the guild leader. He smirked. The girl asked Young Ho if this should be considered insubordination. The boy tempered his fervor once again and began to justify that he only wanted to defend her honor. He was scared. The guild leader briefly threw the warlord's weapon aside and pushed Yunho away as well. She said he was a disgrace to the guild. Kang Wu watched with genuine interest. Suddenly, the girl told Young Ho to get out. She was adamant. The girl also added that she would have to take drastic measures in case of another such attempt of disobedience to the direct management. The guy whispered fearfully that he was deeply apologizing. Yunjin finished him off by reminding him of the importance of being the guild's chief warlord. The girl turned to Kang Wu and said that it was an ugly act on the part of the Scarlet Rose Guild member, and he would be punished. Gang Yu told her to forget it. The guild leader asked Gang Yu what kind of equipment he was interested in, to which Gang Yu replied that he wanted a chest armor. The head promised to look into the matter. Kang Wu continued that, in his battles, he really needed chest armor for unimpeded movement while hunting. She hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, the outgoing Moon Young Ho intervened in the conversation. He offered his top-rank chest armor with great performance if Kang Wu fought him. The guild head angrily shouted at Yang Ho to calm down. Her hands were tensed and gathered into fists. Yang Ho started to stagger backwards. She demanded he leave the warehouse. Looks like the warlord really went overboard this time. Suddenly, Kang Wu interrupted their next altercation. He put out his hand, thus stopping the leader from charging the player. Yang Ho grumbled unhappily. The last thing he wanted to do right now was to confront Kang Wu. The King of Darkness had said that it was an excellent idea. The girl looked at the seemingly unreasonably arrogant Kang Wu with apprehension. She thought that this guy wasn't doing well at home. Kang Wu was thinking back to his first encounter with young Ju at this moment. He realized that perhaps Moon Young Ho's strength characteristics were superior to his, or were on the same level. He realized that a player reaching level 67 and the Sixth Awakening on his own surely made the strongest of the strongest. Gang Wu thought that despite his talents, he wasn't ready for such a fight. The guild leader asked both of them to shut up and stop, but Gang Wu told her that it was fine. He smiled broadly and looked at his potential opponent in what seemed to be a meaningless fight. He wondered how he could refuse such a gift. Moon Young Ho replied to Gang Wu, angrily flashing his expressive eyes that he liked his attitude. Kang Wu thought about keeping the leader away from such idiots in the future. The girl, realizing what the mood of both players was leading to, shouted at Kang Wu, demanding that he calm down and explain what the hell was going on. At this moment, Moon Young Ho was remembering how Cha Young Ju had saved his failing life during a failed hunt. Back then, the monsters had almost torn him apart. He realized that she was his valiant and ambitious savior who had given him a chance at a second life, and the leader he was blindly following. The warlord also recalled how reverent he felt towards the guild leader, and how he had once put his heart on the altar of serving her. He returned to his usual state where the only thing he wished for was the demise of the arrogant Kang Wu. He thought that this puppy didn't dare talk to his leader like that. The guild leader was genuinely worried that Kang Wu wouldn't get out of the fight with Moon Young Ho alive. He was like a little kid who was determined that the equipment would be his at all costs. Kang Wu wanted to prove the gulf between him and Yun Ho. They moved to the battle room, which he said was nice. Gang Yu's calmness irritated the warlord. He threatened that he wouldn't be calm for long, but Gang Yu simply asked him to be more attentive. They agreed that they would start the fight as soon as Kang Wu was ready. The guild leader yelled that this was crazy and he would regret his action. Moon Young Ho said that he piously concedes the rookie 3 seconds that he can use to make any maneuver. Preparing for the fight and adjusting the black gloves on his hands, Kang Wu asked with a sneer if he had specifically memorized lines from movies to be more cool. The Lord of Hell said that he no longer wished to listen to his abstruse phrases and preferred to start a fight. He demanded that he draw his sword. Kang Wu turned to his opponent again and asked him if he understood what he said or if he needed to repeat it again. With his arms folded across his chest, Moon Young Ho solemnly declared that he wasn't going to take this confrontation seriously because Kang Wu was a rookie. Kang Wu bent down to catch his breath. He wondered if he really felt that way. The guild leader's eyes were filled with fear for both of them. The King of Darkness assumed a position where it would be easy for him to attack Moon Young Ho. He began to awaken his secret reserves. Suddenly, he activated his acceleration power, and in just a second, he accelerated to leap at his assailant. With the activation of the acceleration power, Kang Wu literally split into atoms for the enemy. He shouted that even his armor wouldn't save him from the punishment. Rising high in the air and under the ceiling, Kang Wu sent a shockwave at the warlord, who was folded in half and flew several meters away. Kang Wu's opponent screamed in rage and helplessness after his maneuver. His bulky hands were reaching out to finish him off while he was making strange sounds. From helplessness after the powerful attack, Moon Young Ho fell to his knees and grabbed the floor with both hands. Kang Wu also got into a more comfortable stance after hitting the bullseye. The guild leader looked at everything that was happening with excitement and surprise. She couldn't believe that a player with 3 weeks of experience would be able to take out a giant like Moon Young Ho. Moon Young Ho himself grabbed his solar plexus. A hellish pain spilled over his entire body. He couldn't understand how this could happen to his best player. Breathing between bouts of sharp pain, the warlord thought that if it weren't for the armor, it would all be over by now. He thought it was something outrageous and impossible. When Young-ho had the strength to raise his dazed gaze at Kang-woo, the only thing he thought of was that he couldn't have been a player for only 3 weeks. Oh, Kang-woo smiled boldly and broadly, revealing a grin. His eyes were burning with red fire. He asked the player why he had forgotten his 3-second rule. Moon Young-ho couldn't admit that the newcomer had him beat. Leaning on his weapon, he stood up and asked Oh Kang-woo what kind of tricks he was doing. Kang-woo calmly replied to the bully that the trick was that he was stronger than he expected. Young-ho was angry at how a player who entered the game 3 weeks ago could produce such a performance. The Dungeon King also asked his opponent if he understood the flawed nature of the whole 3 seconds thing. Moon Young-ho was ready to stop the fight now because he was sorry. Oh Kang-woo only laughed in his face as he remembered how he thought he was a rookie and a weakling, cocking his head and bullying him at every opportunity. His demonic laughter shook the air around him. It reminded him of how he'd called him a rookie and a weakling, and now he was lamenting that a weakling had ruined his plans. In a moment, Oh Kang-woo calmed down. There was a clear look of discontent on his face. He informed Moon Young-ho that he was just a pathetic loser. Hearing this, the veins on the warlord's face began to burst one after another. The tension in his body was increasing. He clenched his jaw with all his might. Yoon-ho called him a bastard. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the guild leader and his greatest love stood. He cursed to himself. Talented and experienced player Moon Young-ho realized that embarrassing himself in front of Cha Young-ju, who was currently watching the dueling players intently, was the last thing he wanted to do right now. He clenched his sword with his hand and suddenly swung it upwards, activating some special power. A huge, fiery beam of light appeared in his hands in place of the weapon. He shouted from the tension filling him from activating the power of the heaven-killing sword. Moon Young-ho was suddenly embarrassed and looked questioningly at his troublemaker. It looked like his opponent wasn't afraid of him at all. Oh Kang-woo was once again amused by the desperate player's actions. He asked him mockingly if it was necessary to shout out such a cheesy technique name. The King of Darkness looked at him with pity. He asked if he thought that horrible name might have seemed cool for a split second. He swung his sword with all his might, wanting to end this upstart once and for all. He ruthlessly flew at the King of Darkness with a sword emitting light and blinding him. Oh Kang-woo took a defensive stance. Oh Kang-woo looked at Young-ho. He was still the warlord of many of the Scarlet Rose Guild's combat operations and was strong. Giving his best effort was not necessary. Kang-woo placed his hand on the floor. Focusing on the sensations in his body, he began to activate another of his powers from his arsenal, namely the power of darkness. Red lightning bolts emanated from his hands. Moon Young-ho was still not calm and tried to attack Oh Kang-woo. The King of Darkness sent a wave of darkness power next to Young-ho exactly under his feet. Instead of being stunned by the power of darkness, Moon Young-ho literally stepped his huge boot on the outgoing beam of battle magic. The concrete floor cracked under the onslaught. The guild leader shouted for the warlord to stop immediately and obey the order. The guild leader shouted for the warlord to stop immediately and obey the order. It kept demanding to stop when the wave of darkness power coming from Oh Kang-woo only intensified. He was thinking about how stupid that Moon Young-ho was. Kang-woo was suspiciously calm and even smiled. He called his opponent a stupid idiot. At this moment, he was in complete control of the darkness power flows. The moment Moon Young-ho sent a powerful stream of attack light towards Oh Kang-woo, he flew behind him and released the main wave directly onto his opponent's back. Moon Young-ho was very surprised. Just a moment ago, he had thought that he had caught Kang-woo by surprise and could not survive, and now he was defeated from the back. But how could he move unnoticed? Oh Kang-woo's hand rested on the warlord's shoulder. He rubbed it, letting him know that he was in full control of this fight. Moon Young-ho gave him a surprised look, his face contorted in disgust. Kang-woo stood exactly behind his back and held him by his shoulder blade. His opponent realized that control of the fight did not belong to him. Kang-woo quietly said that he had lost. Keeping his hand on his shoulder, Kang-woo activated the wave power with confidence, and in a matter of seconds, he even purposely voiced his actions to poke fun at Moon Young-ho's bully. With the force of the wave, Oh Kang-woo sent Moon Young-ho straight into the concrete wall that began to crumble from the force of the blow. He was putting an end to this fight. When Moon Young-ho slammed into the concrete blocks, his face was blank. He didn't understand how a snot-nosed rookie who had barely learned how to hold a gun could beat him. When the warlord's unmoving carcass fell to the floor, the guild leader gaped in surprise. She had not expected such an outcome. She turned around. Behind her back, Oh Kang-woo was standing there, catching his breath after this meaningless battle. Moon Young-ho was still lying motionless. Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that there was no cause for concern at all because he knew what he was capable of despite their expectation. The girl looked at him suspiciously. He shook the dust off his clothes and added that he was much stronger than she thought. A victorious, wide smile flashed across his face. Already when the emergency squad paramedics arrived at the fight hall, Oh Kang-woo heard the girl apologize for what happened. They stood over Moon Young-ho and the girl finished him off by saying that he would be immediately expelled from the guild and a serious conversation would be held with the other players. As they left the fight room, the girl said sadly that she had no excuses. The King of Darkness assured her that everything was fine. He was holding his victory armor. Oh Kang-woo received Moon Young-ho's unique armor called Gargoyle Armor that had a petrifying effect. He was happy with the trophy. He smiled. This was exactly the kind of performance a top-class outfit should have. He was very pleased that expectations and reality had matched. At this moment, the King of Darkness thought that it was an extremely reckless act on Yunho's part to put such a precious thing on the line. Oh Kang-woo took another look at the former warlord who was being worked on by the doctors to repair his wounds. The player had disobeyed orders and lost valuable armor to wipe Gang Yu's nose. He even suggested that it was unrequited love for the guild leader that blinded such a masterful player. He said that it could happen once. Holding his new toy firmly in his hands, he added that if such an incident were to happen again, he would have to reconsider his relationship with the guild. The girl fixed her cap in her usual manner and made a promise that all members of the Scarlet Rose Guild would show Kang-woo the respect he deserved. Oh Kang-woo tried on the chest armor and said he didn't think it was his size. He asked what could be done and the girl suggested that he leave it until the master fit it. After placing the armor on top of the booth, Kang-woo said that he was leaving his trophy in the safe hands of the guild leader. He had to hurry. He said goodbye to Cha Young-ju and headed out. She shouted at him to send her his parameters, to which the guy said he would definitely do so. When the door closed behind him, the girl stared after him for a long time. She was surprised at what had happened in the confrontation room and didn't fully understand the outcome. She exhaled and sat down on the edge of the booth with the gargoyle armor Oh Kang-woo had left behind. Cha Young-ju exhaled in relief and whispered that she was out of trouble. She realized that Eun-ho would never lose to someone who had recently received the Third Awakening. She wondered how Oh Kang-woo had managed to defeat the guild leader. The head of the guild thought that if this continued, world-class rankers would arrive in Korea. This prospect frightened the guild leader. The world-level rankers were 8 players around the world. These are the strongest players in the world. So far, no Korean has managed to be among them. There were rumors that Baek Kang-hyun was a player who had a good chance of making the world rankers list, but he failed to make it there. The girl thought that if Kang-woo was considered as a ranker candidate, then Korea would have the strongest player. The personnel director called out to her and asked if Gang Yu had left. The leader replied that Kang-woo just left. She informed Park Kang-hyun that the armor is now his, and that the players need to be talked to and then Young-ho needs to be expelled. The head of the Human Resources Department was clearly saddened by this news. He was about to object, but he realized that the guild leader would not allow Moon Young-ho to stay. The girl asked the personnel manager not to make a face that it was Kang-woo's fault. She warned that it was their job to prevent this from happening in the future. Park Kang-hyun told the guild leader that he had some urgent news that he wanted to tell her. She asked what it was. The personnel officer reported that they had received information that the government had successfully infiltrated a spy into a demonic cult. The girl looked at him in surprise. He also said that if everything develops according to the further plan created by the best strategists of the government, and his including, very soon they will manage to catch them. He also tried to talk about something else, but clearly he didn't know how to begin. Confusion appeared on his face. The guild leader became nervous. She lifted her cap, this time brushing a hand through her disheveled hair, and looked at him with a look of incomprehension. With a weary look, she said she wanted to know all the details. Oh Kang-woo left the office and went wherever he wanted to go. He went to a busy alley near Seoul Station. He wanted to check his stats. He opened the player system. According to the information he received, he concluded that his magi accumulated gradually, along with other characteristics. He didn't think that strength, survivability, and physical ability were superior to magicians, but he thought it could be saved by using them. He wasn't interested in intelligence because the mark was small, and it didn't add any brains. He wanted the growth of a master, but he couldn't get a certain index. He remembered that he had been told that magi would increase, but in his case the amount of magi had not increased, although the other characteristics felt fine. Oh, Kang-woo talked about it. He even speculated that his mage wasn't growing like yeast because it was already above average, and the system didn't need it. The Lord of Hell recalled his triumphant battles and victories. In all cases, the enemy had been defeated. His skills surpassed those of trained and practiced players. He realized that the higher his characteristics were, the harder it became to raise them. The final range for the level was 30. So Kang Wu came to the conclusion that mages couldn't grow because there was already a lot of them. He thought that he was well on his way to defeating the Hellhound, and there was still time before the fifth awakening. Oh, Kang Wu raised his eyes mysteriously to the sky. After all the guild fighting, all he wanted to do was meet up with his friends, namely Han Seol-ah and Dai Su. Later, Gang Yu arrived at the eastern gate of Incheon. From afar, a joyful Dai Su shouted a greeting to his brother. He waved his hand to show that they were there. When Kang Wu approached his friends, he immediately made a remark to Dai Su about his shouting. His friend didn't even have an eyebrow on his huge face, and asked if Kang Wu had finished his business. He had completely forgotten about meeting the two new players. Kang Wu looked at the newcomers with surprise and scratched his head. Dai Su was glad that things were over. Dai Su introduced the players. The handsome guy with the awesome hair was named Kim Si-hoon, and the little girl next to him was Choi Eun-bi. The newcomers smiled welcomingly at the slightly tired Kang Wu. Shi-hoon was more confident, and so he made a personal greeting with a full 32-tooth smile at the same moment. He was really handsome, thought Gang Wu. Little Eun-bi attacked the bulky Dai Su for calling her little. She wanted to attack him, but Kang Wu said hello to her. She added that Dai Su looks like an uncle. Tank got nervous. He was worried about her saying he looked like a 40-year-old. The girl smiled at Kang Wu. She asked him if he was the brother Dai Su was always talking about. She asked him to call her brother and switched to Seola, giving her lavish compliments and asking if she was a Hitler. Kang Wu asked her to tell him about her abilities. An embarrassed Seol-ah thanked little Eun-bi for the compliments, and the latter offered to take a picture of her to show to her friends. Kang Wu was unprepared for such friendly conversations and became uncomfortable. He even thought that Eun-bi was a female version of Dai Su. He said he was happy to see everyone. Kim Si-hoon nobly and majestically extended his hand to Kang Wu for a handshake. He said that he had heard about him and his exploits from Han Dai Su. He also said that he was level 12 and had reached the second awakening. Kim Si-hoon also said that everyone must have realized that his class is warrior. Shi-hoon pointed towards Eun-bi. He said that this girl was a mage and with a special B-rang ability. He also apologized for her overly emotional behavior. With a laugh, Kang Wu said that it was no big deal and there was nothing to apologize for. Rina T. He noted to himself that Kim Si-hoon had a polite and formal manner of speech that was necessary in a conversation. In the background, Dai Su was killing himself for being called 40 years old. Gang Yu and Shi-hoon shook hands. Gang Wu thought he looked like a manhwa hero. He had a great ability. Tank, after their successful introductions, asked if Bro liked the newcomers. He asked if Gang Yu trusted them. Kang Wu thought for a moment. He needed players with such powerful characteristics and atypical special abilities. He thought they didn't reek of perverse desire like the Andrus jerks. He said he was interested in them. Dai Su said he had a diamond in his eye. Kang Wu turned to Han Dai Su and asked with a serious expression if he would like to remember how his own comrades almost killed him. Dai Su calmed down. Dai Su was upset for a second, but then he smiled. He shouted that it was God's plan to bring them back together like this. He laughed. Kang Wu knew he was right, but he didn't let on. Han Dai Su asked him again what he thought of the new players and whether he liked them, to which Kang Wu said the team was good. He looked at everyone gathered. They had a tank, 2 melee, and ranged damagers and a healer capable of healing and buffing at the same time. It was a great team. He also thought that there were 2 players with special A-rang abilities and a second awakening present in the group. This was very good for the team. Gang Wu hadn't forgotten about the 2 members with W-rang abilities either. It wasn't just a group, but a hunting team with impressive power. He mentally decided that it was okay to go hunting with these players. Then Gang Wu voiced that he was willing to go to the gate with them to kill monsters. Han Dai Su asked if he would really go hunting with them. After looking at Kim Si-hoon and Dai Su, Kang Wu assured them that he would go, and if anything, he would correct their actions and teach them something. Tank was happy to hear that Kang Wu was going with them and shouted all over the street that he was counting on him and thanking him. Eun-bi yelled at him to stop yelling. Gang Yu thought they were noisy. The King of Darkness turned to the team and told them it was time to go and to concentrate on the hunt. He didn't plan to help them, but only to observe their actions and correct them in case of mistakes. Gang Wu thought about the fact that he wasn't going to coddle them as the group moved toward the gate. He wanted them to grow up on their own and reach their potential. Already on the other side of the gate, someone was scaring the monsters very badly. Waving a sharp-bladed weapon in different directions, this someone was instilling fear in the trolls that dwelled within the gate. At first, they just crowded around and clung to each other, hoping that they would be swept away by the sharp blade of this player, and then they ran away. But that didn't save them at all, because this player had caught up with them. Imminent doom could await these monsters today at the hands of a strong player. This player was Han Dai Su's tank that held a dozen trolls in terror. They even tried to attack him and pounce from above, but the player's powerful shield prevented him from doing so. With the powerful recoil from his shield, Han Dai-su scattered the trolls all over the clearing. They were hit, and many of them were no longer moving. Han Dai-su was on a roll, and so to speak. He asked the monsters how they felt about his pirouette with cheerfulness in his voice. The surviving trolls searched for their jaws in the grass and staggered back into the forest. They had no idea what kind of spectacle awaited them today. Using the power of light shock, namely blinding the opponents with light, Yunbi literally incinerated the trolls at once. She abruptly turned around and shouted to the confrontation-absorbed Han Dai-su to pay attention since there was danger behind him. The girl ran forward and was chased by half a dozen angry and stupid trolls. She had obviously made a mistake, but she didn't know what it was. Saying he understood, Tank turned his attention to them. In the same way he had dealt with the first batch of baddies, he went after these poor souls. The shield did its job. The player shouted here to the team, and all the participants ran after him. The trolls at that moment had the fear and ignorance of what was happening on their faces. With an accompanying chirp sound, Han Dai-su dealt with the monsters, throwing them a good 5 to 10 meters on either side. He shouted for Han Seola to baffle him right now. He had a victorious smile on his face and was already mentally dividing the skin of the unkilled bear. Han Sol-ah put out her hand to buff someone for the first time in a real fight. She shouted the power of light blessing, and a bright light illuminated the entire space. The girl directed her magical stream of light at the tank's arms. They began to increase in volume. At this moment, Dae-su felt that there was more power in his hands. He realized that these trolls were just a joke for a powerful player like him. He smiled and thanked Seol-ah as his sister-in-law for her help. Seol-ah was successfully accomplishing her task. Her majestic fighting stance and focused face clearly gave away her potential. The girl directed the blessing of light at Han Dae-su many more times before he finally snapped the heads of half a dozen trolls. In tandem with the two girls with special W-rang abilities, Han Dae-su's tank felt more than fine as his strength multiplied several times. He felt his superiority over the evil from the netherworld, and it gave his mood a cheerful note. The monsters flew around with severed limbs and looked at Dae-su Tank and his brave team in horror. This player was clearly making them nervous. Suddenly, Zi-hong, who had equally impressive characteristics and skills, joined in. The monsters looked around, not realizing what was happening. Shi-hong stood majestically on the hilltop with his sword firmly in his hands. He planned for today's hunt to be as successful as possible. Hearing the praise from the great battle partner and tank Han Dae-su, Zi-hong literally broke out into an embarrassed smile. Tank suggested that the newcomer had trained in kendo before becoming a full-fledged player. He added that Kang Wu is great at fighting, but Shi-hoon isn't bad either. Player Shi-hong replied that he practiced kendo as an art, not for fighting. It was his hobby. Looking at the slain monsters, Dae-su assured that his level was above amateur. All this time, Kang Wu had been sitting at the very top of the tree crown, watching the passing of a team that was growing up in every way. Dae-su asked him what he thought. Kang Wu looked thoughtfully at all the teammates. He didn't know what to say to them. The guys had talent, but the lack of technique had almost killed one of the players a few times. The entire team eagerly froze, waiting for the verdict from Kang Wu. A vapor even appeared on Rookie Shahoon's forehead. That's how much they wanted him to like them. The Lord of Hell descended from the tree. He was eager to discuss tactics with the team to avoid further blunders. Gang Yu said that there were 5 points of contention. The team looked at him surprised. They thought they had a perfect style, but Gang Yu said about 5 moments. He added that the truth was that everything had to be changed. Kang Wu turned to his battle buddy and tanked Dae-su. Kang Wu stated that Dae-su had the skills to attract monsters and had good eyesight. Tank thanked him. Kang Wu wasn't finished yet and said that sometimes he spent too much effort and became exhausted. The tank should have different tactics. Remembering the situation where Dae-su's tank scattered the trolls on both sides, Kang Wu asked what he would do if a boss appeared right afterward. The King of Darkness reminded Dae-su that Dae-su was a tank, and his job was to withstand the attack of the unclean and retreat. Han Dae-su thanked Kang Wu for his clear explanation. Kang Wu then went on to discuss Seal A. He said that putting a buff on Han Dae-su's attacker was a great decision because his strength was noticeably increased. However, using the blessing of light to help her attack and cover herself could cost her her life because it attracted monsters so much. The tank wouldn't be able to protect her for long. The girl was visibly upset when she heard her tactics being debated. She lowered her eyes and apologized for letting the team down. Kang Wu, ignoring the moment of emotional outburst, immediately turned his attention to discussing Eunbi's tactics. The little girl raised her hand to show that she was here. The Lord of Darkness said that when she decided to finish off the monsters with powerful fire battle magic, she attracted 5 other trolls instead of the 3 killed. As a consequence, the girl panicked. He added that she could attack everyone with weaker magic and save her strength. The Lord turned his gaze to Shi-hoon and said that he was the main damager, and Yunbi's job was to help him as a half-damager. The girl nodded. Finally, the King of Darkness moved on to discuss Kim Si-hoon's tactics. You could see how worried he was. Oh Kang-woo looked at the player tiredly as if asking him to understand the situation. Still, he had to say his verdict. The King of Hell moved closer to the new player on their team and patted him on the shoulder and concluded that he didn't need to change anything. He was doing his job perfectly. Shi-hoon thanked Oh Kang-woo. In fact, Oh Kang-woo thought that Shi-hoon had done a brilliant job. Unlike the King of Darkness, he didn't have 10,000 years. The team of players also praised Kim Si-hoon's actions. Yunbi reported that he was stronger than she thought. Oh Kang-woo thought that this team was like a diamond in the rough. Oh Gang-woo also had time to reflect that he wondered what they would be like in the future. Oh Gang-woo suggested moving on, and the team replied that they would do their best. Kang-woo, with a satisfied face, said, "Keep it up," and asked the whole team to work on their mistakes in the next battle. Later, when Han Dae-soo fought, he applied Oh Kang-woo's recommendation. His actions were perfectly poised, and it seemed that his shield became even easier to deal with the foulness. Yunbi and Han Seol also heeded the advice given to them by the King of Darkness. In tandem, they lit up the path of the damager and the tank, leaving no chance for the trolls. This was evidenced by their almost pitiful screams that appeared after Dae-soo's tank used his shield again. The whole team worked at a smooth pace, and each member accomplished their tasks. Kang-woo's strategy helped his buddies clear the field of evil in the best possible way. Standing to the side, Gang-woo saw how well all of his team members were working together. He was surprised for a moment that everyone was doing a great job. He thought that if he kept going like this, he would soon be able to see his team fighting in the S-Rang gate. Dae-soo asked him how he felt about the battle. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he stretched out that everyone was doing well. Dae-soo replied that Oh Kang-woo was extremely stingy with compliments. He also added that even so, he thanked him for his honesty, as it would help them cultivate skills faster. Oh Kang-woo listened. He asked what kind of monster it was. His eyes widened in size. He clearly heard sounds and realized that the battle was not over yet. He also realized that it was not a troll. He stared at the place where the strange sound had come from. After a moment, a creature emerged from the foliage that scared him and the team very much. With a ferocious roar, the monster approached the players and opened its mouth filled with the sharpest fangs. Oh Gang-woo realized that it was a demonic wolf. Han Dae-soo, who was holding the defense, became a little nervous. He had never seen this creature before and didn't realize what it was capable of. He looked at the monster with astonishment. The demonic creature decided not to think about it for long and started attacking. Han Dae-soo was the first to be caught, or rather his shield, which heroically shielded the team from the monster. Oh Kang-woo climbed up the tree again and wondered where another demon had seeped into space from. He was extremely surprised and angry. He looked at the monster in bewilderment. His eyes were full of fear, not knowing what to do with the monster or how to protect his comrades. The monster was now showing the full power of its body as it wriggled to keep itself safe from Dae-soo's weapon. The wounds, though appearing, were insignificant. Suddenly, the agitated Dae-soo shouted, "Bro!" and Kim Si-hoon shouted back at him. He was determined and clearly had a plan to defeat the monster. The monster that had gathered all the players in a pile felt its superiority and was about to realize the wrong when a powerful arrow of light was attacked by Zie-hong. Shi-hong appeared out of nowhere and stood firmly on the loose ground. In his hands, he held a sword filled with a specific power. The monster flew towards Zie-hong, wanting to finish him off. It was exposed to the killing rays of Zie-hong's magic light again and again, but it did not stop. Zie-hong, who was holding the sword, possessed a sober, cold calculation. He was ready for the monster's attack. This was evident from his professional fighting stance. Suddenly, when something changed in a matter of seconds, Shi-hong heard a strange sound behind his back. He turned around. If just a moment ago, Zie-hong was standing in front of a monster called a demonic wolf, now the monster was standing in front of him. He swiftly threw it aside with his paw. The moment he fell, Shi-hong heard a wild roar approaching. It was a demon that was flying at him to eat his life. Shi-hong, who had been confident in his tactics up to that point, realized that he was beginning to fail. He shouted the devil and gripped his weapon even tighter, frustrated. At the same time, Oh Kang-woo entered the fray and abruptly descended from the tree. He instantly activated the power of 1,000 and slapped the monster's face with his magical arm. He attacked the monster a few more times. A powerful wave hit the demon wolf and it howled in pain. Kim Si-hoon watched how seamlessly Oh Kang-woo fit into the confrontation as if he had been there all along. He was surprised at how skillfully he maneuvered. Kang-woo exhaled. The monster had been defeated. It was notified by the system, which also raised its level by 1 and reported the destruction of the D-rank Rift Shard. The player immediately ran over to the injured but unbroken Shi-hoon and asked if he could stand up. He said yes, and thanked Oh Kang-woo for his help. A couple of the players were joined by everyone else. They shouted and asked if they were all right. They worried and tried to find out how their protectors and friends were feeling. Dae-soo said that killing a monster with a single blow was powerful. Oh Kang-woo stood over Kim Shi-hoon, who wanted to get up but couldn't. The partners were getting closer and closer to them and could see the slain monster in the background. Taking Shi-hoon under his arms, Tank began to lift him up. He friendly inquired if he was really only on his second awakening, to which he replied convincingly. Han Seol-ah treated him. Oh Kang-woo was thinking at this moment that Shi-hoon's performance was clearly above average, since he was able to resist not the trolls he was snapping at like seeds, but a real demon. The King of Darkness analyzed that for a player at the second awakening, and even with the A-Rang ability, he was strong, and it wasn't just talent. Shi-hong stood up and asked Dae-soo to let him go. He moved closer to help Shi-hong. In fact, he needed to read it. He would be able to understand Moon Young-ho. Dae-soo laughed that he wasn't big enough. Unnoticed by everyone, Kang-woo began to activate the power to read his partner. He put his hand on his shoulder. The connected observer power allowed Kang-woo to see that Si-hong was a master of magic like him and was hiding her amount. Oh Kang-woo dived deeper into reading the player. He was just trying to see the hidden power. Kang-woo decided to look at the player's skills to see what to improve. His inner observer exulted as he lifted the veil of secrecy from this section. This information kept him on his toes. What Oh Kang-woo saw next shocked him. The system showed that Shi-hoon was none other than a god of war with the rank of SSS, and his class was the chosen one. Dae-soo told his partner to tell him if he felt uncomfortable. Oh Kang-woo was thinking at that moment that he didn't know who the player was at all. One thing was clear to him. He looked at the tired but still very handsome player. Kang-woo immediately pictured him as a noble hero with a golden helmet who would save mankind and protect the world. Oh Kang-woo asked himself if Kim Shi-hoon was really a hero. The Lord of Darkness read and could not believe his eyes. The God of War is the protector of the world's chosen one. He now understood why he was so good at swordsmanship. He reasoned that the player might become a threat to him, but also allowed the thought that he could not give up such a student. Shi-hong said he was fine and thanked him for his help. He recalled his experience with Cha Young-ju, who, upon discovering his potential, offered everything to become friends. His plan was to build a friendly relationship with full support. Kang-woo realized that, unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to throw money around. He didn't know when he would be able to fully support promising newcomers as the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild. He accepted that friendship alone wouldn't get him far. He remembered how rejected Shi-hoon had rushed to Dae-soo's defense, and added the thought that Shi-hoon wasn't greedy. Oh Kang-woo mentally agreed that Shi-hoon had a pure chivalrous spirit. Han Seol-ah asked if Shi-hoon wanted an electric massage. He replied that he didn't. The King of Darkness smiled, bringing his thoughts to one conclusion. He was extremely curious as to what could come out of all of this. No one knew the answer to that question. He began to giggle without paying attention to his partners. So much so, he was fascinated by the idea of how much power their alliance could wield. Han Seol-ah and the others approached Kang-woo, who covered his mouth with his palm. The girl asked if he had hurt himself and was told that he hadn't. He said he was thinking. Players asked each other's opinions on why such a monster appeared in the D-rank gate. Seol A reported that she had never even heard of such monsters. She said that if it wasn't for Kang-woo, they would have been in serious trouble. She added that Shi-hoon had contributed. Yoon-bi asked how he's doing. Seol-ah assured that everything dangerous is behind them. Seol-ah added that he would have to get a good rest before chopping off more monster heads. Yoon-bi nodded understandingly. Oh Kang-woo asked the player if he was okay, to which Si-hoon replied that he was better, and there was no need to worry. A smile appeared on the Dark King's face. He said expressively that if it weren't for them, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Of course he could have done it alone, but the fact that the team was united was paramount. Kim Shi-hoon was stunned by Oh Kang-woo's words and blurted out in embarrassment. He quietly said that he had heard from Dae-soo about Oh Kang-woo's strength, but today he saw it for himself and realized that he was really strong. Dae-soo interrupted him and said that of course Oh Kang-woo is a very strong, cool, and generous brother. Shi-hoon assured him that he had a very cool bro once again. Oh Kang-woo thought it was weird. Tank continued to give out compliments. He said it's best not to mess with Kim Si-hoon. He hadn't met any players like him in the Second Awakening. Shi-hoon assured that he was exaggerating. Dae-soo turned to him and asked admiringly why Si-hoon didn't join the guilds, because he would be taken to the best guilds with his feet. The player added that the World Guild was looking for new players, and if he was interested, he could put in a good word. He looked at the player questioningly. He also reported that the guild deputy was in awe of finding players like him, and his talent would not go unnoticed. Si-hong said that he did not want to join the guild, much less the world. Tank was perplexed at how one could not want to become a member of one of the strongest and most successful guilds. He was extremely surprised and discouraged. He asked if Kim Shi-hoon had any disagreements with the Peace Guild. Reflexively, Shi-hoon's hand went to draw his sword. He calmed down and said that there was no need to talk about it. Realizing that he had said too much, Tank apologized for the indelicate question and said that he understood if the topic was unpleasant for him. The embarrassed Shi-hoon objected, obviously hiding something. After plucking up the courage to respond in some way, Shi-hong said that it was just a very confusing matter. He apologized for his talkativeness and sensitivity. Shi-hoon turned to Kang-woo and said he was feeling better and was ready to move on. Kang-woo, realizing that Seola wasn't joking when she said she was resting, crossed his arms over his chest and said that the hunt was over. The team moved towards the exit. Shi-hoon tried to talk his partners out of the idea, but all he heard from Kang-woo was that there was no need to overdo it and they could return to the hunt tomorrow. Shi-hoon, realizing that it was useless, agreed. When Dae-soo heard about tomorrow, he got excited and asked Kang-woo if he would go again tomorrow. He bit his lip and seemed upset after Kang-woo said no. Kang-woo added that he couldn't always protect them. He asked them to remember what he taught them. On the way out, Dae-soo exclaimed that he was Han Dae-soo and would fight harder to raise his level and fight with his brother as an equal. Kang-woo raised his hand and said he was looking forward to it. When Kang-woo and Seol-ah were alone in the city, he told her to go home and not to wait for him because he had some business to attend to. She asked if something urgent had happened, to which she received an affirmative answer. Gang-woo looked at the screen of his phone and saw a missed call. The girl asked if she should expect him for dinner, to which Kang-woo replied that she should eat dinner herself. He planned to come back late. The girl was upset by his answer for a second. However, she soon calmed down and accepted that Kang-woo would be busy with urgent matters. She said she was going home and would be waiting for him whatever time he arrived to eat together. He nodded and wished her a good trip. He thought she was an angel in the flesh. As he looked at her, he realized that the missions he had set himself would not wait and would not complete themselves. He would have liked to have dinner with her, but he had urgent business to attend to. As the girl's silhouette disappeared into the crowd of passers-by, he readjusted his thought process to a serious one. He thought it was great that the girl understood him. He smiled. He had a plan in his head and he needed to act. He scratched his forehead and started walking in a certain direction. A tired and slightly tortured Kim Si-hoon stood outside and stared at his cell phone screen, unsuspecting and unthinking. He waited for the bus right at the bus stop. A heavy exhalation came off his lips. He was exhausted from the day. The player was flipping through his phone looking for the right direction and wasn't expecting anything. Suddenly, someone in a quiet voice said something about the Mir Guild and called his name. He turned around. Kang-woo came out to meet him and waved and smiled in a friendly manner. He was surprised to see him after saying goodbye. The King of Darkness said that he wanted to talk. He agreed without even thinking. Gang-woo came closer to him and quietly told him that this conversation was serious and should be kept confidential. Gang-woo suggested going to a place where no one would be around. Even though bus number 700 was about to arrive, Shi-hoon agreed. Gang-woo said, "Let's go." Turning from the lighted part of the street into an alley somewhere between the houses, Kang-woo made sure it was clear and no one would see them. He turned around to face Shi-hoon. The unsuspecting Kim Si-hoon tried to approach Kang-woo to find out what he wanted to talk about, but his words were interrupted by an unexpected blow. He was taken aback by his partner's unexpected attack. Kim Si-hoon had no idea what Kang-woo could be angry about. He looked at him in surprise. Kang-woo once again hit Kim Si-hoon in the face, this time letting out a slap. The newcomer flew a few meters away and fell on his back. With his head hitting the concrete, Kim Si-hoon regrouped and stood against the wall. He didn't understand why Kang-woo was being so cruel to him. The Lord of Darkness stepped closer to him and grabbed his shoulder. He defiantly tossed him once more and signaled that he wanted to back up. There was something demonic about him at that moment. The player fell to the floor again, and Kang-woo sat on top of him. He said that Kim Si-hoon would become stronger in the future, much stronger than most players. He expressed his desire to become friends. Looking straight into the talented newcomer's frightened eyes, Kang-woo smiled and repeated that he only wanted to become his close friend. Shi-hoon looked at him in bewilderment. Shi-hong was about to argue that he could hardly do anything with such crazy actions, but Kang-woo had already activated the power and was bringing his palms sparkling with magic to his body. In an instant, he activated the power, and it filled the entire space in that alleyway between the two houses. He ripped a hole in his chest and shoved his hand in, saying he wanted to back himself up. He activated the power of submission. With a hand that turned into a violet light, Gang-woo reached his heart. It began to glow, and the guy shouted, "Stop." Powerful streams of ominous purple radiance literally engulfed the young man's body. Kang-woo whispered that he would forget everything that had happened here. It was as if an eye in his heart had appeared that knew all of his fears and thoughts from now on. Gang Yu said that when he opened his eyes, everything would be as it was before. Oh Kang-woo whispered in his ear that if he heeded the advice to train the team with Dae-soo and Seol-ah, he would reach unprecedented strength. Taking his hand out of his chest, Oh Kang-woo added that also, if he became his familiars, it would greatly help him in his growth as a player. When the hole in his chest magically sealed by itself, Oh Kang-woo added that he shouldn't worry. The fleur from the use of magic power was already dissipating in the air, but it was still on his satisfied face. He vanished into thin air. Player Kim Shi-hoon's eyes opened wide. He was in shock. His subconscious mind understood something, but he couldn't remember anything and looked around without realizing how he had gotten here. He was lying on the floor, and clearly his physical characteristics were not at their best at the moment. Only a mute question lingered in the air, as if mocking the player. Shihong felt a pain in his heart area. He wondered what had happened here. The magic was working so that he couldn't remember anything. He only vividly remembered standing at the bus stop and waiting for his bus to arrive. Shihong wiped the sweat droplets from his face. The player opened his cell phone. The screen showed the time 8 o'clock in the evening. He was surprised. He did not think that he would see this number on the clock. It was as if time had stopped for him. Remembering that he was exactly standing near the bus stop waiting for his bus and it was an hour ago, Zihong realized that the incoherence in his head was making him mad and taking away his strength. Kim Shi-hoon closed his eyes and tried to retrieve the image from his memory, but nothing came out. It was as if his memory had been erased in an hour. He was very tense as he tried to recall any information. His head began to crack at the seams from the pain. He gave up and accepted that he had passed out. Shihong admitted that no matter how strong the consequences of the battle where he had managed to defeat the demon wolf along with Kang-woo, he still couldn't believe that he had fainted. He bit his lip and moaned pitifully. The fact that he couldn't understand what had happened to him in an hour made him very upset. Shihong thought that he was very weak. He thought he was too weak and that it had been a long time. He promised himself that he would get stronger. He tried to stand up leaning on his body. His attempt to stand up without support failed. He repeated that he needed to get stronger. Kim Shi-hoon thought about the Peace Guild and the vice head of the guild, Kim Young-hoon. The player added that he would by all means become stronger so that the sharp blade of his blade would reach the neck of that brat. Oh Kang-woo didn't really disappear. He stood on the roof of a neighboring house and watched. He succeeded. The soul subjugation was successful and Kim Shi-hoon became his familiar. The system asked the King of Darkness if he had any orders for the henchmen, and he replied that he didn't yet. He thought it was just a precaution. Oh Gang-woo stopped controlling the body of the surname as the system notified him. He thought about how the newcomer was going to be much stronger now. The Lord once again looked at the sad and crying Shihong looking at the screen from afar and added that he was not going to use force on him. He realized that creating a familiar was a safety net. He didn't have to put a leash on a dog that didn't bite him as a master. He reasoned that if Shihong's talent were to unfold, he would inevitably reach a powerful force and his skills might be enough to counter Palak. Kang-woo also remembered the existence of the demonic cult and accepted that a fight with them was inevitable since the power of the seal hadn't completely weakened yet. Shi-hoon's existence was a prerequisite for the demonic cult's creators and followers to rub their noses in it. Oh Gang-woo understood this very well. Oh Kang-woo continued to stand on the roof of the tall building and watched his newcomer. He thought that monsters might appear at the gate and his new brother would protect him. He was almost back to his normal face, but his eyes were still burning red. He promised that he would give his talented familiar the support it deserved. Suddenly, the Dark King's phone rang. The screen showed that it was Jo Dok-hyun, a crazy Andras man who performed rituals with living people. Oh Gang-woo picked up the phone and asked what he wanted. Deok-hyun said he had information he wanted to pass on. Kang-woo asked if it was about a cult. Jo Deok-hyun replied that he wasn't sure if the information was related to the demonic cult. He said that he was able to find a trace of the use of magic. He added that he didn't think the mage was left behind intentionally. Oh Gang-woo asked if he meant that it was left behind by anyone but a human. Deok-hyun replied that the trail was more like a monster. Oh Gang-woo immediately realized that he was talking about a demon. He asked where exactly he had found such a trail of magic. The Andras Guild player reported that he had found a trace in the gate of the W Rang in Yejeongbu. Kang-woo realized that someone else had broken through after the Hellhound and the Demon Wolf. He remembered that he had managed to defeat the Hound at the C-Rang gate. The Demon Wolf Kang-woo and his team had met at the D-Rang gate. The next creature would appear at the C-Rang gate. The King of Darkness has concluded that the monster in the gate of the C-Rank will be stronger. It would be a demon of the second circle. The Hellhound had given him good experience. The fifth awakening was just around the corner. The train brought him to the Ajongbu station. The passengers were informed that the exit was on the right side. Oh Gangwoo got out of the crowd and thought he could use a car now. He decided that as soon as he returned to the city, he would ask Cha Young-ju to pick up a car for him. Kangwoo heard two players, one asking why everyone was coming back, and the other saying that no one was allowed into the gate because someone had shown up there. He continued to listen to the conversation. The first player asked who could have shown up if the government had closed the entrance in an emergency, and the second player replied that it was some kind of mutant. People crowded at the gate were unhappy that they were not allowed in. The police said that the state would not be able to compensate for the deaths of the players. One player approached a law enforcement officer. The policeman answered him that the type of mutant monster is not defined and entry and exit is forbidden. He tried to object. Suddenly, the information came from the loudspeaker that the type of monster was not confirmed and the number of deaths had already reached 10 people. The orderly said one thing: entry was forbidden as it was for everyone without exception. People were surprised. The raids had never killed so many people. Oh Gang-yu was behind them. Oh Kang-woo knew that despite being dubbed a mutant, the monster was a real demon. He folded his arms across his chest, waiting for a brilliant thought. He noticed that the entrance and exit were blocked. It was more difficult to enter the gate this time. Oh Gang-yu thought. The reporters asked the guards to tell them about the monster. The gatekeeper reported that they did not have accurate information. The reporter pressed him to state that the gate was closed pending a full investigation. The man added that all that was known was that the creature had the head of a lion. The government needed time to find out what kind of mutant it was. It dawned on Oh Gangwoo that it was a Buer demon. Buer was a demon who was one of the strongest in the second circle of hell. The monster looked like a lion and had 5 legs. He had a peculiarity of satiation. Buer needs 5 victims per day. After that, saturation is activated, and he does not attack first. From time to time, Buer would look into the first circle of hell to find his prey and strike fear into the undead. Oh Kang-woo covered his mouth with his palm. In his mind, Kang-woo calculated that if there were 10 victims, it meant that the monster had been in the gate for 2 days. That was good news for him. Oh Kang-woo smiled as he thought about his plan. He realized that the task was easier than usual. He had to give Bueru 5 monsters. He dialed the number of his sponsor. When he turned to her and asked for help, she first asked who it was. Later, she realized it was Gang-yu and asked what he wanted. The girl was carrying weights in the gym. Kang-woo said he had a favor to ask and added that he wanted to go to the W-Rang gate. Young-ju replied that the gate was closed by the government. She asked if Kang-woo was really at Ijongbu Station. Oh Gang-woo replied in the affirmative and asked if she would help since she had great connections. The girl threw the barbell. She asked him if he really wanted to go through that gate. The girl said it would cost her a lot of money. She wondered if Oh Kang-woo would ditch her after being killed by a mutant. Cha Young-ju demanded that he hand over the phone to the guard. He was about to say that according to the government's order, the entrance and exit was blocked, but the girl informed him that the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild, Cha Young-ju, was speaking to him. The guard was stunned when he heard the voice. He quietly said, "Excuse me," and hesitated. Oh Kang-woo said that Cha Young-ju from the Scarlet Rose wanted to talk to him. When the crowd heard that, they started whispering amongst themselves. They couldn't believe it was her. The guard said he understood the order. The orderly walked over to his partner and let out either a pleased or embarrassed ha. He took a breath. He exhaled and reported the order to grant access to investigate the mutant monster. If the monster is subdued, Oh Gang-yu must share the information with the government. Oh Gang-yu said he would investigate. Reporters swarmed around him and blinded him with flashes. The crowd was really excited about this sensational news. No one knew who Oh Gang-yu was. Someone shouted, "Stop." Oh Kang-woo looked to the side. His plan to rid humanity of the second circle demon didn't include the other players. A brightly colored guy with a blue tail and a crew behind him came closer and announced that they too could enter the gate unhindered. The people in the crowd recognized the talented World Guild player Kang Sung-soo. He had only become a player 3 months ago and was already on his way to the Wraith. Oh Kang-woo saw the crowd knowing this player's name start to greet him. This guy with the ponytail was popular. Sung-soo came closer and asked a question about the guild. Sung-soo approached Oh Kang-woo and seeing the gargoyle armor on him, only further confirmed what he had said, adding that this attribute speaks for itself. He asked Oh Kang-woo if he was going on a dangerous research mission to the gate completely alone. Did Scarlet Rose really have financial difficulties? Kang-woo smiled and replied that he preferred to work alone. A traitorous blush formed on his cheeks. Sung-soo said that Oh Kang-woo had been seen at the wing gate not too long ago. He asked him if he thought it would be as easy as that. He approached him and quietly informed him that fools like him didn't live long. Oh Kang-woo was taken aback by the insolence and mocking smile of the Peace Guild representative. Sung Soo continued that his intention as a fourth awakening player to capture the monster and glorify its name was completely baseless and unapologetic. Oh Gangwoo remained silent. He didn't plan on fighting with the players because Buer was waiting for him outside the gate. The peace player asked why he was silent. He kept pestering him. He questioned him about how scared he was. Kangwoo's eyes began to turn red and were already beginning to glisten with fiery flashes of light. After hugging Oh Kangwoo without his permission, Sung Soo asked if he wanted to join the Peace Guild. He added that it was true that the roles had already been assigned. Guild player Peace reported that Oh Kang-woo might be a brigand. He laughed. The only thing Oh Kang-woo had uttered by this point was very good. He smiled. He didn't throw the player off his shoulder and said that he didn't know what to do because he was worried that he had to go alone. Sung Soo mumbled questioningly. Oh Kang-woo smiled wryly. He said that it would be a great idea. He started counting something in his mind while looking from one guild member to another. Everyone changed their faces into strained smiles. They were discussing why he had changed his mind so quickly. The strange player had no sense of pride or opinion. Oh Kang counted everything. He remembered again that Bueru needed 5 victims. He looked at Sung Soo. He counted 6. One would even be lucky to survive. He asked if they were coming. Sung Soo went behind the building because he had an urgent call. He received a call from the guild leader who wanted to know if Kang Woo's protege Scarlet Rose was there. He clearly instructed Sung Soo to do everything to publicly shame Oh Kang-woo. He demanded that the superiority of the Scarlet Rose be prevented. Oh Kang-woo thought he had a great plan. Sung Soo asked him if he wanted to team up with the players, to which the King of Darkness replied affirmatively and smiled. Sung Soo knew the only purpose was to embarrass Gang-woo in front of a crowd of reporters and gawkers. But if he continues this circus, he'll turn out to be a bad person. He realized that further arguments would draw attention that he didn't need. He frowned. After thinking for a while, Sung Soo said that it was time to go in. The crowd and reporters seemed to have gone crazy seeing the 2 guilds joining forces. They chanted that it was a sensational statement that no one would have thought possible. Sung Soo, behind Oh Kang-woo's back, thought he was a coward. Reporters described the event as a merger of 2 of the strongest guilds to investigate the threat of an unknown mutant monster. He realized that the hunt would soon begin in earnest and smiled, letting go of all those unnecessary thoughts. He thought that the newcomer had nowhere to run. On the other side of the gate, Kang-woo was the last to arrive. He wondered when they would join forces to catch the mutant monster. Sung Soo turned to him and shouted unpleasantly, "Hey, he probably has no pride at all if he stalks in front of the world players like that," he thought. After stopping, Kang-woo interjected. Kang Sung Soo wondered if he was a fool or yes. A member of the Peace Guild team asked him to ignore it. Sung Soo added that he was wondering if he was so good since the guild had decided to sponsor him, but could see in reality that he was a damn weakling. Another player added that Cha Young-ju doesn't know what he's doing. He asked what everyone thought about Deputy Head of the World Kim Young-hoon. Another player said he was the best and was part of the second-era conglomerate, and his skills and looks were no joke. He reported that the son was just like his father. Sung Soo and the girl next to him laughed. They said that the rich people had awakened and become the best players. Oh Gang-woo listened attentively. He recalled hearing about the Mir Guild. Kim Jae-hyun, the founder and chairman of Mir Electronics, and his son had organized the guild 5 years ago. Backed by the company's impressive capital, the guild's rank has been growing like yeast, and they continue to hold steady in the top 5 guilds. Lord of Darkness heard that the guilds are making a lot of money. Judging by the relaxed players who were showing off, things were going well for Mira. There was plenty of money. Oh Kang-woo thought that he was standing in the middle of an apparent guild confrontation. When both guilds fell, he would have a chance to snatch a piece of it. He realized that in his case, it would most likely be small stumps, which wasn't a bad thing either. He knew for a fact that he needed Cha Young-ju very much. The time hadn't come yet. In his mind, the guild leader had turned into a chicken that would start laying golden eggs. It was foolish to chop the tree he was sitting on. Oh Kang-woo accepted that the role of the Scarlet Rose Guild was important to his plans. The one who should have been slaughtered was Sung Soo. Oh Gang-woo looked at the worldling and smiled wryly. Suddenly the leader of the group, Sung Soo, shouted that he no longer believed that they would be able to find the monster. Kang-woo told him that in order to find the mutant, they had to look around first. Sung Soo snapped at him. He said that Oh Kang-woo was really stupid if he didn't realize that they were already looking around. The King of Darkness laughed in response. They once again began to whine that the Scarlet Rose had irrevocably wilted, withering away. They even felt sorry for Cha Young-ju with a sneer. Oh Kang-woo was up to something. The players of the Peace Guild were not ashamed to be heard by the newcomer Gang-woo, and were brazenly discussing when the Scarlet Rose Guild would break up. Gang-yu decided to activate his power. It was an observer's power to shorten the search time and detect uninvited guests instantly. Gang-yu studied the space. Touching the wall, Kang Wu definitely felt that the demon was behind the wall just a moment ago. He could see its movements. Kang Wu saw that Boer was hungry and hungry for food. Somewhere in the distance, Boer was literally drooling with hunger and looking for prey. A cheerfulness appeared on the face of the King of Darkness. He was glad of this pleasant news. Soon he would have to say goodbye to the annoying bullies. He decided it was time to begin. The player harnessed the power of seduction with marvelous sense. He released the orb into space, allowing the scents to mingle. Sung Soo asked his partners if they could smell this marvelous fragrance. A guild member confirmed it. Another player shouted for them to be quiet. Kang Wu stood to the side, waiting for the demon to have an interesting fight with the unfortunate players of the Peace Guild. He knew that the monster was approaching by scent. A player shouted for everyone to be ready to attack. The other players confirmed that it was definitely a mutant. Sung Soo turned to Kang Wu and demanded that he stand aside. Kang Wu replied that Sung Soo was an expert in death flags. He looked at the Death King in surprise, and without hiding his aggression, he demanded that he explain himself. Kang Yu recalled that he had said something interesting when they met. He laughed evilly, and his eyes lit up bright red. He repeated the phrase, "Bastards like him die fast." He laughed harder than ever. The player was about to swoop down and stab Kang Wu when he was suddenly distracted. Boer showed up and clawed his first victim. Kang Sung Soo and the remaining players looked at the monster with horror. Horror and fear began to appear in their eyes at what they saw. The monster, which was very greedy and aggressive, brought the dying player as close to him as possible and devoured him. The Lord of Darkness stood aside. The first victim landed safely right into Boer's mouth. He heard Song Soo shouting at the worldlings. He demanded that the remaining members line up and attack the monster. The girl came to the forefront, activating some kind of battle magic. The monster saw that his banquet was in full swing and turned his hunger-stricken gaze to her. The swirling vortex of the bravely fighting girl and the demon rose in the air. It was unclear what was happening on the battlefield. This time, she got something as inconsequential as possible. Sung Soo shouted for everyone to gather and stay in position. He tried to escape death by jumping from one side to the other. Another player ran to his aid. Fear clouded his mind, but he had to act. The other guy decided to distract the demon by somersaulting through the air. It was his last aerial promenade. Kang Wu climbed up on a pillar to get a view of what was going on. He reported that the second bird was in a cage. Sung Soo shouted for the attack to begin. Song Soo and his team deliberately approached the monster to attack it. They held their weapons capable of taking the mutant's life at the ready. Song Soo sprinted and threw his spear towards the monster. It was followed by several other different weapons. It seemed like the monster would be defeated. The demonic creature's mane lit up in flames. It growled aggressively and made it clear that it didn't like these actions. Song Soo commanded. The players lined up and struck the demon with their weapons. They had eyes full of rage and wanted revenge for the ridiculous deaths of their comrades. As Song Soo was launching a battle lightning bolt of light into the monster, the body of one of the players on the monster's spurred claw flew through the air. He was taken aback. The power of lightning had been enough to defeat any level of monster before. It had to be said that Song Soo was running out of ideas on how to defeat a demon. The monster impaled another player with its sharp paws. That left the girl and Seong Soo. Everyone else went into the jaws of the hungry demon. The girl collapsed to the floor in front of the monster. She saw the bloody bodies of her partners on its claws. She screamed and begged for help. The King of Hell added 2 more victims to his demonic tally. He was overjoyed and filled with pride at his ingenious plan. Kang Wu heard Sung Soo change his tone and with a trembling voice tried to yell at the girl to calm down and hold on. He couldn't believe that it would end like this. Song Soo shouted out the last, activating a powerful battle reserve force aimed at destroying the mutant monster. The poor thing cowered in a corner. An unknown force filled the player and his spear, which he launched at the monster. The prospect of being maimed was very unpleasant for both of them. He shouted a flash and swooped down on the demonic creature with a spear full of magical power. He hoped he could attack it and take its life. The monster threw the leader of the World Guild team against the wall. It hit him painfully, and the monster licked its lips. It looked like it had already found its prey. The fallen guild player Song Soo was beating hysterically, realizing that he might become an appetizer. He tried to exhale and catch his breath to get back up. He began to cry and scream in fear of his approaching death. I must say he did not look his best at that moment. He could see with his own eyes what shocked him. He tried not to breathe or move so as not to attract the monster. At this moment, Kang Wu was smiling greedily. He realized that his ingenious plan had come to fruition, and everything had gone smoothly. There was no threat now. After counting to 5 in his demonic counting game, Kang Wu realized that Boer's saturation was now activated, and he wouldn't be attacking for a long time yet. The monster, which had become even more terrifying after eating the fifth victim, growled contentedly. He was not interested in other victims at all. He got into a victory stance. At this moment, Song-Soo was looking upside down at this huge, demonic behemoth in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on at all. He heard Kang-woo say that the monster was almost full. Resentment and annoyance were visible on his mangled face at this moment. Kang-woo stood over the monster and wasn't afraid of it at all. He repeated that the monster was saturated, and Sung-Soo continued to stare at them incomprehensibly in the most uncomfortable physical position. He asked how he had managed to trick the monster. Kang-woo told the mirror player that 5 victims per day were needed to activate the monster's saturation feature. The Lord of Hell also explained that after eating 5 of any creature, be it human animals or demons, Buer becomes satiated and no longer attacks unless it is in self-defense. When 5 living creatures are fed to him, Buer almost turns into a bunny. Sung-Soo looked at the demon licking its blood-stained fangs and claws. He couldn't believe that all of this was happening to him. Kang-woo added that after saturating Buer, it was only a matter of time. He activated the power of the Hellfire and Dark Spear. Kang-woo combined the 2 moves into one powerful move that was able to take down the monster in no time. He planned to defeat it with a single blow. Song-Soo had not yet accepted the fact that everyone was dead and he was an extra in the bloody 5, but he lay on the floor and groaned in fear and pain. The King of Hell realized that skills that utilized multiple powers simultaneously required the utmost responsibility and concentration. He used his palms to combine the powers. Kang-woo decided that there was no need to get too involved at the moment. With 2 shockwaves of combat power, he attacked the demonic creature. Next, the power of the double tooth was added to the whole vinaigrette of combat skills. The magical weapon suddenly appeared and immediately went straight into the monster. Kang-woo moved in the air with a heavy magic attribute, and the system notified him that he had acquired a rank S double tooth power skill. The skills had to be applied concisely. Together, the infernal flames of the dark spear and the power of the 2-toothed spear caused the monster to wriggle and growl in pain from the pain the King of Darkness had inflicted upon it. He was screaming for his imminent demise. The demonic creature was turning inside out from the pain the merging forces were bringing. The concentration of power resulted in an explosion that destroyed Buer and threw Song-Soo a dozen meters away. The system notified Kang-woo that he had defeated the W-Rang Rift Shard and his level had been raised by 6 units. Kang-woo exhaled a sigh of relief. The system then notified him that he had reached level 40 and activated the 5th awakening. He was also given a bonus of 7 magic units. She also reported that he had reached the 60th Magi value and had fulfilled one of the conditions of the Devil's Blessing. Kang-woo wondered what it was. It was unclear what it was or what effects becoming a demon god would have on him. In general, Kang-woo realized that all of his new talents gave him incredible power. Kang-woo thought that in 10,000 years in the pit of hell he had never heard of such powers. He thought his predictions were correct. By raising the level and characteristics of the player can become stronger even than the time when Kang-woo was the ruler of all demons in hell and surpassed the king. With a wry smile, Kang-woo thought that he no longer had the lust for power. However, this devilish habit that haunted all humans was still with him. The King of Darkness decided it was time for a taste of Buer. He activated the Devourer's power and the whole space was flooded with a bright violet light. He remembered the instructions of the government guards who had made him promise to get the body of the mutant monster. He knew he had to, but the temptation was too great. After Kang-woo absorbed the demonic creature's life force, he saw the Magi level increase by 4 units. Buer gave him more than anyone else. The entire process of devouring Buer was watched by an arrogant player of the Peace Guild. He scowled and asked Kang-woo what he was. With a smile, Kang-woo asked if Seong-soo was still alive. He thought that he would be the first to go into Buer's mouth. It turned out that Sung-soo was really strong. Kang-woo laughed and began to approach the Peace Guild player. Sung-soo shouted for him to stay away from him. Gang-woo asked him why he was sad. The player looked at the King of Darkness with eyes full of puppy pity and asked if he was going to kill him. Kang-woo squatted down as he came closer to him. He wondered how he could think that about his friend. He added that he would keep him alive for the role. Kang-woo smiled sweetly with his 32 teeth and asked him not to worry. He added that he would like to ask the player a few questions. He changed his tone from friendly and sharply asked the player which bastard had deliberately sent his damn squad on such an important mission. Newcomers don't usually have this kind of unbiased negativity. Sung-soo had information about Kang-woo before he knew him personally. Gang-woo realized that there was some backstory to all of this. He looked menacingly at the player and shouted at him if he thought that keeping silent was the best solution. Unable to bear the fact that Sung Soo didn't want to share the information he was interested in, Kang Woo grabbed him by the shoulder and violently lifted him into the air and threw him into the wall. The Mira player, who had sealed himself into a concrete block and lost at least a couple of teeth, had not expected such a drastic approach to wanting information. With his hands behind him, Kang Woo asked who it was again. Sung Soo, realizing that his fate was inevitable, meekly admitted that it was Kim Young-hoon. The Lord hesitated for a moment. He had heard that name only today when the snooty members of the Mir Guild were discussing their immediate superiors. He wondered why they were doing that. Sung Soo said that once Cha Young-ju, the head of the Scarlet Rose, insulted Deputy Peace. After that, he couldn't hear about the Scarlet Rose and made trouble for them in every possible way. Kang Woo held Sung Soo's player by the hair. He asked how they dared to brazenly harass him for such an occasion. Sung Soo added that it was an order. After kneeling down on the guild jerk, Kang Woo said that the person who did this was not very smart. He asked Sung Soo if he had a picture of that person. He picked up the phone and noted that their deputy had the unremarkable appearance of some movie actor or other hero. He was surprised for a moment. He thought it was Kim Si-hoon in the picture, but Kang Woo hurriedly got rid of the thought and concluded that they probably just looked a little bit alike. Kang Woo threw away his cell phone. He resented being dragged into this story because of the revenge of a stupid idiot. Sung Soo apologized and said it was an order. The King of Darkness asked and if it was common for a strong player to labor for freaks like their deputy. He further said that it was fine and such service was in the past. If Sung Soo played his role to his liking, he wouldn't have any complaints against him. Sung Soo shouted that he was willing to do anything. Kang Woo smiled sweetly again. He told the player that he didn't have to be afraid and that the job wasn't difficult at all. It might even be good for him. The two of them appeared to be climbing out of the gate together. Sung Soo leaned on Kang Woo. The reporters chanted their names. The crowd cheered that the two players came out of the gate alive. Sung Soo was just hanging on Kang Woo and his face couldn't be seen. Kang Woo held him tightly. Questions were pouring in from all sides. Everyone was wondering if someone else would come out. Kang Woo shouted to immediately call an ambulance for Mr. Sung Soo. He looked worried. Sung Soo's face opened up and everyone could see the bruises and bruises. The King of Darkness put his partner on the ground. The reporters swarmed him like flies. He decided to answer them and told them that the accident happened to Sung Soo when he was fighting the mutant. They asked where the participants who went on this dangerous mission were. Kang Woo exhaled and sadly said that no one else would come out of the gate. He told reporters that everyone fought bravely but died. Someone suggested contacting the Hwarrens to send samples. Kang Woo objected. He said it wasn't necessary. He was eliminated, and there was nothing left of him. At that moment, Sung Soo whispered help, and Kang Woo covered his mouth with his fingers. The reporters asked who defeated the mutant monster. Kang Woo exhaled theatrically and said that Mr. Kang Seong-soo had done it. He had also saved his life. All the flashes were directed at Sung Soo's disfigured face, which was devoid of life. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain. The flashes attacked him. The reporter approached Kang Woo and asked him to elaborate, to which he agreed. He exhaled as if remembering the battle and began his story. He said that it happened when the brave team of united players found themselves in a dungeon. The players soon sensed that the monster was somewhere nearby. It was a mutant monster that was already waiting for the team of players to deal with them. The players were as focused as possible on catching it. Kang Woo said when he saw the monster firsthand, he realized that it was a powerful monster that could take the lives of all the participants in the research mission. There were thoughts of running away, but Seong-soo stopped him and ordered him to hold on and enter the battlefield to save humanity, since the monster could come out of the gate. The girl asked what the monster looked like. Kang Woo said that the government had described it as correctly as possible. The reporter asked how it was possible that they all died at once. Kang Woo said that, in a critical situation, Sun Tzu ordered him to run away, deciding to fight alone. Kang Woo added that he couldn't leave his partner alone with the monster and preferred to watch the fight to the end. He had never seen such a strong fight before. He exhaled and said it was a fierce bloodbath. It was a fight to the death. And then the King of Darkness added that Song Su had managed to defeat the monster. He said that after defeating the monster and almost losing consciousness, Song Su mumbled the names of his dead comrades. Kang Woo smiled and covered the player's mouth. Kang Woo firmly clamped his mouth and told him not to speak until the ambulance arrived, and reporters asked how Sung Su, negatively opposed, ended up changing his mind. Kang Woo said that Sung Su was worried about him since he had just received Scarlet Rose's support. He said that he intentionally behaved in a way that kept Kang Woo on his guard. Kang Woo cried and added that he didn't realize the depth of his heart. Kang Woo added that from now on, Sun Tzu is his hero who saved his life. Sung Su's life force was draining away. He cried and realized that he had fallen into the clutches of the devil. The newspapers colorfully described his exploits and his passing, the passing of another rising star. Youngju was reading the news about Kang Seong-soo, who had saved humanity and died of complications. She thought it didn't look like he had been beaten up by a monster. She concluded that he had been beaten by another player, and it was visible to the naked eye. The head of the Scarlet Rose Guild thought to herself, "What the hell is in that Oh Gangwoo's head?" She carefully drank from the cup of hot tea, thinking about the fact that she got the feeling that she was raising a tiger cub. Someone had told her that her newcomer was very good. It was the head of the Sonare Guild, Jung Hyun-ju. The cute, shapely blonde added that he knew how to be cunning in front of an audience. He was clearly experienced. Hyunju called her an old lady and suggested that she get the hell out. Hyunju shouted that she was only putting up with it because she was her. Guild head Sonar took a breath, and Cha Youngju wondered if the monster could be related to the devil cult. The head of Sonare replied that it was a matter of time, but those bastards had become noticeably more active recently. When the cataclysm occurred, 5 guilds were created, and the world was saved. But if the existence of the cult is confirmed, she said, and mysteriously fell silent. The girl added that the world would fall into disorder. She stirred her tea carefully, stirring the sugar in it. She took a sip of the hot drink and asked how Scarlet Rose felt about it. She looked at Youngju. The girl's eyes visibly rounded at the surprise of the question. She didn't know what to say to her interlocutor. Oh Kang-woo appeared in the doorway unexpectedly and said with friendly interest that he didn't know they had guests. The head of Sonare said hello. The Lord of Hell said hello in return and asked the stranger who she was. She asked if he was the talented newcomer and added that she was just a friend. The girl said that since he was here, she should probably leave. Oh Kang-woo replied that Ms. could go on chatting and he would come back later. Guild head Sonari objected and said that she had already seen what she wanted to see and had to go. Oh Gangwoo looked at her with a confused look in his eyes. She added that she was definitely saying that she was a friend to Youngju, so what was the need to call her Miss, since she looks young? Kang-woo only wanted to ask as the Scarlet Rose Guild head's mate stood up and headed towards the exit. She was a little upset after this conversation because she obviously didn't like to have her age pointed out to her in any way. She felt young. Sitting down on the soft sofa, Kang-woo asked Youngju who this woman was, to which she replied, just an old woman she knew, and handed him a pass to the S-rank gate. Oh Gangwoo noted that they had given him away rather quickly. This was the power of the guild, he asked. The girl replied that that was enough flattery and warned him not to hunt there. The player looked at her sadly. Why he needed a pass to a gate where he wouldn't go. Of course he would violate this recommendation of hers. He reported that he heard what the women were talking about. He admitted that he overheard them talking. Youngju was pouring tea and didn't bat an eye at what was said. She said that even though it was very confidential, one day she would have to bring it up with Oh Kang-woo, and it was important to discuss all the points. Oh Gangwoo took a sip of hot tea and asked if she was talking about the devil cult. He added that the last demon in the gate was clearly their work. Youngju said that yes, these crazy people who sacrifice other people are the ones to talk about since they've become more active lately. She said that they had no information about how long this cult had existed and how strong it really was, and the unknown frightened her. She also said that together with the government, the Scarlet Rose Guild was investigating the devil cult. Gang Yu asked what other guilds knew. Youngju replied that all 5 know, but only 1 cooperates with the government. Kang Woo asked if they were doing it for image, and the girl confirmed his guess. The government has put a huge bounty on the heads of the devil cult leaders, but that's not the only reason they're involved. She quietly added that the members of the Scarlet Rose Guild had suffered many losses and put everything at stake, including many lives. Going back was simply impossible. The head confirmed that now her guild and members would never let go of the topic of the devil cult. They must hunt down the villains and eliminate them. Oh Kang-woo thought that he unfortunately didn't know the number of guild members who had given their lives for this investigation, but there were probably quite a few judging from the head's reaction. The Lord looked at the girl, who was habitually pulling her cap over her face to hide her emotion. He thought she was a real bloodthirsty rancher. He realized that the guild leader's physical characteristics as a fighter were top-notch, and it made him tempted to go to battle with her. He smiled. He pulled himself back from his train of thought because there were more important things to do. He asked her about the request, or should I say errand, she had asked him to fulfill. She sat with her head down. The girl said that she would need Kang Woo's help and any strong players if they were able to find the cult. She looked seriously at Gang Yu. The girl said that if he changed his mind and wanted to leave now, she would understand and wouldn't stop him. She needed an answer right here. She looked intently into Gang Woo's eyes and seriously asked if she could entrust this assignment to him. Oh, Gang Yu thought for a while. He looked at the slumped girl twirling the S-rank gate pass card in his hands. He asked her not to worry about nothing. Oh, Kang Woo added that at one time the girl had helped him the most, and how dare he respond to her request with a refusal. He smiled. The girl hesitated for a second, but after hearing the whole proposal, she moved the visor of her cap with relief and agreed. He thought at that moment that he was very lucky to have her and lucky to be alive. The more he got on the cult's trail, the more magicians he got. She said she would pass him on to the investigation, and once again advised him not to hunt there, even though she knew perfectly well that his new car would take him there. The navigation system really did notify the new owner of the car that it would take him to Suwon Hwaseo Station. Oh, Gangwoo thought it was nice to have a car. Kangwoo remembered the Fifth Awakening's feature of being able to summon any demon once every 3 months. He thought of summoning the strongest one, he reasoned. The gate worked as a kind of bridge between the dimensions and the earth, and the higher the level of the gate, the more terrifying were the monsters that came to visit. The demons from hell, or rather the shards of the rift, went through the same process. The higher the level of the gate, the more interesting and serious the demon could be attracted. The King of Darkness stepped out of the auto when the navigation notified him of his arrival at the station. He realized then that it was advantageous to take advantage of this advantage in the S-rank gate. He approached the gate. The inscription said that this S-rank gate was completely controlled by a squad of players serving the government, namely the Hwaran. Oh, Kangwoo presented his authorization. Security confirmed his identity and informed him that he was allowed access to the S-rank gate. Oh, Gang Yu entered the grounds. He heard the commander shouting to the men to line up in order. He could see that the security level was high. "Open the gate," the commander shouted. Oh, Kangwoo didn't know what was waiting for him at the S-rank gate. He took a confident step into the unknown by entering the portal. He found himself in a bizarre fairyland where the sea stretched out. He thought it would be a good idea to kill all the monsters and build a resort here. Kangwoo wondered why such a place was also the most dangerous. He thought that everything here looked like a fairy tale. After walking around some more, Oh Gangwoo found a place he liked. He thought that even Cerberus would be good luck during the draft because it had excellent characteristics. He realized he didn't care what he could summon. He realized that he didn't care about the monster's control and strength. Oh Gangwoo concentrated and started summoning. At this moment, a purple glow rose somewhere high up in the clouds and connected O Kangwoo to the dimension. It activated the Hell Beastmaster's specialty. O Kangwoo had to meditate and dive into his deepest energy levels so that this connection could be strengthened. He was visibly tired during the summoning. The system notified him that it was beginning to create a rift to summon the monster. A golden-colored crack in the air appeared before his eyes. O Kangwoo became very tense. He began to feel that the mages were leaving him and someone was coming to his call. He stared intently at the rift. He stood up because his body demanded it, and everything glowed green where the crack had formed. The system notified him that the rift had been successfully created. Next, the system alerted that a deeper rift had formed under the influence of Manmajong's seal of unknown rank. Oh, Kangwoo was surprised that the glow was green. The gate he saw was blue in color. The system reported a connection error and opened the gate for the Erno continent. Gang Yu didn't understand what was happening. He realized something had gone wrong during the demon summoning. The only thing he was afraid of was going back to hell. The system notified him of the demon summoning. He calmed down when he saw the message and looked up in surprise. The system said his summoned demon was someone he hadn't expected. He looked at the product of his summoning with surprise and asked what it was. The system notified that the summoning was successful and shut down. Kangwoo couldn't believe his eyes. It was the baby dragon Echidna S rank. It was the daughter of the evil dragon Kargas. The system registered the dragon as Kangwoo's surname. Oh, Gangwoo looked at the dragon with surprise but interest. The dragon's attention was more focused on what was happening next to it. He saw some kind of flying object descend directly onto the lawn where the wounded dragon was realized. It didn't seem normal to him. Kangwoo heard a strange language being spoken. The Dark King didn't understand what the conversation was about and felt confused. Suddenly, strange characters more reminiscent of fairy tale characters began to jump out of the flying object. They all looked hostile. Gang Yu was surprised. Several of the characters were already on the ground and waving their swords around, looking around. They were discussing something again in their language of another civilization that O Kangwoo didn't understand. He wondered what kind of language it might be. He didn't understand what these fairy tale weirdos were going to do. They began to pay attention to O Gangwoo, who was standing on the sidelines and was as surprised as possible. Kangwoo analyzed that although people's clothes had obviously changed since the first gate opened, but these people looked like they had escaped from fantasy. He realized that first he had to find a way to understand what they were talking about. He remembered a power that could help him do that. Activating the power of common language. He began to realize that the white-haired character with the sword was telling him to stand back, and the other was telling him to calm down and calling him Ronald. The second character told him to look at the dragon. In his opinion, he was already on the verge of death. They rejoiced in that fact. They talked among themselves about the dragon not being able to harm other people. He replied that he was probably right and could exhale. Oh, Gangwoo asked who they were. The white-haired prince-like character asked if Kang Wu was all right and introduced himself as the third prince of the Arnon Empire, and his name was Ronald von Arnon. Kang Wu interjected about the empire since he didn't understand him. He was uncomfortable with this communication. Ronald asked Gang Yu who you were. The King of Darkness thought he had never heard of the continent of Erno and the Arnon Empire before. He recognized one character as an elf and the other as a short dwarf. Kang Wu opened his mouth in surprise because he began to realize that these weirdos were indeed from another world. He looked at the dragon. It was clearly not looking its best. Bruises all over his torso and a tired look accompanied the dragon's general condition. Kang Wu cursed. He realized that despite what was happening here, he couldn't let his summoned creature die like this. Putting his palm on the dragon's face, Kang Wu activated the power. Fire flames began to seep through the dragon's scales and began to heal its wounds. He activated the power of rebirth, thus triggering the regeneration process of the dragon's skin. The shining glare shimmered on its scales. Ronald shouted to Kang Wu to explain what he was going to do. The fact that the dragon was reviving obviously didn't please him, and he wanted to stop it. The dragon spoke to Gang Yu. He asked Gang Yu if he was his master. Ronald looked at Gang Yu and his pet with horror and surprise. The dragon thanked Kang Wu. He stroked Echidna and replied that everything was fine. The only people who were not happy with their gentle contact were the guests from another civilization. He apologized for showing up in such an injured state. Gang Yu thought the dragon had spoken to him like a master. Gang Yu said it was okay. Kang Wu regarded the dragon. He couldn't understand how it got injured until he saw the hostile attitude of Ronald and his team. They shouted angrily. They shouted that Gang Wu was the master of this dragon. They swung their weapons towards the dragon while Gang Yu was standing next to it. The Lord began to squint unkindly at the prince and his brave crew. He sternly asked the representatives of another civilization why they were trying to kill the Echidna. Ronald was clearly losing his temper, allowing himself to yell at a man he didn't know much about. He asked if he really didn't know it was an evil demon and dragon. He added that this dragon brought drought and plague to their land. Countless people of the empire died because of this evil dragon. The Echidna immediately told Gang Yu that it wasn't her. Kang Wu shouted that it wasn't her and should be taken into consideration. Ronald tried to swing at the dragon again. He added, if this creature can control natural phenomena such as drought, then it is almost divine. No one has the right to injure it. Prince Ronald screamed in rage that he was wrong and said that it was Echidna's fault. He couldn't explain the change otherwise. Gang Yu realized he wasn't being heard. The prince also said that he needed to save the people of the empire from the monster and drought and kill the demon dragon. Gang Yu began to realize that they were getting on his nerves. Kang Wu snidely questioned if they really thought so. A fireball formed in his hands. He realized that talking to these characters was not pleasant for him. The King of Hell activated the power of the explosion, and in his hands, instead of a ball, there was a powerful stream of fire. He realized that these were the people who were sticking to their truth. He unleashed a huge stream of fire directly at the uninvited guests. The powerful wave of flame threw the weirdos 10 meters away. They turned hostile and drew their weapons from their sheaths. Gang Wu told them that they might be right about the demon dragon drought and plague. He looked at them, his eyes glowing red. He said he didn't care because whatever the Echidna had done, she was his familiar. He added that he had no desire to give them someone he had summoned on his own. The Echidna cried at this point. Prince Ronald reported that Kang Wu was the likeness of an evil demon. He looked contemptuously into his eyes and awaited his equally hostile response.